A peculiar cosmic passport has brought Zhao Lei into the authentic universe. This realm is inhabited by superheroes Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Cyborg, and a plethora of villains, each driven by varying degrees of ambition or malevolence. Zhao Lei himself has acquired a unique ability known as superpower transformation, which allows him to gain the abilities of superheroes upon physical contact. Initially, he can only harness one at a time. Let us observe Zhao Lei's adventures as he navigates the DC universe. Chapter 1. Arrival in the DC world. As autumn approaches, the surroundings remain lush and verdant. The talent recruitment center of Donghua Academy. The ground is strewn with discarded applications, signaling that the job fair has largely concluded. Only one individual remains, meandering through the scattered resumes. Oh dear, nothing seems to match, Zhao Lei muttered to himself, clutching his 2 copies of his resume, his expression marred by dissatisfaction. Indeed, after over a decade of education, he finds himself with a degree in economics, an area in which he holds little enthusiasm, and now, upon graduation, he faces a barrage of rejections. Every prospective employer seems to have an endless list of requirements, leaving him exasperated. The plight of today's youth, striving relentlessly for a brighter future, yet often remaining mired in mediocrity, is a tale as old as time. Zhao Lei, feeling disheartened, is but one of many in this numerical sea of unfulfilled potential. However, he did manage to submit his resume to a couple of companies. Whether he will receive an offer remains uncertain. Gently pounding his chest with his fist, he acknowledges his lingering discontent. Yet, having submitted his applications, he resolves to wait for interview notifications in the coming days. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Lei decides to return home. But first, he wishes to linger a bit longer to lighten the weight of his recent disappointments. He contemplates finding a place to sit for a while. Scanning the vicinity with hopeful eyes at last, he spots a public bench painted in a warm brown hue, approximately 100 meters away. After wandering aimlessly through the job fair, he believes it is time to rest. After a brief walk, he arrives at the bench, surrounded by pleasant greenery that invites relaxation among the trees. Zhao Lei casually tosses his resume onto the seat, but just as he prepares to sit down, he suddenly freezes. Rubbing his eyes, he notices that where he intended to sit, a finely crafted silver card now rests. He blinks in disbelief, realizing that the strange card has seemingly appeared in an instant. Unbelievable, Zhao Lei exclaims softly as he picks up the shimmering card. Inscribed upon it are the words, DC Universe Passport. What is this? Zhao Lei wonders aloud, intrigued, as the term DC resonates within him. However, an even more bizarre occurrence transpired. Centered around the silver card in Zhao Lei's hand, a most peculiar whirlwind erupted, enveloping him entirely. My goodness, what is happening? Zhao Lei exclaimed, feeling as though he had lost all control over his own body. It was as if he were being swept into a tempest resembling a black hole, turning his world upside down. In a state of sheer panic, Zhao Lei shouted out, experiencing a profound transformation coursing through his being, to the point where even his thoughts felt utterly unrestrained. Amidst the chaos, a voice echoed in his ears. You have entered the DC universe. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, bright sunlight streamed onto his eyelids, a warm blush filtering through to his optic nerves. Ugh! Zhao Lei opened his eyes and glanced around. To his astonishment, he found himself in a flower bed. As he attempted to rise, he was met with a wave of soreness throughout his body, accompanied by the distant hum of passing cars. Nevertheless, Zhao Lei persevered and sat upright, surveying his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered he was situated in a flower bed on the side of a broad street. He lightly tapped his head, trying to piece together the events. Wasn't he just right? He had been engulfed in a whirlwind formed by a silver card, plunging into a strange black hole. The voice reverberated in his mind. You have entered the DC universe. Superpower transformation has been activated. What in the world is this? The DC universe? Zhao Lei gradually stood up, taking in the sights around him. Nearby lay a spacious street, with pedestrians occasionally strolling by. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that these passers-by bore distinctly Western features, their heights and demeanors reminiscent of characters from American films. Where exactly am I? And what was that silver card and the black hole-like phenomenon? An instinct surged within Zhao Lei. Could it be that he had traversed dimensions? Was the DC universe not the realm where Superman, Batman, and other superheroes resided? As Zhao Lei struggled to recollect his previous experiences, he looked around once more. The streets and environment undeniably suggested he was indeed in America, a land where superhero tales predominantly unfold. Having once been a casual fan of comic books, he had a rudimentary understanding of American comics. The realization that he had crossed over filled Zhao Lei with a sense of incredulity as he touched his body to confirm its integrity, hoping that he had not emerged from the experience with any physical impairments. Standing tall, he noticed a cylindrical telephone booth nearby. Its glass was remarkably clear, though it possessed a mirror-like quality. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei hurried over, eager to catch a glimpse of himself, hoping to avoid any disfigurement. Zhao Lei rose to his feet, only to be enveloped by a sudden chill. Observing the pedestrians on the nearby street, he noted that they were mostly clad in shirts paired with jackets that, in contrast, he was still wearing a solitary summer shirt, though he found that moving about kept the cold at bay. Before long, Zhao Lei arrived beside a cylindrical telephone booth, gazing at his reflection in its glass. Fortunately, everything appeared intact, and his visage remained unchanged. He gently patted his head, but a troubling thought crossed his mind. The days ahead would be arduous. Having traversed into this world without any acquaintances, he had not assumed the role of a formidable character. How would he manage to survive henceforth? Just as Zhao Lei felt overwhelmed by his predicament, a hulking figure gradually approached the vicinity of the telephone booth. The silhouette reflected on the glass caught his attention, and he turned to investigate. To his surprise, the figure was that of a remarkably tall man, towering at around 6 feet 3 inches, or even taller. He was impeccably dressed in a well-tailored suit complete with a tie, and he wore a deep brown overcoat that exuded an air of British sophistication, embodying the quintessential white-collar aesthetic. What captivated Zhao Lei most was the man's countenance. This imposing figure radiated an aura of integrity, with sharply defined features. His eyes, though framed by glasses, conveyed a profound depth, evoking an inexplicable feeling. His short, dark brown hair, a blend of stylish and resolute, suggested a sense of competence. In summary, to describe this man as tall, robust, handsome, and virtuous would be an understatement. Zhao Lei watched as the man strolled by. He mused that he was currently within the DC universe, a realm populated by superheroes. This man's appearance and presence truly resembled that of Superman, Clark Kent. Of course, he couldn't possibly be, Zhao Lei murmured quietly. However, before he could finish his thought, the towering man suddenly paused and slowly turned his head to look at Zhao Lei. The latter was taken aback. He had spoken in a mere whisper, and yet it seemed as though the man had overheard his words. The handsome giant then approached Zhao Lei, leaving him feeling flustered. The man clearly appeared to be Caucasian, and Zhao Lei worried about the potential language barrier. Standing before him, the man inquired, "My friend, what is the connection you mentioned regarding Superman?" His tone was calm and measured, though it carried a hint of seriousness, his expression remaining composed. At that moment, Zhao Lei was struck dumb. He realized that he could comprehend the man's words perfectly, despite his own limited English skills. The stranger's speech resonated in his mind as clearly as his native Chinese. Nevertheless, given the man's imposing presence, it felt imperative to respond. "I just recalled a name and uttered it casually," Zhao Lei instinctively remarked in response to the situation at hand. Yet, the other party maintained a stern expression and continued to inquire. "So, sir, where did you learn this name? Does anyone else know? I distinctly heard you mention it just now." Zhao Lei found himself utterly perplexed, as he had merely referenced the true identity of superhero from his memory. How could this person hear him from such a distance? Moreover, why was he questioning him so intently? Could it be? A peculiar thought flickered through Zhao Lei's mind, that he scrutinized the imposing figure before him, wondering if he had some connection to the foremost superhero in the DC universe. Could it be that he was Superman himself? Noticing Zhao Lei's bewildered demeanor, the man softened his expression slightly and addressed him. "Regardless of who informed you or how you came to know this name, I do not wish to pry. However, please refrain from sharing it with anyone else, and rest assured, that name is in no way associated with Superman." As Zhao Lei absorbed these words, he was filled with astonishment. Before him stood none other than Clark Kent, the very embodiment of Superman. Now, he felt compelled to respond to the man. "Understood. I assure you, I will not speak a word to anyone," Zhao Lei declared with resolute conviction. The tall figure, or rather Clark Kent, regarded him with a trusting gaze and nodded. He then spoke, "Very well. I must take my leave now, as I have important matters to attend to. Take care, sir." With that, Clark Kent turned and resumed his path in the direction he had been heading. Zhao Lei rubbed his eyes, realizing that he had indeed encountered Superman, albeit in his ordinary guise. Superman faced numerous perilous adversaries in the DC universe and undoubtedly wished to keep his true identity concealed, in everyday life. He was Clark Kent, transforming into the superhero in critical moments to save humanity. As he watched Clark Kent gradually recede into the distance, Zhao Lei suddenly remembered something and hurried after him. He needed to inquire about their location. Was this Metropolis? Fortunately, due to his background as a reporter, he moved at a pace akin to that of an ordinary person. Zhao Lei caught up to him, gently tapping his arm and asking, "Excuse me, sir, may I trouble you once more? Do you know where we are?" However, the instant he made contact with the other man, a surge of vivid text flooded Zhao Lei's mind. Superpower transformation initiating. The individual's abilities are as follows: super strength, super speed, invulnerability, super hearing, X-ray vision, regeneration, heat vision, flight. You may select only one ability at this time. Please make your choice promptly. Astonishment washed over Zhao Lei, yet instinctively, he felt the urgency to decide swiftly. Concentrating his will, he chose invulnerability. As Zhao Lei regained his composure, he noticed Clark Kent was looking back at him. The latter spoke in a calm tone. "Sir, may I inquire where you are?" "This is Cleveland. Are you not a local?" Chapter 2. The Steel Body. Upon hearing the response, Zhao Lei realized that his hand had been resting on Clark Kent's left arm and hastily withdrew it. "Me? Yes, I am here to find a friend. This is indeed Cleveland. May I ask where Metropolis is?" Zhao Lei inquired. Clark Kent regarded Zhao Lei and replied, "Metropolis? I just came from there. I am here in Cleveland for a few days conducting news interviews. Aren't you looking for a friend? Why inquire about Metropolis?" At that moment, Zhao Lei became aware of his own subconscious panic that led him to ask such hasty questions. After all, having just arrived in this world, he felt a sense of bewilderment that would be difficult for anyone to shake off instantaneously. Yes, thank you," Zhao Lei responded. However, Clark Kent smiled and added, "Metropolis is located northeast of Philadelphia. It's quite easy to reach from here, as many highways and railways connect Cleveland to there." I see. Thank you very much," Zhao Lei replied, offering a polite smile. "No need to mention it, sir." Clark Kent waved his hand and continued along the path he had been traveling. Left alone, Zhao Lei found himself ensnared in contemplation, while pedestrians and vehicles continued to bustle about. "Oh my, I need to think this through," Zhao Lei muttered to himself as he walked toward the nearby flower bed. He found a spot to sit and ponder the events that had transpired. He had been transported to this world by a peculiar DC Universe pass, and he had just encountered Superman, Clark Kent, quite by chance. Surely, this could not be a dream. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhao Lei picked up a stone from beneath a flower bush and struck it against his own head. Thud, thud. Strangely, he felt no pain whatsoever. What could this mean? Everything before him was undeniably real. He was indeed within the DC Universe. The bustling traffic around him bore no semblance of illusion. It was entirely authentic. Yet, how was it that his head felt no discomfort, merely a sensation akin to a gentle tickle? Zhao Lei struck his head repeatedly with the stone, drawing curious glances from passers-by, who regarded him with astonishment. Anyone else would surely feel mortified. With a resounding noise, the stone in his hand was shattered against his own head. Gazing at the fragments, Zhao Lei suddenly recalled the words that had flashed through his mind earlier. Superpower transformation? Could it be that upon encountering Superman, he had gained his extraordinary abilities? Had he indeed chosen the power of Steel Body in his memory? Was he invulnerable? "I have actually acquired superpowers," Zhao Lei exclaimed, rising excitedly from the ground. However, with pedestrians still around, he decided it prudent to find a more secluded location for further testing. With a buoyant spirit, Zhao Lei dashed away, reveling in his newfound abilities. Could he not become a superhero in this world and carve out his own niche? Soon, he arrived at a rather obscure street, flanked by buildings and nearly devoid of passers-by. There, he stumbled upon an excellent subject for experimentation, a red, steel fire hydrant standing resolutely on the ground. Commonplace in America, this steel fixture was perfect for testing his current defensive capabilities. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his kicks resonated sharply against the hydrant, yet Zhao Lei felt no pain at all. In his exhilaration, he soon ruined his shoes. Indeed, with the power of an indomitable physique, he was impervious to blades and bullets. External harm was nearly impossible. The hydrant, in response, erupted with a gushing spray of water. After several vigorous kicks, he finally managed to damage it. Zhao Lei quickly retreated from the spraying hydrant, declaring, "It seems I truly possess an indestructible body." At that moment, Zhao Lei was consumed by elation. Once a downtrodden individual in his previous life, he had now been bestowed with the extraordinary ability of superpower transformation, a rare and fortuitous opportunity. He could now aspire to be a hero in this realm. Gazing at the damaged hydrant beside him, a thought suddenly struck Zhao Lei. Is the indestructible body limited to mere invulnerability? He mused, scrutinizing his hands and physique. Indeed, this ability merely enhanced his defensive capabilities. It was distinct from super strength. The reason he could shatter the hydrant was solely due to the hardness of his body. Consider, a substance harder than diamond would struggle to cut through steel without sufficient force. Now, he possessed a body of iron and steel, impervious to harm, yet his strength remained that of his former self. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. Not everyone could possess such resilience. With this ability, he could indeed achieve great things in this world. However, Zhao Lei then felt the dampness of his clothes, soaked by the hydrant spray. The pressing issue now was how to survive in this world. He was utterly alone, without a place to stay. All he had were a few Tinyuan notes in his pocket, inadequate for use in America. Surveying the surrounding houses and the damaged hydrant, Zhao Lei decided to take a stroll. He needed to contemplate his future plans. Thus, he began to walk towards the other side of the street. Time passed, and Zhao Lei found himself nearing the outskirts of Cleveland. The residential areas dwindled, leaving only a few roads, nearby restaurants, and expanses of greenery. His gaze fell upon a restaurant prominently displaying the Burger King sign. However, after enduring a series of trials, Zhao Lei began to feel a subtle hunger gnawing at his stomach. Gazing longingly at the Burger King, he yearned to indulge in a few authentic American hamburgers. Yet, wishes aside, the meager amount of cash he possessed was unlikely to garner any interest in this world. It was truly disheartening. Despite being endowed with extraordinary abilities after traversing through that portal, he found himself devoid of even the most basic monetary resources. The realization left him feeling rather helpless. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a cacophony of frantic cries pierced the air. "Please, don't hurt us." Zhao Lei recognized the cries emanating from nearby. With his newfound superhuman defensive capabilities, he hurried to investigate. Following the shouts, he soon arrived at a nearby gas station. From his vantage point, he beheld two robbers, a stout one and a lean one masked, and menacingly accosting a family of three beside their vehicle. The two assailants donned black hoods, the heavier robber brandishing a handgun, while the slimmer one shockingly wielded a shotgun. The dark muzzles of their weapons were ominously trained on the terrified family, which consisted of a middle-aged couple and a young boy, who was already sobbing uncontrollably. "Shut that brat up, or I swear, he'll put a bullet in you," the stout robber bellowed as he seized the young boy, causing the father to plead desperately for mercy. In a brutal display, the robber struck the father with the guns, but rendering him unconscious on the ground. "Jones, you better hurry up and find some cash in their car," the stout robber barked at his accomplice. "Damn, that kid is noisy. Let's teach him a lesson," the lean robber retorted, shoving the boy against the car while aiming his gun at the child's arm, ready to pull the trigger. "Stop right there. It's you two," a voice, raw and almost tearing at the throat, cried out. The two ruthless robbers turned to see a drenched figure charging towards the gas station. It was Zhao Lei. Seemingly incensed by the shout, the robbers approached Zhao Lei, their guns raised. To them, this unarmed fool daring to shout at them was courting death. Zhao Lei quickly closed the distance between them, and the stout robber fired a shot at his leg. Bang. The bullet struck Zhao Lei's thigh, yet he merely felt a jolt. Though his pant leg was torn apart, his skin remained unscathed. The stout robber continued firing multiple rounds at Zhao Lei, but each shot merely ripped through his clothing without causing any harm. Undeterred, Zhao Lei charged at the two robbers. Amidst the chaos, the assailants were taken aback, their fierce expressions morphing into astonishment and a hint of fear as they realized their adversary bore no wounds despite a barrage of gunfire. However, the robbers, true to their brutish nature, were not easily intimidated. The lean thief aimed his shotgun at Zhao Lei, who was charging forward, and pulled the trigger. A deafening blast echoed through the air as Zhao Lei was propelled backward by the force of the shotgun's discharge. The lean robber, momentarily triumphant, chuckled and remarked, "See, you must be ruthless when dealing with such lunatics." Yet, to their utter disbelief, Zhao Lei rose once more from the ground. The lean robber exclaimed in astonishment, "My God, what is happening? A bulletproof police car will be shattered at such close range." Undeterred, Zhao Lei surged forward again, and the lean robber prepared to fire another round. This time, Zhao Lei steadied himself, though his jacket was nearly shredded by the impact. He remained unscathed. The two robbers stared in shock as Zhao Lei closed the distance between them. The lean robber swung the shotgun down toward Zhao Lei's head, but with a cacophony of metal tearing, the weapon cracked under the force of impact. The other, stockier robber hurled the damaged handgun at Zhao Lei, striking his remarkably resilient body. Yet the gun's grip crumbled upon impact. This was the essence of Zhao Lei's indomitable physique. Not only was he impervious to blades and bullets, but the excessive force wielded by his attackers also rendered their weapons ineffective. It was akin to a wooden stick striking a diamond. The diamond remained unblemished, while the stick was left splintered. Enough! It is my turn, Zhao Lei bellowed in anger, delivering a punch to the lean robber's masked face. The force of his blow, though not inherently powerful, was amplified by his extraordinary defensive capabilities, rendering it incredibly formidable. His fist was more resilient than tank armor. The lean robber let out a pained cry, clutching his face. In a fit of desperation, the stocky robber, enraged, discarded his ruined handgun and swung his massive fist toward Zhao Lei's face. Upon impact with Zhao Lei's nose, he immediately felt a surge of pain, as if striking an unyielding metal surface. Upon retracting his hand, he discovered that a significant portion of his skin had been torn away. In agony, the stocky robber staggered back, while Zhao Lei pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon both criminals. "I shall not let you escape," Zhao Lei roared, delivering blow after blow. His punches, though not overwhelmingly powerful, were propelled by a physique akin to that of a superhero, landing mercilessly upon the two once feared brigands. "Stop! Oh my God!" The sounds of anguish echoed incessantly around the gas station. Finally, after enduring a relentless onslaught, the two assailants collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and devoid of strength. Zhao Lei, too, had regained his composure. The exertion had drained him significantly. He sat upon the ground, gasping for breath. Observing the scene, several attendants from the gas station rushed back, armed with ropes and other tools, to secure the two criminals. Gradually, Zhao Lei rose to his feet, realizing that he had, for the first time since acquiring his superpowers, acted as a hero. It was undeniably exhilarating. No longer was he merely a feeble individual struggling for self-preservation. The experience of heroism was invigorating for anyone. The recent confrontation with the assailants served as a testament to the authenticity of his newfound superpower transformation. The ability he had inherited from Superman, the Iron Body, was remarkably formidable. He pondered the possibilities of acquiring further abilities from other superheroes in the future. In the midst of his contemplation, the father of the family that had been assaulted called out, "Sir, please wait." Chapter 3. A decision to journey to Gotham City. Zhao Lei turned to face him and inquired, "What is it?" With profound gratitude, the father, identified as Smith, replied, "Sir, my name is Smith." He gestured towards the two family members standing by the car, saying, "This is my family, sir. Thank you for saving us. Especially my child, you spared him from harm." The father then turned to the little boy and said, "Ellen, this big brother saved us. Quickly, thank him." The young boy, with a hint of childish innocence, exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for saving me and my daddy and mommy." The sincerity in the boy's voice evoked memories of Zhao Lei's own childhood. The mother then spoke up, "Thank you so much, sir. However, your clothes are quite torn. Might we assist you in finding something to wear?" At that moment, Zhao Lei realized the extent of his disheveled appearance. His clothing was in tatters. Much of it had been drenched when he kicked the fire hose, and during the scuffle with the assailants, bullets had ravaged his attire. Looking down, he noted that aside from a small portion of his pants providing minimal coverage, he was left with mere rags flapping about his form. All right, Zhao Lei hastily responded upon witnessing his own disarray. The mother opened the trunk of their car and retrieved several garments: a light gray shirt, a pair of black casual trousers, an oversized brown trench coat, and a set of brown leather shoes. Zhao Lei gratefully accepted the items and promptly made his way to the gas station staff changing room, shedding his soiled clothing in favor of the fresh attire. Remarkably, the shoes fit well. After changing, he took a moment to gaze into the mirror. "Isn't it quite stylish?" Zhao Lei remarked as he admired himself in the mirror after donning the American-style attire. The garments he wore exuded a unique charm that was quite captivating. Once dressed, Zhao Lei exited the rest area of the gas station. The family of three remained there, while two police cars arrived to escort the two assailants away. Noticing Zhao Lei's emergence, the father approached him. "Sir, where are you headed?" "I would like to invite you to a meal as a token of gratitude for safeguarding our lives." Please don't refuse. The father earnestly implored Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei felt a surge of delight at this acknowledgement. It seemed his brief stint as a hero had not been in vain. Moreover, he realized the stomach was quite empty, prompting a desire for a quick meal. Isn't there a Burger King nearby? Let's go there, Zhao Lei suggested, recalling the fast food establishment he had seen earlier. The father, Mr. Smith, responded with a puzzled expression. But, don't be so formal, I'm craving some fast food right now. Let's just head there, Zhao Lei insisted, feeling the urgency of his hunger and yearning for an authentic American Burger King experience. Very well, sir, Mr. Smith replied, signaling for his wife and child, along with Zhao Lei, to get into the car. They then drove slowly towards a nearby Burger King. As Zhao Lei observed the vehicle, a Chevrolet under the General Motors umbrella, he noted its relatively modern design, that he speculated that this family's income must be reflective of an upper-middle-class American lifestyle. Before long, the group entered the Burger King restaurant and found a table to place their order. Zhao Lei opted for the authentic American triple-layer burger. Each burger boasted a diameter of 25 centimeters, packed with 3 layers of beef, complemented by lettuce and strawberries, creating a delightful contrast of flavors. While devouring the towering beef burger, Zhao Lei sipped on his Nestle coffee that he savored the pure, authentic taste of the American beef burger, far surpassing the fast food he had previously experienced back home. Each bite was perfectly crisp and satisfying. Perhaps due to his ravenous appetite, Zhao Lei rapidly consumed 3 of the triple-layer burgers. He was heartily sipping his large cup of Nestle coffee, while the Smiths engaged him in conversation. May I ask your name, sir? Mr. Smith inquired politely. Just call me Zhao Lei. No need for such formality, Zhao Lei replied casually, savoring his drink through the straw. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude, sir. Without your timely intervention today, Alan might have been seriously harmed, Mrs. Smith remarked, her voice imbued with profound appreciation. However, I have now largely satisfied my hunger. 3 25-centimeter, 3-layer beef pots are no trifling matter. It is time to inquire about the local customs and traditions so that I may continue my journey in this world. Are you all locals? Residents of Cleveland? Zhao Lei inquired, gazing at the Smith family of 3. In a friendly tone, Smith responded, Mr. Zhao, we actually reside in Cincinnati, in the southern part of Ohio. My wife and I both work in credit management at Citibank, frequently visiting Cleveland and other areas to engage with our clients. Just recently, we concluded some business dealings in Gotham City and have now come to Cleveland to pursue further opportunities. Gotham City? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei felt a surge of astonishment, nearly dislodging the straw from his mouth. What's the matter, Mr. Zhao? Smith asked, somewhat perplexed. Zhao Lei's expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness. Gotham City, the very birthplace of Batman. Surely, it cannot be far from here? It is prudent to inquire further. How far is Gotham City from here? Approximately what distance? Zhao Lei asked Smith. Smith regarded Zhao Lei and replied, Gotham City? It lies to the northwest of Cleveland, and it takes about 5 to 6 hours by train to reach there. Why do you ask, Mr. Zhao? Do you have friends there? Zhao Lei's hands remained flat on the fast food table, while a serious expression graced his face as he contemplated these revelations. Gotham City is not far. Should I venture there? Surely, I would encounter the Dark Knight himself. Moreover, Gotham is notorious for its high crime rates. What kinds of individuals would I face if I were to venture there? If I were to embark on this expedition, I might confront the most nefarious of criminals. Scarecrow, Two-Face, Penguin, Riddler, as well as the Ninja Master and his league of assassins. Even the exceedingly malevolent agent, the Joker. Yet considering my current state, I possess superhuman defenses akin to steel and impervious to blades and bullets. In this DC universe, I have no ties, making me a wanderer of the seas. Perhaps a foray into Gotham City would allow me to cross paths with Batman and others. Zhao Lei's demeanor grew increasingly resolute, his hands subtly clenching. In that moment, he made a firm decision to journey to Gotham City. With this thought, he turned to Smith, stating, Indeed, I must go to Gotham City. However, it is due to some pressing matters. Observing Zhao Lei's earlier intensity, Smith, maintaining a courteous demeanor, continued, Mr. Zhao, you intend to visit Gotham City. I thought you would linger here for a few more days, allowing me to extend my hospitality. However, given this development, Smith began, reaching for a small leather case and opening it. Zhao Lei cast a glance with his eyes and was met with the sight of several neatly stacked green $100 bills. Within Mr. Zhao, these are a token of gratitude from my family and me. Please do not refuse to me. This sum is inconsequential. However, my cash reserves are limited, and this is but a small gesture from my heart. Although Zhao Lei was not particularly avaricious, the reality of his recent arrival in this world necessitated some monetary resources, and the sight of the bills indeed ignited a considerable excitement within him. While your kindness is truly, Mr. Zhao, you have saved another's life. This is merely a modest recompense for your noble deed. Please do not decline. My wife and I are both senior executives in the banking sector. Offering you these dollars is a sign of our respect and acknowledgement for the forces of social justice. Simply accept them. Faced with Smith's resolute demeanor, Zhao Lei felt it would be inappropriate to refuse. Furthermore, as one aspiring to be a hero, lacking even basic resources for living would hinder his ability to assist others in the future. Since he had decided to journey to Gotham City, accepting this aid would indeed facilitate his establishment there. Very well, thank you. Zhao Lei responded with a congenial tone. After handing Zhao Lei the small suitcase, Smith inquired, "So, Mr. Zhao, when do you plan to head to Gotham City?" Zhao Lei replied, "I shall rest near the train station today and prepare to depart for Gotham tomorrow." "In that case, I will drive you to the train station in Cleveland today," Smith stated. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, accepting the arrangement. After some time, Smith's family escorted Zhao Lei to the train station in Cleveland, where he procured a ticket for the following day's journey to Gotham City. After bidding farewell to the Smiths who still had local clients to attend to, Zhao Lei rented a room at a small inn adjacent to the train station, as he would need to stay overnight in Cleveland. Before long, night had fallen. Zhao Lei was perusing information in his room. Fortunate to find a computer available, to his astonishment, he discovered the tablet bore the emblem of Wayne. It seems Bruce Wayne is indeed a man of considerable wealth. This computer is manufactured by his company, Zhao Lei exclaimed as he connected to the internet and researched details about Gotham City. Indeed, the true identity of Batman was Bruce Wayne, the proprietor of Wayne Enterprises. The fact that the computer he was using was also a product of Wayne Enterprises underscored the undeniable economic and technological influence of the company in this realm. The internet speed was quite satisfactory, equivalent to 16 megabits, compared to the 2 megabits he had been accustomed to before his transmigration, which had often resulted in frustrating lag. The current search and download speeds were remarkably swift. Zhao Lei gazed intently at the various materials before him, delving into a plethora of information regarding Gotham City. He could not help but marvel at the astonishing frequency with which Gotham was searched on Google. The data revealed that Gotham is a sprawling metropolis with a population of 15 million, a cradle of American industrial civilization, from which many venerable enterprises have originated. Among them, the Wayne Group stands out as the most enduring and powerful. However, Gotham is also notorious as a veritable epicenter of crime, holding the grim distinction of being the city with the highest crime rate in the United States. It is from this city that numerous shocking criminal incidents have emerged, while a mysterious vigilante known as Batman operates under the cover of night to combat the rampant criminality. Naturally, Zhao Lei found himself intrigued by these developments. His decision to venture into Gotham was not solely driven by a desire to explore this DC universe. He also yearned to meet Bruce Wayne, the enigmatic Dark Knight. After some time spent before the computer, fatigue began to set in for Zhao Lei. He resolved to retire for the night, eagerly anticipating the dawn of a new day. Yet, as he lay in bed, he pondered whether his unique ability to absorb superpowers could extend to all forms of abilities. Why, he wondered, was he currently limited to absorbing just one? Would his capacity one day expand, allowing him to assimilate multiple superpowers simultaneously? Lying there, Zhao Lei felt a twinge of curiosity. If he were to come into contact with Batman, what powers might he acquire? Of course, Batman relied on his formidable equipment and physical prowess. Strictly speaking, he possessed no superhuman abilities. This left Zhao Lei filled with wonder at the possibilities. A night enveloped him. Zhao Lei gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 4. Gotham City. At long last, the morning arrived. After a day of hectic travel, Zhao Lei enjoyed a deeply restorative sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as a singularly exceptional superhero in this world, standing tall among the masses, radiant and resplendent. Yet dreams are but ephemeral illusions, and reality beckoned him to forge his own path. Fortunately, he already possessed the fundamental abilities necessary to carve out a niche in this world. First and foremost, he needed to journey to Gotham and establish his own domain. Zhao Lei swiftly completed his breakfast and morning routine before checking out of his hotel. Armed with a train ticket for the 8 a.m. departure to Gotham, he boarded the train, feeling the thrill of adventure as it commenced its journey to the city. He also retained the small suitcase and cash gifted to him by the Smiths in gratitude for his assistance the previous day. Zhao Lei had counted the cash within a substantial sum of $50,000 awaited him. $50,000 is neither an insignificant nor excessive amount with prudent management. It could sustain him for a time. Yet he knew he must devise a strategy to replenish his resources before they ran dry. Zhao Lei sat in his seat, gazing out at the scenery beyond the train window. The train had long departed from the city of Cleveland, and outside, dense pine forests and vibrant green fields rushed by in a blur. Observing these exquisite natural landscapes, Zhao Lei couldn't help but marvel at how the vastness of America, with its sparse population, still harbors such abundant natural beauty, offering a serene escape from the clamor of urban life. Yes, he leaned against the small table attached to the glass window. Zhao Lei contemplated the challenges awaiting him in Gotham City. He recalled that Gotham is a metropolis characterized by darkness, teeming with various criminals. While most of these wrongdoers lack superhuman abilities, they possess an array of tormenting methods. In essence, engaging with Gotham's criminals requires a mastery of psychological warfare. Those with fragile mental fortitude or a susceptibility to temptation are bound to fail. And how would one confront the nightmarish figure known as the Joker? Nonetheless, Zhao Lei had resolved to forge his own path, believing that every mountain has its road. Having arrived in this world and acquired such extraordinary abilities, he was determined to make his mark. With the adage that all roads lead to Rome in mind, he steeled himself against adversity and vowed to achieve greatness. He felt fortunate not only to have gained superhuman powers, but also to have encountered Superman upon his arrival in the DC universe, thus obtaining the remarkable ability of Steel Body. This gift would at least ensure his survival without a solid foundation. Even a paradise on Earth would be fraught with peril. In retrospect, he had not pursued Superman immediately after their first meeting in Cleveland, and perhaps that was for the best. Associating with Superman could lead to encounters with formidable adversaries, the outcomes of which were uncertain. Yet, he felt confident in his capacity to confront the grotesque criminals of Gotham. As the train continued its journey toward Gotham City, the destination loomed ever closer. After nearly half a day, the train finally arrived in Gotham. Zhao Lei peered out the window, beholding an immense cityscape. Through the train's window, he could see towering Gothic buildings that soared hundreds of meters into the sky, their silhouettes visible from afar. Gotham's architecture was notably characterized by a distinct color palette black. While there were indeed other colorful structures, the most imposing and majestic edifices in Gotham were those grand Gothic towers. The train slowly rolled into Gotham's train station, and Zhao Lei adjusted his attire, clutching the leather suitcase containing $50,000 as he joined the throng. Disembarking. The station's ambience seemed to resonate with the city's inherent darkness. Although the main hall was brightly lit, it still conveyed an inexplicable sense of foreboding. In the hall, a young man selling newspapers shouted, "Extra! Batman has mysteriously resurfaced, and the gang activities in Gotham's East End are facing relentless crackdowns." Zhao Lei observed the young man, naturally intrigued by the news. He promptly approached him. "Excuse me, could I purchase a newspaper? The one concerning Batman, if you have it. Also, do you possess a map of Gotham City?" Zhao Lei inquired in a brisk and straightforward manner. "Of course, sir." The newspaper vendor retrieved a copy related to Batman's enigmatic exploits and handed Zhao Lei a map from his satchel. Zhao Lei paid a small sum, tucking the map into the pocket of his trench coat. One hand grasped a suitcase while the other held the newspaper, which he began to peruse. The contents merely discussed Batman's relentless crusade against crime. It mentioned his confrontation with a criminal organization led by an individual known as Capone. Although Zhao Lei was not particularly invested in these matters, it confirmed that Batman had already gained notoriety in Gotham City. Having arrived in a new city, Zhao Lei sought accommodation and swiftly exited the train station, wandering through the streets of Gotham. The city became increasingly discernible after disembarking, revealing a plethora of towering skyscrapers. With a population of 15 million, it was evident that Gotham ranked among America's largest cities. Zhao Lei strolled along a broad avenue named Ed. Bot, flanked by an ever-growing number of high-rise buildings. The architecture ranged from Gothic structures to modern edifices adorned with dark glass facades, all exuding an air of elegance and grandeur. The classical Gothic buildings, in particular, imparted a solemn ambience. High above the ground, an extensive urban transit system traversed the skyline. Looking up, one could clearly see the prominent W emblem of Wayne Enterprises. Undoubtedly, this was a transit facility constructed by the Wayne Group. The streets bustled with vehicles, far surpassing those in Cleveland. Zhao Lei observed the pedestrians, he noted their brisk strides, reminiscent of diligent office workers heading to their jobs. He contemplated, this is Gotham City, a metropolis where the classical and the modern intertwine. Undoubtedly, this city harbors many enigmas awaiting exploration. After crossing several thoroughfares, Zhao Lei finally discovered a place called Wicker and nestled among a cluster of residences. He entered and engaged in a bargaining exchange with the innkeeper. All right. How about 400 a month? That's quite a bargain. The innkeeper acquiesced after a brief negotiation. This place seems quite pleasant. I'm sure it will attract more guests in the future, Zhao Lei remarked as he handed over the 400 to the innkeeper. Zhao Lei acquired the key from his employer and ascended to the second floor of the inn. The room he had rented, room 205, was soon unlocked. Spanning 40 square meters, the room featured a reasonably spacious double bed, ample for a solitary occupant. Beside the bed resided a tablet and a wooden desk, while the west side of the room boasted a window that offered a glimpse of the nearby residential scenery. Additionally, the room was equipped with a private bathroom. Though rather simplistic, the accommodations were sufficiently outfitted. This place isn't half bad for a stay, Zhao Lei remarked as he tossed his suitcase and newspaper onto the bed. In the days to come, he would find himself entwined in a dance with the myriad wolves of Gotham City's criminal underbelly. However, the immediate challenge lay in how to approach Batman, who would certainly not come looking for him. How could he possibly draw the Dark Knight's attention? The notion of attracting attention through crime was utterly out of the question. After washing his face in the bathroom, Zhao Lei returned to his room, resolved to take a stroll around the Wayne Enterprises tower. He was eager to witness the grandeur of Bruce Wayne's empire. After a while, Zhao Lei locked his door and stepped out of the inn with a modest amount of cash. He made his way to a nearby bus stop. His gaze drifted upwards, where the address of Wayne Enterprises was prominently displayed. The building was indeed the centerpiece of Gotham City. A bus ride would take approximately 30 minutes. Given that the day had already progressed to around 4 p.m. after his earlier endeavors, there was still sufficient time for a brief exploration. Soon, Zhao Lei boarded a bus, which glided smoothly through the streets of Gotham. Of course, he would eventually ride the rail transit vehicles as well. As the bus approached the vicinity of Wayne Tower, the imposing structure came into view. While Gotham boasted many buildings soaring hundreds of meters high, Wayne Tower appeared to reach a staggering height of 500 meters at first glance. Zhao Lei recognized it as Wayne Tower due to the enormous stainless steel W emblem adorning the uppermost floors, the most renowned logo of Wayne Enterprises. The bus arrived near the base of Wayne Tower, and Zhao Lei disembarked. Standing in such close proximity and gazing upwards at the towering edifice, he felt a profound sense of disorientation. Unlike the somewhat oppressive atmosphere exuded by most of Gotham's other buildings, Wayne Tower emanated a distinct aura. Up close, it not only exuded modernity, but also imparted a subtle sense of illumination, as if it could dispel the darkness that shrouded the city. Zhao Lei meandered around the base of the building, fully aware that the likelihood of encountering Bruce Wayne was slim. Nevertheless, he was determined to absorb the ambience and essence of this illustrious hero's enterprise in the DC universe. As Zhao Lei arrived at the entrance, he observed a considerable number of impeccably dressed guards, adorned in suits and sunglasses, diligently protecting the imposing structure. Peering further inside, he noticed several tall and graceful hostesses awaiting the arrival of personnel permitted to enter the building. However, all individuals seeking entry were required to present identification, which was meticulously scanned by the hostesses utilizing sophisticated equipment. Contemplating the edifice before him, Zhao Lei understood the necessity of such security measures. The Wayne Group primarily specializes in aerospace technology and military industries. These endeavors not only encompass commercial secrets, but also pertain to vital research within the realm of American defense technology. It is hardly conceivable that ordinary individuals could gain unfettered access to such a facility. Thus, establishing a connection with Bruce Wayne through Wayne Enterprises appeared to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Zhao Lei's mind. What if he could directly seek contact with Bruce Wayne under the guise of Batman? He recognized that he was not a scientist engaged in military technology, and thus could hardly captivate the attention of Bruce Wayne, the chairman of the board. However, if he were to track Batman's movements and assist in combating crime, might that not forge a certain alliance with the Dark Knight? Should such a partnership materialize, he would have the opportunity to fight alongside Gotham's enigmatic protector. This would undoubtedly bring him closer to realizing his heroic aspirations. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei felt compelled to venture to the area mentioned in the newspaper he had just read, eager to devise a plan to encounter Batman. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Lei prepared to begin surveillance of Batman's known haunts that very night. Chapter 5. The emergence of Batman that very night. Zhao Lei ventured into the area reported by the newspapers to be the domain of Batman. However, encountering the elusive figure proved to be a formidable challenge. For 3 consecutive days, he failed to catch even a glimpse of Batman, instead only witnessing scuffles among petty street thugs. Clearly, such trivialities held no allure for the Dark Knight. Nevertheless, Zhao Lei resolved not to abandon his quest until he laid eyes upon Batman himself. On the 4th night, Zhao Lei returned to Gotham City's East District, a dilapidated quarter notorious for its rampant crime beneath the cloak of night and a favored haunt for Batman. The East District encompasses over 30% of Gotham's total area, a vast expanse that explained Zhao Lei's fruitless pursuit over the past 3 days. Draped in his loose woolen coat, Zhao Lei had made a slight alteration to his attire, now donning a sleek black leather jacket underneath. This new addition was intended for practicality during nighttime endeavors. As he walked, he perused a Model 35 smartphone, unmistakably a product of Wayne Enterprises, whose extensive influence and reach were nothing short of remarkable. It is only natural, given that Gotham City is the birthplace of Wayne Enterprises. Zhao Lei acquired this smartphone at a chain electronics store in Gotham for a modest sum of $600, a reasonable price for its commendable performance and value. Scrolling through various downloads, he discovered an array of rumors and stories pertaining to Gotham. The time displayed on the device read approximately 10:30 p.m., a period notorious for surges in criminal activity within the city. With determination, Zhao Lei pressed deeper into the heart of the East District, where Gotham's true underbelly lay concealed. Gazing skyward, Zhao Lei observed the overcast night sky above Gotham. The towering edifices of the city loomed ominously in the darkness, while the occasional sighting of unmanned airships with searchlights patrolling the skies added to the atmosphere. Most striking, however, was the beam emitted from the bat signal, which pierced through the thick clouds, casting a colossal silhouette of a bat upon their surface. Zhao Lei recognized this signal as a beacon established by Police Chief James Gordon, intended to summon Batman in times of dire need. Yet, even with the signal's illumination, Batman was not guaranteed to appear in its vicinity. Tracking the areas where he was most likely to operate would prove more fruitful. Continuing his journey through the East District of Gotham, Zhao Lei was met with a landscape of decay. The varying heights of the buildings seemed to conceal untold secrets within the shadows. Homeless individuals and the impoverished huddled around makeshift iron stoves for warmth, starkly contrasting with the daytime visage of Gotham. Zhao Lei pressed on, delving deeper into the increasingly sinister depths of the district. In the past 3 days, Zhao Lei had garnered a certain degree of experience in his reconnaissance here. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to persist today, convinced that he would eventually encounter Batman. After traversing a distance, Zhao Lei finally arrived beside a dilapidated 9-story apartment building. The structure stood desolate, evoking a sense of abandonment. However, it provided a convenient vantage point to observe the nearby residences. Stepping through the entrance of the apartment, which bore no barriers, its original door having been long removed for other uses, Zhao Lei ascended the rough, dark gray steps, climbing steadily towards the upper floors. Upon reaching the rooftop, he surveyed the surroundings, appreciating the expansive view before him. He retrieved a pair of binoculars from his pocket, upon which were inscribed delicate words that stirred a sense of pride within him. In this world, Chinese manufacturing remained a global sensation. Subsequently, he took out a piece of lemon-flavored gum and began to chew. Raising the binoculars to his eyes, Zhao Lei scanned the vicinity. The buildings in this neighborhood were generally shorter compared to other areas of Gotham City, though several towering structures approached a height of nearly 100 meters, interspersed with lower residential houses and aging edifices. Numerous establishments still bore neon signs advertising bars, their lights flickering in the night. The nature of their businesses remained a mystery. As he continued to observe, in a nearby area, atop a towering, shadowy cathedral, a black figure resembling a statue began to move languidly. Many buildings in the United States feature statues atop, often depicting angels or figures from various religions. This particular figure, however, unfurled large wings that resembled those of a colossal bat, instilling a sense of mystery and a tinge of fear. With a powerful leap, the figure soared into the night sky, its human form complemented by bat-like wings, embodying the essence of a gigantic bat. Its eyes, at that moment, were replaced by 2 cold, white lenses. Indeed, it was Batman, dutifully fulfilling his role, clad in his bat-themed attire, executing his mission to combat crime under the veil of night. Possessing remarkable gliding capabilities, the Batcape soared with the cool night breeze. In reality, Batman's suit did not possess true flying abilities. Rather, it was an exceptionally designed gliding garment. Crafted from a special nylon memory fiber, it could flutter like any fabric. However, once charged, it would quickly harden, taking on the shape of bat wings, which would slow his descent and even enable short flights. Additionally, the cape was coated with a fire-resistant material that expanded upon electrification, providing protection against flames. Moreover, the suit was imbued with substantial amounts of Kevlar material. The prey had long since been identified. Batman set forth towards his predetermined target. At this moment, Zhao Lei, still atop the apartment building, felt a slight haze clouding his mind. Despite having recuperated much of his energy from an ample rest at the inn during the day, a hint of fatigue lingered. However, his attention was abruptly captured by a distant flying object. Grasping his binoculars, Zhao Lei gazed intently into the distance, where a shadow resembling a bat emerged. Indeed, the legendary Batman had appeared. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Zhao Lei squinted and continued to observe the location where Batman had just been, then hastened toward it. With no time to descend from the rooftop, he spotted another building 2 meters away, albeit with a 3-story drop. Confident in his robust physique, he decided to leap down without fear of injury. Zhao Lei propelled himself toward the adjacent building, landing on its surface. However, his original strength was insufficient to maintain his balance, and he tumbled several times across the rooftop. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed, shedding his windbreaker as he continued to leap toward the nearby structures. After several daring bounds, Zhao Lei, though battered, finally reached the ground and swiftly made his way toward the area where Batman had last been seen. In the vicinity where Batman had flown, nearly 10 trucks were parked at an intersection surrounded by dark, antiquated buildings. A group of criminals was engaged in a transaction. Among them was a faction belonging to the notorious mobster Al Capone, unloading large suitcases from their trucks to present to another group. The leader of the mob, a sinister-looking man named Hank, was overseeing the exchange. Opposite him stood a burly, bald man leading another group, also carrying a collection of suitcases. Hank addressed his counterpart, saying, "Old Joseph, our boss Capone cannot attend. I am in charge of this transaction." The bald man, referred to as Old Joseph, responded with a mocking smile. "Oh really? It seems the legendary Batman has been persistently disrupting Capone's operations lately. I suspect he is too frightened to handle this deal personally." "Haha." Hank, slightly lowering his voice, replied, "Mind your words. Capone is a formidable figure in Gotham City's underworld. Just focus on the exchange." Old Joseph, dismissive, retorted, "Formidable? Capone may have some skill, but in Gotham, who hasn't he heard of the Joker or Two-Face?" At that moment, Hank glared menacingly at Old Joseph, who recognized the need to temper his remarks, as the transaction remained paramount. Old Joseph opened one of the suitcases, revealing bags of high-purity substances. In response, Hank instructed one of his men to unveil a suitcase, revealing 2 exquisitely crafted shotguns before the assembled crowd. Old Joseph nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. But why have you brought so many vehicles? We certainly did not request such a large quantity of goods." Hank cast a sidelong glance at him, poised to respond. Little did he know that a pair of keen eyes were intently observing them from the shadows, as a hand raised 3 small spherical devices. Yet before the words could escape his lips, a faint explosion reverberated between the 2 groups. A thick cloud of smoke swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Upon witnessing this scene, Old Joseph exclaimed, "Disaster! We are under attack." Meanwhile, a remarkably agile shadow infiltrated the smoke unnoticed. Some criminals, armed and cautious, surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a fist emerged from behind, striking one of the assailants with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. A flurry of blows followed, incapacitating several more of the nefarious thugs. Before they were subdued, they could only vaguely recall a gloved fist, clad in pure black, coming towards them. The smoke screen served as a tactical advantage, a signature move of Batman that instilled fear in the hearts of criminals. If a smoke bomb detonated at your feet, it signified that doom was imminent. At that moment, Zhao Lei finally arrived near the battleground, where he could hear the harrowing cries of those being struck down amidst the fog. Chapter 6. A fierce battle. Nightwing emerges with the Batmobile. Observing the scene, Zhao Lei pondered whether he should intervene. However, recognizing that Batman was presently engaged in a fierce skirmish with the adversaries, he decided it prudent to refrain from recklessly inserting himself into the fray, lest he complicate matters for Batman. Yet, the unfolding events were destined to be far from what Zhao Lei had envisioned. The smoke screen deployed by Batman had begun to dissipate considerably, and the sounds of combat gradually ceased. In the area where the smoke had been released lay several criminals, incapacitated on the ground. Clearly, Batman had executed a first wave of attacks before concealing himself. Meanwhile, Many of the criminals, visibly tense, scanned their surroundings, fearful of another assault. However, Hank, the mob leader, remained remarkably composed. He seized a microphone from one of his subordinates and proclaimed with an air of triumph, "Do you think hiding will suffice? Those who dare to provoke the mafia do not tend to enjoy long lives. We have come prepared this time." As his words echoed, the rear doors of the nearby trucks swung open with a clang, and a throng of armed mobsters, donned in gas masks and night vision goggles, surged forth. They were equipped with shotguns, M16 rifles, Uzi submachine guns, and other weaponry typically wielded by infantry. Even from the windows of nearby buildings, mobsters brandishing submachine guns appeared. Hank continued to boast loudly, "Did you think we would remain idle? The mafia will not easily suffer defeat. Boss Capone has commanded us to lay a substantial ambush to utterly annihilate you." At this moment, Zhao Lei continued to observe from a corner not far from the scene of the conflict. He pondered the whereabouts of Batman. While lost in thought, he caught a glimpse of a pair of eyes, shimmering with a faint white light, approximately 20 meters away, observing the surroundings like a nocturnal creature. Just then, a group of mobsters rushed toward his location, their dark barrels aimed at everything in sight. "Open fire!" rang out, followed by a barrage of gunfire, with most bullets directed at the area where the eyes had appeared moments ago. As the shooting subsided, the mobsters signaled one another to cease fire and approach that area, when suddenly, a black figure with outspread wings descended upon them, crashing right in the midst of the group. Several mobsters were knocked to the ground, and the shadow executed a series of swift spinning kicks, taking down more of the gangsters. This shadow was none other than Batman. A nearby mobster brandished a submachine gun, aiming it at Batman, but Batman swiftly extended a black steel blade from his wrist, severing the weapon in half. With a fierce strike, he sent the thug crashing to the ground. Given Batman's aerial descent into the crowded fray, the proximity rendered the mobsters hesitant to fire for fear of friendly fire. However, two gangsters, witnessing their comrades' defeat, drew their handguns and aimed at Batman. Yet, in a display of astonishing reflexes, Batman evaded their shots just as they pulled the triggers. Despite the considerable number of mobsters in the vicinity, another wave soon approached, some wielding sniper rifles, locking their sights on Batman, who was preoccupied with subduing two others. In this critical moment, Zhao Lei shouted a warning and dashed forward, intervening between Batman and the snipers. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of bullets struck Zhao Lei, riddling his black leather jacket with holes. Nevertheless, endowed with superhuman resilience, he remained unscathed save for the impact that nearly toppled him. "Surprised, are you?" Zhao Lei exclaimed loudly after the hail of gunfire subsided. The mobsters, witnessing Zhao Lei standing firm despite being hit by so many bullets, were momentarily stunned. Yet one shouted, "Don't stop. Keep shooting." And the gang resumed reloading their weapons, preparing to fire again. But before they could react, several sharp bat-shaped projectiles flew in from the surrounding darkness. With a swift and forceful motion, he plunged deep into the arms of several armed assailants, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries. The mobsters, in a frenzy, unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the area where Zhao Lei had just launched his bat-like projectile. At this juncture, retreat was not an option. Zhao Lei charged fiercely towards the mobsters. Bullets struck his head, chest, legs, and indeed, his entire body. Yet, he remained unscathed. Upon closing the distance, Zhao Lei unleashed a flurry of punches upon the mobsters. In a state of panic, they retaliated with both firearms and fists. But their blows met the resilience of iron, shattering their weapons while their fists were left bloodied and mangled. Zhao Lei's fists descended like hammers, toppling the thugs to the ground. As several mobsters with shotguns reassembled their weapons, a shadow darted swiftly behind them. Suddenly, a sweeping motion from a bat-like cape sent the mobsters tumbling to the ground like a line of dominoes. This was yet another masterstroke by Batman. Zhao Lei felled the last of his immediate foes, amidst a chorus of wails, moans, and curses. At this moment, he faced the Dark Knight, Batman, who stood less than 10 meters away, his eyes obscured by cold, white night vision lenses, resembling a predator of the night. Batman gazed at Zhao Lei and spoke in a low, enigmatic tone, urging, "We must leave this place at once." Obeying, Zhao Lei followed Batman into the dark alleyways between nearby buildings, while the sounds of gunfire and shouts echoed from behind and around them. Eventually, they arrived beneath a two-story building. Zhao Lei, having not undergone the ultimate physical enhancements like Batman, was breathless from the recent skirmish and the hasty flight. Batman scanned the surroundings and remarked, "They are encroaching upon us." Zhao Lei, panting heavily, patted his chest and said to Batman, "It is truly an honor to fight alongside you, Mr. Bruce Wayne." Batman momentarily paused at this acknowledgement, but time was of the essence as the mobsters drew near. "Do not presume I am unprepared," Batman declared, reaching for a switch on his helmet. A voice crackled through the communicator. "I see flames in your vicinity and am en route." A young man's voice chimed from the other end. Batman replied in his signature low tone, "Make haste, Nightwing." Though Zhao Lei was still grappling with exhaustion, the mention of Nightwing startled him. Was that not the identity adopted by the former Robin after his independence? The surrounding mafia continued to encircle the area where Zhao Lei and Batman stood. The gunfire persisted, while Batman hurled smoke bombs towards the advancing foes. Although the enemies donned gas masks, any disruption was advantageous. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of a high-powered racing vehicle, coupled with the continuity of a high-speed train. Suddenly, the wall of a nearby derelict building was violently breached as a black battle vehicle, akin to an armored car in size, surged forward. This vehicle, however, bore the sleek contours of a racing car, combining formidable toughness with elegance. Zhao Lei recognized it instantly. It was the Batmobile. This powerful black machine unleashed an array of dazzling flares upon the mafia members poised to attack. Even through their night vision goggles, the flares created substantial visual disorientation, prompting many mafia members to shield their heads. The top of the Batmobile automatically lifted, and from within emerged a young man clad in a black and blue form-fitting suit. Undoubtedly, it was Nightwing. He urged Batman to hurry into the vehicle. Without hesitation, Batman patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder, beckoning him to join. Understanding the urgency, Zhao Lei complied and re-entered the Batmobile alongside Batman and Nightwing. He was acutely aware that Batman would soon inquire about his knowledge of the Caped Crusader's true identity. The trio boarded the Batmobile, which swiftly veered in another direction, the roar of the engine deafening from outside. Inside, the vehicle was outfitted with modern technology, various electronic screens, and easily maneuverable controls laid before them. The Batmobile accommodated 4 seats, with Batman and Nightwing positioned at the front. As the primary driver, Batman instructed Nightwing to activate the nighttime cloaking armor. Nightwing pressed a black button located beneath the electronic display, causing the vehicle's exterior to gradually absorb the light, illuminating it. The Batmobile became increasingly transparent in the darkness. However, within a few meters, a faint outline remained discernible. The Batmobile had achieved invisibility, thanks to the unique properties of its nighttime cloaking armor. As the name implies, this armor only functioned effectively at night, as its cloaking abilities were nearly negligible during daylight. By energizing the armor's exterior at night, it absorbed light to achieve a semblance of invisibility. This formidable capability allowed the Batmobile to breach enemy lines amid overwhelming numbers. While piloting the now invisible Batmobile, Batman declared, "We must distance ourselves from this location." Chapter 7. Potential alliances. The Batmobile surged forth with the swiftness of a tempest, evading the encirclement of the mob. Cloaked in the protection of its stealth armor, this imposing vehicle, embodying both the prowess of a racing car and the might of a war machine, remained unseen by all. Shortly after the Batmobile burst through the confines of the ambush, the bulletproof glass within revealed the sight of Gotham City police helicopters, their searchlights illuminating the scene of the incident. Zhao Lei observed the helicopters, while heavy armored police cars raced toward the area along the Batmobile's path. He couldn't help but marvel at Batman's exceptional driving skills. In stealth mode, the Batmobile weaved effortlessly, avoiding any collision with other police vehicles. Nightwing, too, utilized the glass canopy and the electronic display before him to monitor the Gotham police. "It seems your skirmish with the adversary escalated quite dramatically," he remarked to Batman, who sat beside him. "I hadn't anticipated such a significant ambush from the mob, but this battle was certainly aided by our friend here." Nightwing turned to Zhao Lei, seated in the rear, and inquired, "Are you Batman's new acquaintance? Might I know your name?" Zhao Lei smiled faintly and replied, "I am Zhao Lei. We just met today, so I suppose that qualifies." Inwardly, Zhao Lei contemplated that Batman would inevitably pose questions regarding his knowledge of the Dark Knight's identity. Yet, he believed it prudent to establish a cooperative rapport with Batman, for such an alliance could empower him in future endeavors. Nightwing then turned his attention back to Batman, who was deftly maneuvering the Batmobile, and asked, "Where are we headed now? Should we drop our new friend off at home first?" Batman, maintaining his focus, replied in his characteristic deep tone, "I wish to take this friend to my residence for a discussion. I believe we have much to converse about." Zhao Lei felt a sudden jolt of surprise. He had presumed Batman would seek a discreet location to converse. Yet now he was being invited to the very mansion of the illustrious vigilante. The Batmobile continued its agile and rapid course, gliding through the relatively tranquil streets of Gotham at night. The city's nightlife was sparse, not only due to the hour, but also owing to the high crime rates that plagued Gotham after dark. Silently, the Batmobile roared forward toward the outskirts of Gotham City. Given the city's considerable expanse, it took a while for them to reach the western suburbs, where Wayne Manor awaited. The Batmobile remained cloaked in its stealth armor, gradually gliding into the estate's courtyard. Zhao Lei gazed through the canopy's glass, taking in the sight of Wayne Manor, a stately edifice imbued with classical Baroque elegance. The mansion is constructed from an elegant yet time-worn marble, exuding a sense of understated opulence. Each floor faces the courtyard, adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The apex of the mansion is embellished with an array of mythological sculptures in the Renaissance style. In front of the mansion lies a lush garden, which, even under the glow of night, reveals the vibrancy of its verdant flora. At the heart of the garden stands a fountain, its crystalline waters gently cascading in the serene night, imparting a delicate ambience. The entire Wayne Manor emanates a subtle luxury and grace. The Batmobile swiftly came to a halt at the entrance of Wayne Manor, and Batman pressed a button on the control panel once more. The canopy of the Batmobile tilted upward, allowing Batman to leap forth and invite Zhao Lei. "Please, enter my mansion." Zhao Lei offered no words. Stepping directly out of the Batmobile, Batman gestured to Nightwing, still seated within the vehicle, saying, "You should head back to the Batcave." Nightwing took the driver's seat, restarted the Batmobile, and reactivated the cloaking mechanism. With a roar of engines, the Batmobile vanished into the darkness. At this moment, an epiphany struck Zhao Lei. Logically, Batman should have first returned the Batmobile to the Batcave, the secret base, but this time he opted to utilize the cloaking armor to visit Wayne Manor directly. This could only mean one thing. Zhao Lei had uncovered Batman's true identity as Bruce Wayne, allowing the Dark Knight to invite him for a discussion at the manor. However, the address of the Batcave was certainly not something to be divulged to someone newly acquainted. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei realized that Batman was indeed a seasoned warrior in the fight against crime, displaying remarkable cunning and sophistication. As Zhao Lei prepared to enter the mansion alongside Batman, the grand doors of Wayne Manor slowly swung open. A bespectacled gentleman, dignified and clad in formal attire, stood at the threshold. "Master Wayne, you returned so late," he remarked in an age-worn, yet caring tone. Batman gestured toward Zhao Lei, saying, "Apologies, Alfred. Please escort my friend to my study and have him wait for me." Zhao Lei recognized the elderly gentleman as Alfred, Batman's devoted butler, under whose care Bruce Wayne must have grown prior to becoming the Dark Knight. The two men entered the mansion, with Alfred guiding Zhao Lei toward the study while Batman went to change out of his suit. The interior of the mansion was brightly lit, adorned with oil paintings, and the staircase facing the entrance displayed portraits of the former Wayne couple. Before long, Zhao Lei found himself in the study on the second floor, where Alfred instructed, "Please, have a seat. I shall prepare some coffee for you and Master Wayne." With that, Alfred exited the study. Zhao Lei surveyed the room, noting the myriad of books varying in thickness, many of which pertained to detective work and crime. Zhao Lei gazed at the array of books, pondering how much effort Bruce Wayne must have invested in mentally and psychologically vanquishing those nefarious foes. The study featured a rather large table facing the door, accompanied by 4 oak chairs. Zhao Lei seated himself in one of them. Before long, the sound of measured footsteps resonated from outside, followed by the door being pushed open. A man clad in a suit, shirt, and trousers entered, his brown, elegantly styled hair framing a face of sharp features and exceptional demeanor, complemented by deep blue eyes that hinted at profound depth. This was Bruce Wayne, the true identity of Batman. Observing this man, who exuded a classical elegance, Zhao Lei estimated him to be in his early 30s. Yet he radiated an air of intellect and vitality. Although he appeared composed, a trace of melancholy lingered in his aura. It was difficult to reconcile the man before him with the shadowy figure of Batman, unless one witnessed it firsthand. The man promptly took a seat across from Zhao Lei. Mere seconds later, the elderly butler Alfred entered, carrying 2 cups of coffee, mild in flavor yet infused with a refreshing aroma. The two gentlemen savored their drinks as Alfred excused himself from the room. "Please, Mr. Zhao, do help yourself. There's no need to be modest." Bruce Wayne addressed Zhao Lei with warmth. As Zhao Lei sipped his coffee, he was acutely aware that Bruce would likely inquire about how he came to know that Wayne was Batman, and the motivations behind his sudden appearance to assist him on the battlefield against the Mafia. Of course, as Zhao Lei had been pondering while riding in the Batmobile, his true intention was to gradually join the ranks of heroes with his formidable physique, while the potential for his superhuman abilities remained immeasurable. However, to truly establish himself in Gotham City, he needed to forge a collaborative alliance with Batman. "Let us get to the heart of the matter, Mr. Zhao. How did you come to know my name? Did someone inform you?" Bruce inquired, his tone both cordial and steady. Regardless, I am grateful for your timely assistance in the recent conflict. Zhao Lei gently sipped his coffee, responding in a friendly manner, there is no need for thanks. I have long admired your valor in battling villains. It is indeed a great honor to meet you. You truly are a significant hero of Gotham City. However, your identity, now that is a challenging question for me to address. Bruce Wayne regarded Zhao Lei with kind yet steady eyes, clearly aware that Zhao would struggle to explain his knowledge of his name. Thank you. I am obliged to aid the vulnerable in Gotham City by confronting those lawless elements. Yet, given the series of events we just encountered, it seems you may have sought me out intentionally. I suspect, sir, that you harbor some ulterior motives? At this, Zhao Lei's coffee cup hesitated in midair. Indeed, the man before him, Batman, possessed a keen sense of logic and strategy. The sudden appearance alongside him at that particular time and place was undoubtedly peculiar. This was one of the reasons why the other party speculated about his intentions. However, this also provided him with an opportunity to promptly articulate his purpose. Purpose? Indeed. I genuinely wish to meet with you for a discussion. Zhao Lei's tone and expression became markedly more solemn, as if he were addressing a matter of great significance. Mr. Wayne, you harbor a profound disdain for crime, do you not? Thus, you have resolved to combat criminality, safeguarding the innocent and the vulnerable. This is not merely a lofty ideal, it is also your personal aspiration. Yet, I share a similar sentiment. I possess an intense loathing for crime, having been deeply scarred by its repercussions, rendering me irreconcilable with it. Zhao Lei lowered his voice, speaking with a calm, yet firm demeanor. Mr. Wayne, I hope to collaborate with an ally like you in the future. Together, we shall confront crime, regardless of its ferocity. I shall not falter. Bruce Wayne listened intently to Zhao Lei's declaration of intent, their gazes locking in mutual understanding. He scrutinized the young man before him, who bore an Asian visage, and perceived an unmistakable confidence and fervent desire for the future emanating from his demeanor and words. This young man possesses great potential, Bruce Wayne mused inwardly. Moreover, Zhao Lei continued, I possess the strength to combat crime. As you must have witnessed in our recent skirmish, the hail of bullets from criminals could not harm me. Mr. Wayne, if you have heard of Superman from Metropolis, you must recognize his formidable physique. Like him, I may not possess obvious exceptional talents, but I too have an impervious body. As Bruce Wayne listened, he tightened his grip on the hands resting on the table. In the fight against crime, it is not strength that matters, but rather determination. Bruce Wayne declared with a suddenly serious tone. Determination. I have that in abundance. Zhao Lei responded, his voice brimming with conviction, his eyes seemingly radiating a certain assurance. Bruce Wayne regarded Zhao Lei, his blue eyes appearing to gauge the young man's essence. At that moment, Zhao Lei contemplated that Batman surely understood human psychology, capable of discerning a person's inner thoughts based on their presence and behavior. As for himself, he was resolutely committed, both outwardly and within, to joining the ranks of those who combat crime. After a brief pause, Bruce Wayne subtly parted his lips. Mr. Zhao, it seems we share certain common objectives to some extent. I am also eager to cultivate friendships. In doing so, we can establish a potential partnership. Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Excellent, Mr. Wayne. I have been anticipating your words. Bruce Wayne continued, I believe that our collaboration will grow ever stronger. He then rose and approached Zhao Lei, who, in turn, stood to meet him. Bruce Wayne extended his broad palm and firmly shook hands with Zhao Lei. It is getting rather late. Mr. Zhao, why not rest here for the night? Bruce Wayne said, his tone relaxed once more. Very well, may our future collaboration be delightful. Zhao Lei replied, still brimming with excitement. Zhao Lei felt an unparalleled joy. After all, he had finally secured an opportunity to collaborate with Batman, and his ventures in Gotham City were about to unfold on a grander stage. Chapter 8. The Scheme of Two-Face After a Night of Rest. Zhao Lei finally departed Wayne Manor. The esteemed butler Alfred personally drove a Lincoln sedan to return Zhao Lei to his temporary residence in Gotham City. Bruce Wayne had urgently left for a board meeting due to pressing matters at Wayne Enterprises. Soon, they arrived at the Wicker Hotel, where Zhao Lei gradually stepped out of the car. The butler rolled down the driver's side window and addressed Zhao Lei, who was preparing to head back to the hotel. Mr. Zhao, should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit Wayne Manor. In the absence of Master Wayne, I can assist you. Zhao Lei smiled warmly at the butler, waving his hand in gratitude. Thank you for bringing me here, sir. I look forward to seeing you again. With that, the butler restarted the Lincoln and drove off into the distance, while Zhao Lei watched him depart. Zhao Lei stretched his limbs, taking in the streets and buildings nearby, a wave of joy and anticipation swelling within him. Having established a preliminary partnership with Batman, he eagerly awaited the emergence of another crime-fighting hero in Gotham City. Upon returning to the hotel, he ascended to his room on the second floor. Opening the door, he flopped onto the bed. For now, he was still residing here. Bruce Wayne had suggested that Zhao Lei consider staying at his place for their collaboration. However, Zhao Lei was not inclined to do so. After all, relying too heavily on another could lead to becoming a mere subordinate. What he truly aspired to be was a hero who could partner with Batman, not simply an assistant. Though Nightwing was nominally independent, his actions in Gotham were clearly akin to those of Batman's aide. Zhao Lei did not wish to follow that path. He wanted to be Batman's friend, not a subordinate. Earlier that morning, before leaving, Bruce Wayne had continued their brief conversation, discussing the armed mobsters from the previous night. The Gotham mob was led by a figure named Capone, a warlord of sorts. The ambush had backfired spectacularly. Would Capone seek retaliation? Despite the uncertain future, preparations had to be made. Fortunately, he had acquired a small Batman communicator from Bruce Wayne, allowing him to maintain contact with Batman for coordinated actions. Zhao Lei glanced at the computer in his room and decided to turn it on. He needed to swiftly check for information, especially since the gunfight with the mobsters from the previous night was likely already making headlines. Upon opening his computer, Zhao Lei swiftly clicked on an online program titled Gotham City Cable News, which he could also view online. Indeed, there was a report regarding the gunfight that transpired in the eastern district of Gotham City the previous night. Zhao Lei attentively listened to the broadcast. According to relevant eyewitnesses and police confirmations, a large-scale gun battle occurred around midnight in the eastern urban area of Gotham City. Thanks to the timely arrival of the police, dozens of injured mafia criminals were apprehended. Some even refused to surrender, fiercely resisting with their weapons. However, under the assault of Gotham City police helicopters and armored vehicles, the criminals were ultimately compelled to lay down their arms. A considerable number of offenders remained unaccounted for. Journalists from the Gotham City Post also conducted urgent interviews with the captured felons. It was reported that this group of criminals seemed to have been ambushing the mysterious Batman. And according to certain testimonies, there was an individual with a physique akin to that of a gorilla aiding Batman in the battle, a mysterious figure whose body could withstand any bullet. At this revelation, Zhao Lei felt a jolt in his heart. Wasn't that a description of himself? After all, he now possessed a body of steel. Zhao Lei continued to listen intently while simultaneously creating a folder on his computer to document useful information. Meanwhile, in a building in the northeastern part of Gotham City, a burly middle-aged man sat behind an oak desk on the 25th floor. Not far from him, on a long red sofa, sat a row of sharply dressed individuals, each exuding an air of menace. The man behind the oak desk, his face etched with anger and a hint of distortion between the wrinkles, gripped a luxurious black cane crafted by an Italian designer from Milan. Although his facial expression remained relatively calm, everyone present could sense his dissatisfaction. He was Capone, the head of the mafia in Gotham City. On the sofa sat Hank, the second in command, who had hurriedly returned after last night's debacle. At that moment, Hank kept his head bowed in silence. After a lengthy pause, Capone cast a fierce and oppressive gaze across the room. Enough of this silence. Whoever wishes to speak, do so quickly. I do not wish for you all to remain in this state. Our business has been continuously undermined, and last night's failed ambush resulted in significant losses. Capone's glare landed harshly on Hank, particularly emphasizing, especially you, who assured me before the operation that everything would go smoothly. And now, so many of our men have been captured, and you return in such a pitiful state. Why are you not boasting anymore? Speak. How do we remedy this situation? Hank slowly lifted his head and addressed Capone. This grievance must be avenged. Rest assured, whether it is Batman or his allies who dare oppose us, they shall not fare well. With your wise and divine leadership, Boss Capone, the Mafia shall undoubtedly remain unyielding in Gotham City. A hint of distaste now flickered across Capone's rugged face, and he spoke in a low, dissatisfied tone. Get to the point. Hank replied in a somewhat obsequious manner. All right. All right. However, he soon displayed a smug expression and continued. Then we can invite some experts to deal with Batman and his companions. Although, this may require us to expend additional resources. Nevertheless, in the long run, we shall still profit. Capone cleared his throat and, in a low tone, inquired, so, who shall we invite? Hank lowered his voice and replied, the inmates of Arkham Asylum. Of course, there have been those who have both resided in Arkham and escaped. We can find a way to enlist one. 2 days passed, and it was Sunday in Gotham City. At 9 in the morning, a gray Chrysler sedan was cruising along Stanton Avenue. Behind the wheel was a father in his 30s, while seated beside him were his wife and their daughter. The driver was none other than Davis, the current district attorney of Gotham City, accompanied by his wife and daughter. After a hectic week, Davis finally found a moment to take his family on an outing to the forests on the outskirts of Gotham. Given the multitude of cases in Gotham, Davis, as the district attorney, was perpetually busy. Today provided a rare opportunity for him to enjoy a day in the countryside with his family. And the expressions of joy were evident on the faces of the 3 Davis family members. "All right, Lisa, in a little while, we'll be out of the city. Today, Daddy will ensure you have a splendid time," Davis said, glancing back at his daughter Lisa as he drove. "Yes, it's been ages. I've been hoping for a day when Daddy could take us out to play," Lisa replied with her sweet little voice. Beside her, Mrs. Davis affectionately patted Lisa's lovely golden-haired head, saying, "Soon, we'll be there," just as the Davis family reveled in their joy within the vehicle. 2 black civilian Hummers stealthily set their sights on them from a distance. Davis continued driving forward, the number of pedestrians dwindling around them. Unbeknownst to him, the rearview mirror revealed 2 black Hummers closing in on either side. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Davis turned sharply to glance out the window and saw the 2 Hummers violently ramming into the sides of the Chrysler. "What are you doing? Stop!" Davis shouted, but the Hummers persisted in their assault. They maneuvered to position themselves parallel to the sedan, crashing toward the center. The impact resembled a sandwich, with the 2 sides steadily compressing the filling in between. Gradually, the Chrysler Davis was driving began to lose control, ensnared by the 2 Hummers, which refused to allow it to break free. Meanwhile, Lisa and Mrs. Davis screamed in terror inside the vehicle. Under the relentless onslaught, Davis was forced to decelerate, the tires screeching as they came to a halt. As the Davis family remained in a state of shock within their vehicle, a black Hummer suddenly surged forth from the front, positioning itself directly in front of their car. "Dad, who are they?" Lisa, the wife, exclaimed with a face pale with terror. Davis, drenched in sweat, urged, "Do not panic," and refrained from shouting. However, almost simultaneously, the doors of the 3 surrounding Hummers swung open. Several armed thugs, wielding an array of automatic rifles and submachine guns, emerged from within. A resounding bang echoed as the side door of their Chrysler was forcefully breached. In the next moment, a robust arm yanked Davis from the driver's seat. Still dazed from the abrupt ejection, he was confronted by a broad-shouldered man clad in an exquisitely tailored gray suit, who stood facing him sideways. Davis instantly recognized this individual, a former superior with whom he had collaborated on numerous cases within Gotham's prosecutorial offices. "Harvey Dent," Davis exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and dread. The man offered a cold smile, his golden, mature hairstyle framing a visage that exuded arrogance and pride. "What a surprise, Davis. It seems we meet again. I've heard you've taken my place as Gotham's prosecutor. However, I didn't seek you out for mere pleasantries. I require your assistance to dismantle an old adversary. And by the way, Harvey Dent is a name of the past. You should refer to me as Two-Face." With that, he turned fully to face Davis, revealing the horrific damage that marred the left side of his body. His left visage was grotesquely disfigured, devoid of hair, and his eye was a ghastly orb, stripped of eyelids, glaring at Davis with palpable malice. The skin on the left side of his face was severely scarred, reminiscent of someone emerging from a conflagration or an acidic abyss. His left attire was tattered and riddled with numerous tears, resembling garments that had been touched by death itself. This was none other than Gotham's most malevolent criminal, Two-Face. While most individuals would quail in fear before such a nefarious figure, Davis found himself drenched in cold sweat upon realizing that Two-Face had sought him out personally. The fear intensified as he recalled that his wife and daughter remained in the car, perilously close to being ensnared in this dire situation. "Harvey, your motives for seeking me are undoubtedly significant, but please, do not harm them," Davis implored, his voice tinged with desperation. Two-Face cast a glance towards the car, his contrasting faces mirroring his sentiments. The intact right side displayed a hint of disdain, while the left contorted into a grotesque mask of hatred. "Regrettably, I cannot accommodate your wishes, especially since your family is all gathered here. I intend to use you as leverage against a peculiar individual," declared the notorious Two-Face with a chilling smirk. He then turned to the armed thugs surrounding him, commanding, "Take them all away, quickly." Meanwhile, Zhao Lei had just returned to his hotel room after enjoying a lunch of American beef noodles. He switched on the room's computer and tuned into an online channel to catch up on the day's news from Gotham City. Soon, an explosive report caught his attention. Breaking news. It has been confirmed that Gotham's current prosecutor, Davis, has been kidnapped, along with his wife and daughter. The abductor is none other than the infamous Two-Face, who recently escaped from Arkham Asylum. Upon hearing that name, Zhao Lei became increasingly engrossed in the broadcast. Indeed, He had not misheard. Two-Face had finally made his appearance, and this time, it seemed he and Batman would face a formidable adversary. The report continued, revealing that the criminal's demands were aimed at compelling Batman to reveal himself. Suddenly, the news anchor whispered something to a nearby reporter before continuing. Next, the kidnappers have established a remote connection with us via a camera. We will now broadcast their live feed. As the program transitioned, a crackling noise filled the air, and a figure began to materialize on the screen, an individual whose body exhibited extreme contrasts. Zhao Lei gazed intently at the screen, pondering if this was indeed Two-Face. As the image sharpened, the infamous criminal came into clearer view. Among Gotham's criminals, he was undeniably one of the most skilled. The right side of Two-Face's face and body appeared relatively normal, while the left side resembled a nightmarish demon. His unblinking eye fixated on the camera, and his skin bore the marks of severe burns, twisted and ghastly. Even from behind the screen, Zhao Lei could not help but reflect on the horrific extent of Two-Face's injuries. The broadcast continued. You all know that I have captured your beloved prosecutor and his family. I assure you, this is not without purpose. Two-Face spoke with a menacing tone, revealing his scarred, pallid teeth as he closed his mouth with a chilling finality. Their fate is not determined by me. However, if I wish for that self-proclaimed savior of Gotham to emerge. As he spoke, he turned slightly, revealing behind him the prosecutor's family, bound by thick wires, with a young girl sobbing in terror. Two-Face persisted, so Batman, I trust you will not stand idly by. Yes, I have taken Prosecutor Davis and his family to force you out. You are undoubtedly watching this broadcast right now. You are to confront me in person at the Summers Tower before midnight tonight. Otherwise, you are well aware of the fate that awaits the prosecutor's family. Upon uttering these words, a rustling sound accompanied the image, and the video became utterly blurred. The broadcast then switched back to the channel's announcer. Zhao Lei's immediate instinct was to swiftly contact Batman. He silenced the program on his computer and reached into his pocket. From it, he retrieved a communication device, resembling a large disc, which he had received after departing from Wayne Manor. The device, predominantly black, bore a silver Batman emblem on its front, featuring small holes reminiscent of earphone jacks at its center. Bringing the communicator to his lips, Zhao Lei pressed a button on its side. After a brief moment, a deep voice resonated through. It was evident to Zhao Lei that Bruce Wayne was deliberately adopting a Batman-like tone. I understand the purpose of your communication, the voice stated directly, as the current circumstances left little room for pleasantries. I presume you are aware of the recent events. Two-Face is currently holding that family hostage. This is our first opportunity for formal collaboration. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei expressed his intentions. There was a brief silence from the other end of the communicator before the voice resumed. We are up against a formidable adversary. However, we must refrain from acting impulsively for now. Please gather at the Bat Signal area by 7 o'clock. We will devise a plan to defeat him. 7 o'clock? The hostages are in grave danger during this time. Zhao Lei exclaimed, perplexed. In his view, as long as the hostages remained in the enemy's grasp, every moment counted. Who could predict if Two-Face might strike early? The communicator replied with a tone of confidence. Do not worry. I possess more knowledge about Two-Face than you do. He will not act prematurely. Remember, we must meet at the Bat Signal by 7 o'clock. I have crucial intelligence and equipment to prepare. Zhao Lei's furrowed brow relaxed, and with a resolute tone, he affirmed, very well, 7 o'clock it is. I shall be at the Bat Signal. With a decisive click, Zhao Lei turned off the communicator. He patted his chest twice, knowing that he would soon join forces with Batman to confront their adversary. He then increased the volume on his computer, listening to the broadcast. What puzzled Zhao Lei was why Batman chose to delay action until so late. Of course, it was possible that Batman was conducting reconnaissance, or, as he had mentioned, preparing special equipment. Regardless, it was apparent that Batman had prior dealings with Two-Face. When it came to confronting him, it was prudent to heed Batman's counsel, as he possessed the most profound understanding of Gotham's most heinous criminals. Subsequently, Zhao Lei felt the need to retire early, eagerly awaiting the passage of time as evening approached with remarkable swiftness. Before he knew it, night had descended. Zhao Lei found himself dining at a Chinese restaurant named Mr. Lu, located not far from the building with the Bat Signal. His dinner comprised authentic Chinese dumplings accompanied by egg soup, and he felt fortunate to have such a restaurant within proximity to the Bat Signal. While American cuisine held its allure, he cherished the occasional indulgence in Chinese dishes at the restaurants scattered throughout Gotham City. The convenience of this establishment near the Bat Signal meant he could easily dine here before seeking out Batman in the future. Zhao Lei swiftly finished his meal, settled the bill, and ventured outside, glancing at the time. It was now 6:30 in the evening. Autumn had already graced North America, and dusk fell rather quickly. The sky above Gotham was gradually becoming overcast. He strode towards the nearby building that housed the bat signal, a gray structure he had visited after departing Wayne Manor. The peculiar bat signal was now illuminated, casting a brilliant white light upon the gathering clouds. A colossal silhouette resembling a bat loomed above, as if a giant bat were surveying Gotham City from on high. During his previous visits, Zhao Lei had ascended to the top floor for reconnaissance. Discovering that the enormous bat signal functioned like an alarm, automatically activating at designated times. Occasionally, personnel from the Gotham City Police Department would arrive for maintenance, undoubtedly dispatched by Commissioner Gordon, who had been covertly supporting Batman and was responsible for establishing the signal. As night enveloped Gotham City, a cool breeze swept through the air, and pedestrians hurried along the streets. Compared to the bustling daytime, the night saw considerably fewer individuals, most of whom were eager to return home. Zhao Lei entered the building and stepped into the elevator. The structure, known as the Pris Building, boasted the bat signal shining brightly atop its roof, illuminating the night sky of Gotham. The elevator leading to the rooftop remained unlocked, allowing Zhao Lei to ascend with ease. With a soft ding, the elevator reached the top floor. The wind at the rooftop was markedly cooler than below. Zhao Lei tucked his hands into the pockets of a newly purchased gray hoodie. Despite possessing a resilient physique, he was not immune to the chill. While his body could withstand blades and fend off illnesses, he still experienced the sensation of temperature. The massive bat signal angled its light toward the clouds above, its size sufficient for a person to recline upon it. Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings and the sky, knowing that the appointed time to meet Batman was drawing near. However, this moment undeniably marks the most arduous period of time, as seconds pass by like the slow squeezing of toothpaste. In the distance, a faint sound of an aircraft gliding through the air gradually reaches the ears. Above, the enormous silhouette of a bat, illuminated by signal lights, seems to undergo subtle changes. Zhao Lei notices this as well, and he becomes fully engrossed in observing the dark clouds that bear the projection of the colossal bat. Suddenly, with a vigorous surge, the entire mass of clouds is violently torn apart by a powerful gust of air, causing the bat's projection to vanish in an instant. A wide-winged aircraft bursts forth from the clouds. Despite the encroaching darkness, the aircraft navigates towards the rooftop, guided by the white light of the bat signal. Through this illuminating beacon, Zhao Lei discerns that the aircraft is entirely black, with its expansive wings resembling those of immense bat wings, showcasing a remarkably streamlined exterior. At first glance, it resembles a combat machine shaped like a bat. The Batplane. Zhao Lei quickly realizes that this aircraft is the advanced vehicle utilized by Batman for aerial travel, a significant addition to his arsenal following the Batmobile. As the sleek black Batplane hovers approximately 20 meters above the bat signal, several circular exhaust devices beneath its belly ignite, releasing flames below. Upon opening the cockpit, Batman peers down to see Zhao Lei waving beside the bat signal. Batman retrieves his grappling gun from his waist, a quintessential piece of his equipment. This grappling gun is capable of firing a clawed hook, which, once it latches onto a target, secures itself tightly. Naturally, it is also quite effective for capturing individuals. With a swift motion, the grappling gun fires towards Zhao Lei below. Batman secures the gun's handle near the cockpit and pulls the trigger, sending a rapid line of ropes soaring through the air, pulling Zhao Lei up onto the body of the Batplane. Almost instantaneously upon landing on the aircraft, the grappling hook is retracted back into the gun. "Come on in," Batman commands in his deep voice. Zhao Lei gazes at the cockpit, which is surprisingly spacious, accommodating 3 seats. He settles into the central one, while behind him, Nightwing, adorned with a silver-black metallic mask and clad in a blue-black form-fitting suit, assists Zhao Lei in fastening the safety belt. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Lei reflects on the reality of being aboard the true Batplane. "Are we really using this for the rescue operation?" he inquires, fastening his safety belt and addressing Batman in the front seat. As Batman adeptly manipulated the liquid crystal display before him, accompanied by a few switches, he remarked, "Indeed, I had prepared this gadget long ago. However, today's unexpected events compelled me to return to the Batcave to finalize its assembly. You are fortunate. You shall accompany me on its inaugural flight." Nightwing, occupying the rear seat, interjected with a teasing tone, "Is this your first time using it?" Zhao Lei continued to inquire, his excitement palpable. He felt quite lucky, realizing that Batman, contrary to his expectations, did not possess an overwhelming array of gadgets. Yet experiencing this maiden voyage was immensely gratifying. The Batwing retracted several jet nozzles from its underside, transitioning from hover mode back to flight mode. With a flash of blue flames from its rear thrusters, the Batwing ascended into the night sky. Observing Gotham City beneath the canopy of stars through the cockpit, Zhao Lei marveled at the dark silhouettes of buildings. Some illuminated in patches, while others in Gothic style exuded an eerie allure. If Gotham's somber aesthetic was not fully realized during the day, it now epitomized a contemporary Gothic metropolis. Nevertheless, nothing could evoke the same exhilaration as this ride aboard the Batwing. For an ordinary individual, merely touching a conventional fighter jet was a rarity, let alone taking a seat within one. Yet here he was, aboard a formidable Batwing. Although many of its features remained undisclosed, it was evident that, as Batman's aircraft, it was anything but inferior, perhaps even surpassing the most advanced models like the F-22 and F-35. At that moment, Zhao Lei's resolve solidified. He would diligently collaborate with Batman, and in due course, he too would pilot the Batwing to his heart's content. However, the mission remained paramount. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Lei turned to Batman in the cockpit and asked, "Since you have decided to utilize it for the mission, we are indeed launching an assault on that building known as Soma's Tower, correct?" Batman confirmed, "You are indeed correct. We will utilize the Batwing to execute the assault and retrieve the hostages." Zhao Lei nodded and inquired further, "What about Two-Face? We must devise a strategy to confront him while ensuring the hostages' safety." Batman fell silent for a moment, adjusting the controls before responding. He must be held accountable for his crimes. It's time I had a word with him. Chapter 10. Fully armed infiltration. The Batwing soared through Gotham's night sky, maintaining subsonic speeds as it traversed the urban expanse. Batman addressed Nightwing. "Nightwing, please provide Mr. Zhao with some equipment." "Certainly, no problem," Nightwing replied briskly. Simultaneously, a black tactical jacket was handed to Zhao Lei from behind. Observing the jacket, he noted its numerous pockets, crafted seemingly from a specialized Kevlar material. However, the question of whether it is bulletproof holds little significance against Zhao Lei, for he has now acquired a physique akin to steel. Zhao Lei opened the pockets of his jacket, revealing items reminiscent of flashbangs, designed to disorient adversaries during operations. Furthermore, Nightwing handed him a sleek, silver-black eye mask and a pair of peculiar gray metallic gauntlets. While the other items seemed unremarkable, these gauntlets evoked a sense of intrigue within Zhao Lei. "How does one utilize these?" Zhao Lei inquired, directing his question to Nightwing in the rear seat. "Simply wear them and clench your fist. You shall feel their power," Nightwing replied. As Zhao Lei tightened his fist, he felt an electric blue energy surging through his knuckles, which dissipated when he relaxed his grip. It became apparent that these metallic gauntlets functioned similarly to a stun baton, activating an electric shock effect when worn and clenched. Observing Zhao Lei grasp the usage of the gauntlets, Nightwing proudly declared, "These are electromagnetic gauntlets. I believe you have grasped their application." As they approached their target, the Summers building, Batman activated the outer cloaking armor of the Batplane, rendering the formidable aircraft nearly invisible against the night sky. Meanwhile, Nightwing continued to elucidate the functions of the eye mask and jacket. On the 25th floor of the Summers building, the prosecutor Davis and his family were being held captive, guarded by a cadre of armed criminals under the watchful eye of Two-Face. This group comprised only a fraction of the participants involved in this abduction orchestrated by Two-Face. Presently, Two-Face sat beside a table, taking a hearty swig of whiskey. Another criminal stood nearby, poised to refill his glass. After downing the drink, Two-Face wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his left arm, while his right arm kept the empty glass steady, awaiting the refill. His gaze fixated on the glass window ahead, seemingly anticipating the arrival of his prey. Two-Face's expression was a study in contrasts. The undamaged right side of his face displayed a hint of satisfaction, exuding an air of a seasoned, competent man. In stark contrast, the grotesquely disfigured left side bore a peculiar countenance, evoking a visceral sense of loathing and resentment. The dissimilarity of his two faces and the divergent personas they represented encapsulated the inner turmoil of Two-Face, once one of Gotham's most esteemed prosecutors. With a slight cough, Two-Face rose and surveyed his surroundings. His henchmen, armed with automatic rifles and submachine guns, stood ready, their weapons primed for action, embodying the palpable tension of the impending confrontation. On one wall of the floor, the Davis family was bound together, their mouths silenced by a ruthless assailant who found their incessant chatter unbearable. A low, mournful sound echoed softly throughout the space. The man known as Two-Face observed this scene, nostalgia flooding his mind as he reflected on his past. Once, he had been an upright prosecutor, a fervent champion of justice, vehemently denouncing evil. He had even forged an alliance with the enigmatic Batman. However, fate is capricious. During an investigation into the notorious mob boss Maroni, he fell victim to a devastating explosion orchestrated by the latter, resulting in the disfigurement of his left face. Following this tragic event, he was abandoned by friends and forsaken by his beloved wife, his once promising life shattered in an instant. In the throes of pain, anger, and hatred, a radically different persona began to emerge within Harvey Dent. From that moment, he nurtured a profound loathing for everything around him. Why was Batman heralded as a hero while he himself was relegated to such a desolate fate despite striving for justice? From that day forth, Harvey Dent ceased to exist. Two-Face was born. His mission became one of vengeance against society, unleashing the malice that had long been suppressed within him. With this in mind, Two-Face retrieved a weathered coin from his pocket, its surfaces bearing the visage of Athena. One side remained pristine, while the other was marred and battered. This was a commemorative coin from Gotham City, minted in 1922, and it served as the pivotal instrument for Two-Face's decisions. He clutched the coin tightly, contemplating its significance. Since his transformation into Two-Face, his enemies, Maroni and his henchmen, as well as the obstructive police, had all succumbed to his wrath. In Two-Face's world, the distinction between good and evil had become irrelevant. Only the coin in his hand dictated his actions. This impending strike had been arranged at great expense by the mob, with none other than Big Capone himself engaging in lengthy discussions with Two-Face to secure his cooperation. Yet, deep within, Two-Face harbored a strong animosity towards Batman. After all, Batman had always been his hero, while he had been cast aside as Gotham's pariah and menace. Even without Capone's fervent entreaties, Two-Face knew he would eventually confront Batman to quell the turmoil within his heart. Rolling up his right sleeve, he glanced at his watch. The hour was nearing 8 o'clock, leaving 4 hours until the deadline. If Batman did not arrive by then, the fate of the Davis family would be sealed. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Somos building, 3 shadowy figures silently descended to the lower floors: Zhao Lei, Batman, and Nightwing. Utilizing the dim lighting to their advantage, they executed their infiltration. Zhao Lei donned the black tactical jacket provided by Batman's team, his eyes shielded by night vision goggles emitting a faint white glow. His hands were equipped with gray electromagnetic gauntlets, and he wore a pair of black boots that Nightwing had lent him. Batman and Nightwing, without a doubt, were clad in their full-body suits. The trio was thoroughly equipped, poised to confront the criminals lurking within the building. From the rooftop, sporadic police vehicles could be spotted on the streets below, and faintly, the voices of Gotham's police could be heard calling out to the building. However, after several hours of confinement, the police had yet to successfully infiltrate the edifice, indicating that Two-Face defenses on the lower levels were remarkably formidable. Thus, it was evident that the best option for the group was to penetrate from the rooftop. Meanwhile, the Batwing remained airborne above the building in a state of stealth. Entering through the staircase would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. As Batman spoke, he retrieved 2 cutting devices from his utility belt, observing his surroundings before commencing to cut into a specific area on the rooftop. Zhao Lei couldn't help but admire the exceptional quality of Batman's equipment. The 2 laser cutters, each no larger than a standard dagger, demonstrated astonishing efficiency as they sliced through the concrete structure. After a low, resonant buzzing sound, Batman effortlessly carved a circular opening with a diameter of 1 meter into the rooftop. "Shall we begin?" Zhao Lei inquired, glancing at Batman and Nightwing. Nightwing clenched his fists, exclaiming, "What do you think? We'll take those criminals down without mercy." With that, the 3 entered the building. The 33rd floor was shrouded in darkness, with only a few beams of light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Batman activated the night vision on his helmet, revealing 2 lenses glowing with a pale white light at the eyepieces. Zhao Lei donned the night vision goggles he had recently acquired, while Nightwing consistently wore his sleek silver and black visor. Although Zhao Lei's and Nightwing's devices did not possess the extensive functionalities of Batman's helmet, they still provided excellent visibility. As Zhao Lei gently pressed the switch on his goggles, the lenses illuminated with the dim glow of night vision technology. The trio meticulously surveyed the 33rd floor, finding it devoid of adversaries. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, aware that there might be hidden alarm systems. As they proceeded towards the staircase leading downward, they abruptly halted. A series of red laser beams hovered ominously at the entrance to the staircase, clearly indicating a laser alarm system. It was evident that advancing further would be quite difficult, and upon inspecting the nearby elevator shaft, it became apparent that it was fraught with peril. An assault from that direction would entail considerable risk. "Surely, this cannot thwart us?" Zhao Lei asked Batman. Batman turned to Zhao Lei and replied, "There must be alternative routes. Let us not confine ourselves to this one. Even if there are no visible paths, we will devise a way." He strode towards the floor's large windows, which, despite the apparent neglect of the space, remained intact and unblemished. Zhao Lei approached Batman, his gaze fixed on the expansive glass windows, as if a revelation struck him. Indeed, if these floor-to-ceiling windows were to be breached, could one not create an opening and then scale the exterior glass wall to descend? Zhao Lei inquired, his tone imbued with sudden clarity. Batman, retrieving two compact laser cutters from his multifunctional utility belt, affirmed, precisely, you are correct. It is often intellect rather than brute strength that is required to combat crime, Mr. Zhao. However, I need you to assist me in breaching this pane of glass. Of course, smashing this behemoth would undoubtedly create quite a commotion. Zhao Lei replied with a smile, positioning himself to steady the section of glass Batman intended to cut. The compliment from Batman had elicited a sense of joy in Zhao Lei, reflected in the satisfaction on his face. As a faint sizzling sound echoed, Batman meticulously carved a square aperture into the colossal glass window. He then produced his grappling gun, lightly discharging the hook onto the adjacent concrete floor, subsequently dismantling the gun and securing it to his waist. I will descend to assess the situation. Await my signal, Batman instructed, as he gracefully slid down the cable towards the lower levels of the building's glass facade. Chapter 11. Clash and display of skills. Batman glided down the cable, inching toward the lower expanse of the glass wall. Outside, a few encircled police officers, if observant, might catch a glimpse of a shadow clad in a bat cape on the exterior of the building, between the 20th and 30th floors. Another level down, Batman peered inside, noting the absence of any personnel. Gazing further below, he observed a cluster of police cars, their red lights flashing as they maintained a vigilant watch. This was hardly surprising, as it appeared that a substantial portion of Two-Face henchmen had been dispatched to fortify the lower regions, leaving the upper floors notably less defended. With careful attention, it seemed feasible to identify a breach point within the upper levels. Nonetheless, Batman's inclination leaned towards stealthy incursions, making it imperative for him to locate the floor where the hostages were held. Suddenly, a thought struck Batman, and he sensed something amiss. Peering through his night vision goggles, he discerned the faint silhouettes of several adversaries engaged in subtle movements. It appeared that enemies had indeed established a presence on this level. However, this was not the primary concern. He needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Davis family, the three hostages, for their rescue would facilitate the subsequent operation. With this in mind, Batman continued his descent. Not every floor was comprised of glass walls. Concrete partitions separated the glass sections. The cable of Batman's grappling gun was perilously close to a concrete wall, yet with his exceptional climbing prowess and agile physique, he effortlessly continued his descent. Finally, they arrived at approximately the 15th floor, with the cable of the grappling hook gun nearing its limit. Batman harbored an instinctive feeling that the hostages were located here. He retrieved a miniature camera, suspended by a slender metallic wire, and lowered it towards the glass window on the 15th floor below. Almost instantaneously, through the lens, Batman connected with the miniature camera and beheld a group of heavily armed criminals lingering within the floor. To his astonishment, Two-Face was seen moving about in the center of the room. Further inspection revealed that the Davis family was bound against the wall facing the glass façade. This was the place. After a brief moment of contemplation, Batman activated his communicator. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei and Nightwing, who were still waiting on the 30th floor, felt a sudden tremor. It was a message from Batman. Nightwing hurriedly retrieved the bat communicator he carried. Zhao Lei also produced the disc-sized communicator, placing it next to his ear while jesting about Batman's remarkable efficiency in reconnaissance, asserting that their preparation for a confrontation was imminent. Batman's voice soon resonated through the device, informing them that he had located both Two-Face and the hostages on the 15th floor. His tone was notably grave. The bat communicator was capable of transforming the faintest sounds into crystal-clear audio. At that moment, Batman, positioned outside the floor, knew that such subtle communication would be entirely masked by the wind, rendering it undetectable to the criminals inside. I have a plan, he stated. We must attempt a direct breach from the 15th floor. There were indeed some criminals stationed between the 15th and 23rd floors, likely armed. Hence, he proposed utilizing the Batcraft to initiate a breach from the 15th floor. Utilizing the Batcraft for a direct breach from the 15th floor? Nightwing inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, came Batman's response. I will continue to observe from the 15th floor. You both should board the Batcraft and prepare for a surprise assault. However, Zhao Lei, listening intently, interjected, questioning the feasibility of such a plan. What if we encounter too many reinforcements, both above and below? A moment of silence followed this concern. Aside from this approach, we have no alternatives. Gradual infiltration would introduce significant variables that could jeopardize the rescue, Batman replied. Zhao Lei glanced at Nightwing, and the two shared a moment of mutual understanding before nodding in agreement. It was clear that they had no other choice. Soon, the roar of engines filled the air. The Batcraft hovered outside the 30th floor, its cloaking armor disengaged, the imposing black fuselage nearly obscuring the entirety of the glass wall. It was evident that Batman was controlling it remotely. "Let us move," Zhao Lei exclaimed as he prepared to step through the breach in the glass wall, gesturing towards Nightwing. "All right, partner. It's our time to shine," Nightwing replied enthusiastically. Nightwing displayed a glimmer of anticipation and remarked that the Batwing was remarkably stable in midair. Nevertheless, Zhao Lei and Nightwing still climbed into the cockpit. Meanwhile, the Gotham City police officers encircling the building below were rendered nearly speechless. For many of them, it was their first encounter with such a style of aircraft. The Batwing seemed to have predetermined its course, descending swiftly toward the ground. The building was relatively low for the Batwing, and dropping to the 15th floor required little effort. At that moment, Two-Face awaited the arrival of his nemesis, Batman, on the 15th floor. In truth, Two-Face felt that his plan to lure Batman was rather hastily arranged. Of course, Capone had paid a considerable price to secure his cooperation. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly acted to entice Batman. Two-Face continued to spin a coin on the table, his initial hesitation regarding this operation lingering. Yet, he ultimately relied on his old method for decision-making. When Capone initially sought his aid from the mob, he had casually tossed a coin, leading him to set a trap for Batman, with Capone providing ample manpower, resources, and weaponry. However, the question remained, could he truly confront Batman? Suddenly, a rumbling noise shattered the monotonous silence, felt by everyone on the 15th floor. It was a deep sound, akin to that produced by an engine, and it seemed to emanate from a flying vehicle. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. A massive black warplane abruptly descended before the glass facade of the 15th floor, a striking sight that startled all within. Several criminals wielding Uzi submachine guns gaped in astonishment. Before the occupants could fully react, the sound of shattering glass rang out as the entire glass wall of the 15th floor was nearly obliterated in an instant. From the Batwing, two ultrasonic resonance cannons emerged from the belly of the aircraft, responsible for the swift destruction of the glass wall. The sonic waves shattered the incandescent lights within the 15th floor as well. Nightwing and Zhao Lei leaped from the cockpit into the 15th floor, and Batman, who had been concealed above the glass wall, also made his entrance. At that moment, darkness enveloped the 15th floor, providing a significant advantage to the trio. To ensure further safety, Batman raised his hand and threw several smoke grenades nearby. Prioritize saving the hostages. Batman instructed the other two in a low, terse tone. After all, he was a formidable force, and he needed to charge ahead to honor his alliance with Batman. Zhao Lei, infused with a sense of determination, declared, "All right. Let me take the lead. You both focus on rescuing the hostages." Without a moment's hesitation, Batman responded, "All right, it's in your hands." Zhao Lei had previously stated that he possessed a physique akin to steel, and Batman and the others were well aware of this. Thus, taking the forefront was the best way for him to fulfill his role. Zhao Lei tightened his grip on his magnetic gauntlets, which flickered with faint blue electric sparks. He gazed into the smoke-filled darkness of the floor, charging forward into its depths. Indeed, the adversaries possessed a measure of counterattack capability. Several bullets struck Zhao Lei's body. Yet apart from a fleeting sensation of vibration and some tattered clothing, he sustained no significant injury. However, fortune did not favor his opponents. Equipped with night vision goggles, Zhao Lei navigated effortlessly through the obscured environment. A vague silhouette materialized beside him, and he swiftly unleashed a powerful left hook towards the figure. The sound of a body convulsing from electric shock echoed through the air, and with a thud, the figure crumpled to the ground. Zhao Lei mused that his foes were not as formidable as they appeared, crediting his magnetic gauntlets for their potent electric shock capability that incapacitated his adversaries. To draw the enemy's attention, Zhao Lei realized he must provoke them. The floor was littered with concrete pillars, which the assailants utilized for cover during their counterattacks. Bullets sporadically whizzed past him in various directions. "Come and get me, you scoundrels!" Zhao Lei bellowed into the chaos of the floor. He devised a clever plan to attract the enemy's concentrated fire. As soon as his words echoed, more than a dozen gun barrels turned towards him, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Nevertheless, Zhao Lei remained unscathed, merely experiencing a series of jolts from the impact. He charged towards the direction of the gunfire, following the flashes of light. With a crackle of electricity and the criminal's pained shudders, Zhao Lei dispatched one enemy after another. Each encounter revealed the efficacy of his electromagnetic gauntlets. Every time an opponent was struck by the electrically charged fists, they convulsed violently before collapsing, rendered temporarily immobile by the electric shock. After all, they were nefarious wrongdoers, not worthy of death. Zhao Lei continued his assault, utilizing the gauntlets to pummel his adversaries or simply knocking them down. When they closed in, wielding their firearms as clubs against him, the weapons shattered against his iron physique, leaving him unharmed. Subsequently, his fists sent them into convulsions before they fell to the ground. In truth, there were not many enemies on the 15th floor. However, the double-faced man had urgently summoned dozens of armed criminals from the surrounding floors for reinforcements, prolonging the standoff. Meanwhile, Batman and Nightwing were not idle. They incapacitated criminals while locating the hostages amidst the turmoil. Batman genuinely felt the robust support Zhao Lei provided. Zhao Lei's furious taunts and fierce combat drew the bulk of the firepower towards him, allowing Batman and Nightwing to dispatch the remaining foes with relative ease. Batman cleverly used the concrete pillars and old tables for cover as he maneuvered through the fray. Suddenly, a figure held captive by several criminals appeared over 10 meters away. Through the night vision goggles, it was evident that two individuals were surrounded by a group. Undoubtedly, these criminals were guarding their hostages. Batman, with unwavering resolve, grasped two bat-shaped projectiles in each hand. These small, black, razor-sharp metallic weapons were his signature tools. With a swift sound of metal slicing through the air, a chorus of screams erupted. The arms of four criminals were pierced deeply by the slender, sharp bat projectiles, causing their firearms to clatter to the ground. Before they could react, Nightwing charged in from a short distance away, wielding his two silver metal sticks crackling with blue electricity, swiftly incapacitating the four assailants. Batman surged forward, liberating the two captives, a man and a woman, none other than Prosecutor Davis and his wife, at such a close range. And with the superior resolution of Batman's night vision goggles surpassing that of ordinary devices, he confirmed their identities. "Quick, crouch down," Nightwing urged the rescued couple. Davis, trembling, whispered to Batman, "My daughter." Both Batman and Nightwing were suddenly struck with alarm. A little girl was missing. She was likely still in the hands of the criminals. Nightwing immediately re-engaged in the battle against their adversaries, his electrified sticks knocking down one criminal after another. Meanwhile, Batman provided cover for the Devises as they made their way towards the window, skillfully using his bat projectiles and other weapons to fend off the surrounding threats. Zhao Lei continued to combat the enemies within the building, despite the presence of dozens, even hundreds, of criminals. However, the three of them had already taken down the majority of the foes. Yet, a formidable shadow appeared to be lurking in the darkness, seemingly preparing to strike. "Batman, don't think you've won." A voice filled with deep resentment echoed throughout the floor. A figure gradually emerged from the depths of the building, illuminated by the light streaming in through the shattered glass wall, revealing his appearance. Batman temporarily switched off his night vision goggles, and the depths of his blue eyes were once again visible. A figure resembling charred flesh stepped forward. It was Two-Face. Clutched under his right arm was a small girl, while his right hand ominously pointed a gun at her head. Chapter 12. The official partnership. Do not make any sudden moves. Be cautious of her life. Two-Face snarled, viciously pressing the gun against the girl's head as he shouted at Batman. Lisa, Prosecutor Davis, just saved by Batman, cried out in terror, attempting to lunge toward Two-Face. However, Batman restrained him. Two-Face appeared to revel in the situation, particularly with his burned left face displaying a grotesque, twisted expression marked by an unsettling grin. As Batman coldly observed the approaching figure of Two-Face, he realized that this villain had indeed taken a young girl hostage. Two batarangs were firmly gripped in his hands, poised for action at a moment's notice. However, Two-Face's finger was tightly wrapped around the trigger, and no matter how swiftly Batman could act, he could not outpace the speed with which his adversary could pull the trigger. Recognizing this, Batman determined that he must first stabilize his opponent's emotions. "I am aware that you have come for me, but our conflict should not involve innocent lives," Batman intoned solemnly, addressing Two-Face with righteous conviction. In response, Two-Face coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe that will suffice, Batman? Remember, I was never innocent. I collaborated with you to combat crime, and yet I ended up in this wretched state, while you continue to bask in the glory of Gotham's heroism. Is that fair?" As he spoke, a disdainful expression crossed Two-Face's face, and his gun pressed more menacingly against the girl's head. Batman maintained his composure, harboring a sense of regret and even guilt for Harvey Dent's transformation into the monstrous Two-Face. He had failed to provide adequate protection, leading to Harvey's tragic disfigurement. "Harvey, if you harbor any grievances, direct them at me and release the girl. We can settle our scores now," Batman asserted, clenching his fists in determination. Two-Face continued to keep the gun trained on the girl's head, but upon hearing the name Harvey, The corner of his right mouth twitched slightly. The expression on the right side of his face also convulsed, as if responding to some vestige of his former self. This was precisely the reaction Batman had hoped to provoke, aiming to awaken the remnants of Harvey Dent's original sense of justice buried within Two-Face. Yet, almost immediately, the grotesquely disfigured left side of Two-Face's face contorted in a menacing grimace, and his unblinking eye glared at Batman with unfathomable hatred. Do not harbor delusions of changing me. I am Two-Face, the arbiter of humanity in Gotham. I dictate life and death, regardless of who it may be. Your childish tricks hold no sway over me. With that, Two-Face withdrew his signature double-sided coin from his suit pocket, swiftly pivoting his wrist as the gun's muzzle coldly aimed at Batman, who stood a distance of over 10 meters away. It remains the same. Everything relies on chance. He snarled with a fierce countenance. Then, with a flick of his left hand, Two-Face sent the coin spinning ominously through the air. As gravity took hold, it began its descent, and Two-Face caught it deftly in his palm. After countless coin tosses, his skill in catching the coin had become second nature. It was nearly impossible for him to miss. He gripped the coin tightly in his hand, slowly revealing it as he opened his palm. Before them stood a shattered visage of Athena, while the disfigured left side of Two-Face's face twisted into a malevolent grin, as if this were the outcome he had longed to witness. This is your fate, Batman, Two-Face proclaimed with a mixture of pride and ferocity, his finger poised to squeeze the trigger of his gun. Not far away, Zhao Lei observed this critical moment. Having just dispatched two foes beside him, the trigger creaked ominously, ready to be pulled, when suddenly a thunderous shout pierced the air. You're finished. Two-Face, momentarily distracted by Zhao Lei's unexpected outcry, shifted his revolver from Batman to Zhao Lei, firing without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Zhao Lei's forehead. Yet to Two-Face's astonishment, it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Seizing the pivotal opportunity created by Two-Face's distraction, Batman sprang into action. With a swift motion, he hurled two razor-sharp batarangs, which embedded themselves into Two-Face's wrist, causing him to yelp in agony as the revolver clattered to the ground. Without missing a beat, Batman closed the distance to Two-Face, delivering two powerful punches to his head. Two-Face crumpled to the ground, incapacitated, as Batman rescued the girl from his grasp. Zhao Lei rushed over, his fists clenched, and he unleashed two ferocious blows upon the fallen villain. With a series of tremors, Two-Face finally succumbed, rendered motionless on the floor. While Nightwing dealt with the remaining adversaries on the floor, the fierce skirmish came to an end. Well done, my friend. Batman commended Zhao Lei, his face largely obscured by the cowl, yet the resolute trust emanating from his piercing blue eyes was unmistakable. Just then, the blaring of police sirens echoed from below, signaling that the authorities were preparing to storm the building. We must hurry, Batman directed, indicating the Batwing hovering at the window. With the hostages rescued, there was no reason for them to linger. For Batman, despite a potential alliance with Commissioner Gordon, it was prudent to avoid direct confrontation with the Gotham City police. After all, the perception of Batman and his allies in Gotham remained contentious, with some viewing him merely as an outlaw vigilante. The group, along with the liberated Davis family, boarded the Batwing, a massive aircraft equipped with more than just 3 pilot seats. It housed a compact internal transport compartment beneath its belly. Nightwing accompanied the Davis family inside, while Zhao Lei and Batman took their positions in the cockpit above. With the roar of the engines, the Batwing ascended vertically, soaring above the rooftops of the Summers Tower. As the Batplane transitioned once more into flight mode, it soared into the night sky. Soon after, the Gotham City police managed to breach the defenses of the remaining criminals within the building. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they discovered dozens of felons incapacitated on the ground, including the mastermind behind the recent kidnapping, the fallen Two-Face. Batman piloted the Batplane, delivering the Davis family to a location near the Gotham City Police Department. The Davis family expressed boundless gratitude, with Davis himself, tears welling in his eyes, exclaiming, "I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. There is no need for such sentiments. This is the protection you rightfully deserve, Mr. Davis. You have championed justice and equity in Gotham City, aiding countless innocents. Assisting you is a duty for those who uphold righteousness," Batman replied. Nearby, Zhao Lei chuckled, despite his jacket and clothing being tattered and worn. He jested, "Prosecutor Davis, please. If you wish to show your appreciation, continue your vital work. Ensure that those criminals face the full force of the law." The Davis family continued to express their heartfelt thanks, but the Batplane could not linger too long in the city. After bidding farewell to the Devises, Batman, Zhao Lei, and Nightwing boarded the aircraft once more, ascending into the night sky. The Batplane glided majestically, while the bat signal illuminated the overcast sky of Gotham, casting a grand shadow of the bat. For Batman, Zhao Lei, and Nightwing, this encounter had indeed subdued numerous wrongdoers, and the perpetrators now faced grave charges for the abduction of the Gotham City prosecutor, ensuring their punishment would be severe. At this moment, seated in the rear of the Batplane, Zhao Lei felt a profound sense of satisfaction and ease. He had finally showcased his abilities and fighting spirit before Batman, and utilizing his strength to assist his allies filled him with a sense of elevation. Meanwhile, Batman, piloting the aircraft, gained a deeper understanding of Zhao Lei. To Batman, Zhao Lei was undoubtedly a reliable individual, one who would never betray his comrades for personal gain nor seek glory recklessly. Instead, he was a person who understood collaboration and adeptly utilized his strengths. Batman instinctively felt that Zhao Lei was a partner and ally of immense potential. As the Batplane continued its flight through the night sky, Batman reactivated the cloaking armor. After all, adversaries in Gotham City were numerous, necessitating the preservation of his anonymity. The Batplane continued its journey, equipped with an autopilot system that required minimal control from Batman to maintain its course. Turning to Zhao Lei, Batman said, "Mr. Zhao, would you mind staying at my residence for a few days to discuss our future collaboration? I would also like to find an opportunity for you to tour the Batcave." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei felt a surge of excitement. Batman had extended an invitation for him to visit the Batcave. This signifies that Batman has regarded him as a formal partner. Zhao Lei's heart surged like turbulent waves, yet he endeavored to maintain an outward calm. "Mr. Wayne is exceedingly gracious. However, for the sake of future collaboration, I shall take the opportunity to further understand your plans and equipment. Thus, I accept your invitation," Zhao Lei articulated with a congenial and courteous tone. Meanwhile, Nightwing, seated at the back, overheard their conversation and displayed a joyful expression. He turned to Zhao Lei and said, "You should stay with us for a few days. That would be wonderful. I will take you to explore the Batcave, and you can savor Alfred's cakes multiple times. Is that so? I shall seek your guidance then, haha." Regardless, Zhao Lei's participation in this operation elevated the collaborative relationship with Batman to a new level. At last, the Batwing arrived in the vicinity of Wayne Manor. Chapter 13. The Batcave, Part 1. After a night of intense battles, a sense of fatigue lingered, prompting the group to return to Wayne Manor, where they enjoyed a bit of coffee before retiring for the night. With the dawn of a new day, they rose once again, roused by the old butler Alfred, and proceeded to the dining room for breakfast. As expected, the meal was prepared by Alfred himself. Golden toast steak sandwiches, rich chocolate cake, fresh strawberries, and fluffy omelets accompanied by coffee adorned the table. Zhao Lei relished a piece of chocolate cake, pairing it with coffee. As he savored the cake, he marveled at Alfred's culinary skills, while the elderly yet sprightly butler shared breakfast with the others at the table. "This is the finest chocolate cake I have ever tasted, Mr. Butler," Zhao Lei expressed with evident delight. Alfred, adjusting his glasses, smiled warmly. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Zhao. I merely know how to make a few pastries. These skills have not been honed in many years. Young Master Wayne often claims my culinary repertoire is rather monotonous, haha." At the table, Bruce Wayne, enjoying a toast steak sandwich, smiled faintly at Zhao Lei. "That was merely a jest. I could never tire of Alfred's creations. Otherwise, why am I still indulging in this breakfast?" Wayne remarked, still smiling. Zhao Lei then glanced at Nightwing, or rather, Dick Grayson. At that moment, Grayson was enjoying a fluffy omelet, and without his battle attire, he appeared quite the sunny young man. With a neatly cropped head of brown hair, a chiseled face, and vibrant blue eyes, Grayson radiated youth and vitality. In contrast, Bruce Wayne exuded an air of mystery and maturity. Zhao Lei, a young man barely in his 20s, felt an inexplicable sense of kinship as he gazed at Dick Grayson, who appeared to be of a similar age. "Mr. Grayson, how do you find the taste?" Alfred inquired with a serene smile. Dick Grayson responded kindly, "No need for such formality. As I mentioned before, just call me Dick." He then turned to Zhao Lei and added, "Mr. Zhao, you may call me Dick as well. We will be collaborating often, and when I am not Nightwing, just Dick will suffice. All right, from now on, you may all call me Zhao Lei. After all, as we grow more familiar, there is no need for excessive politeness." Zhao Lei addressed the others. Bruce Wayne set down his coffee cup, looked at Zhao Lei, and said, "You can simply call me Bruce as well. We are friends now, so feel free to be more casual." The group around the dining table exchanged friendly smiles, while the elderly butler, Alfred, cleared his throat. "That is acceptable, my friends. However, I must admit, I prefer to maintain a more gentlemanly demeanor," Alfred said with a warm and kind gaze directed at the others. As Zhao Lei observed the old butler, he thought to himself that this was indeed true. Although his acquaintance with Alfred was brief, every gesture exuded the charm of an old gentleman, embodying both wisdom and impeccable courtesy. It would indeed be quite challenging to encourage him to be casual. Meanwhile, the impeccably presented Bruce Wayne sometimes displayed the air of a playboy. After a while, breakfast concluded, and under Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson's guidance, Zhao Lei made his way towards the basement of Wayne Manor. The three descended into the basement, where Bruce Wayne pushed against a nearby wall. To their astonishment, the entire wall creaked and swung inward, revealing a compartment resembling an elevator shaft, clearly the passage to the Batcave. "All right, let us enter," Bruce Wayne said as he stepped inside, followed closely by Zhao Lei and Dick. Upon entering, Bruce pressed a button beside the elevator door, and the elevator began its slow descent. Zhao Lei, filled with anticipation, eagerly awaited the unveiling of the Batcave. After returning to Wayne Manor the previous evening, fatigue had led him to postpone his exploration of the Batcave until the following day. The moment to witness the true visage of the Batcave was finally at hand. Beside him, Dick could sense the excitement and anticipation radiating from Zhao Lei, who was slightly trembling with exhilaration. With a resounding chime, the elevator reached its destination. The three emerged into a dimly lit area, where a winding staircase of black stone lay before them, illuminated by a faint white glow at its end. "Come on, my friend. Just ahead lies the Batcave." Dick spoke in a relaxed tone, gently patting Zhao Lei's shoulder. The narrow passage was brief, and soon Zhao Lei followed Bruce Wayne and Dick out into a vast underground command platform. The scene that unfolded before him evoked a profound sense of awe. A spacious chamber revealed walls adorned with numerous LCD screens, ranging from a few inches to several meters in size. The craftsmanship of these screens was exquisite, and although Zhao Lei had never encountered genuine military-grade electronics, it was evident that only national intelligence agencies and aerospace organizations possessed such formidable technology. Beneath the array of screens lay a multitude of electronic switches and buttons. Noticing Zhao Lei's astonished expression, Wayne chuckled and gestured towards the platform, explaining that it was a special creation by Wayne Enterprises' research department. This facility could process and analyze vast amounts of data, allowing for connectivity with Wayne Enterprises satellites when necessary. He assured Zhao Lei that they would have ample opportunities to utilize it in the future. Zhao Lei's excitement was palpable as he surveyed the sophisticated electronic equipment before him. This was the quintessential Batcave scene, and the dimly lit atmosphere further accentuated the imposing aura of the advanced devices. The wall adorned with LCD screens was metallic, while other parts of the Batcave retained their primal, rocky appearance. Bright, yet gentle incandescent lights were embedded throughout the cavern, illuminating both the walls and the ceiling. Zhao Lei quickly regained his composure. These devices were merely the tip of the iceberg within the Batcave. He felt compelled to inquire further about the cave's other features. "Bruce," Zhao Lei said, his curiosity piqued, "I assume this is not all there is to the Batcave? Surely a base would require storage facilities and the like." "Indeed. You are correct," Bruce Wayne replied with a smile. "This is merely the command center. There are still many areas of the Batcave yet to be explored. Come, follow me." With that, Bruce Wayne led the way towards another corridor leading to a different section of the cave. Zhao Lei and Dick trailed behind him, noticing that the corridor's floor, like the command center, was paved with smooth, sturdy concrete. Bright white lights eliminated the shadows lurking in the passageway, and as they approached the next chamber, they could see the glow within. The corridor was relatively short, and before long, they arrived at the next room within the Batcave. Inside, cylindrical tempered glass cases housed an array of bat-shaped combat suits, clearly the storage space for Batman's attire. At the other end of the room, numerous weapon racks were adorned with an array of armaments, compact smoke grenades that appeared densely packed, lightweight missiles suitable for installation on aircraft and vehicles, and weapons resembling small fish, alongside an astonishing quantity of bat-shaped shurikens and an abundance of grappling guns. As Zhao Lei beheld these weapons, he couldn't help but marvel at the resemblance to a miniature armory reminiscent of Batman. These weapons could sufficiently equip a small army. "Is this your storage facility for equipment?" Zhao Lei inquired of Bruce Wayne. "This room serves as my armory for storing equipment. The reason I have amassed such an assortment is to prepare for unforeseen circumstances during critical moments," Bruce Wayne replied, gesturing toward the weapons. Suddenly, he approached a bat suit encased in a cylindrical glass cabinet, tapping the glass column as he remarked, "Of course, some items have become too outdated for use. Yet, I still cherish them as collectibles." Zhao Lei moved beside Bruce, peering into the cylindrical glass cabinet. Inside, he observed a rather unadorned bat suit propped up on a stand, which resembled a transformed wetsuit, albeit with a rugged bat helmet and a seemingly lightweight cape. "This must be your initial suit, am I correct?" Zhao Lei addressed Bruce, who was intently gazing at the outfit. Bruce, looking at the ancient suit, inhaled deeply and nodded. Indeed, it accompanied me during my inaugural attempts at combating crime. Naturally, it is not the only one. Every suit that has been through life and death with me is here, provided it could be salvaged, Bruce Wayne elaborated, gesturing towards several nearby cylindrical glass cabinets. Following his gesture, Zhao Lei noticed various glass cabinets housing an assortment of bat suits, each bearing varying degrees of damage, while others appeared increasingly refined. Clearly, these suits exemplified Batman's evolution over time. With each upgrade, I have made significant modifications addressing the shortcomings revealed by these suits, Bruce Wayne explained as he introduced them. Zhao Lei continued to observe these suits, noting their progression from simplicity to sophistication. On the opposite side, he spotted the suit Batman had worn during his recent missions, crafted from high-quality Kevlar and sporting a distinctly modern design, making it stand out among the collection. However, Zhao Lei's gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner where he discovered an unusual suit within another cylindrical glass cabinet. It was evident that this was not a bat suit. The battle suit was adorned with a vibrant yellow cape, while the body was clad in a sleek leather bodysuit, predominantly red along the torso and a deep green hue on the limbs. The headpiece featured merely an eye mask supported by a framework. Zhao Lei approached the suit, muttering, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my battle suit. Naturally, it's one I wore in the past." Dick swiftly joined him, eager to explain. Zhao Lei's gaze fell upon a prominent emblem on the left chest of the suit. A surge of realization struck him as he scrutinized the battle attire. This was Robin's suit. Meanwhile, Dick continued, "This is quite an old suit. I was much younger when I wore it. However, the identity of Robin may not suit me anymore. I eventually evolved into Nightwing, huh?" Zhao Lei observed the Robin suit alongside the figure of Dick Grayson. Indeed, Dick Grayson had originally been Batman's aide. But as he matured and his abilities flourished, the role of Robin became inadequate for him, leading to his emergence as Nightwing. Of course, he still collaborated significantly with Batman, and they frequently shared a base. Yet, Zhao Lei suddenly felt that Nightwing's sleek black and icy blue ensemble was far more aesthetically pleasing than the vintage Robin suit before him. Zhao Lei glanced around the storage area and patted Dick on the shoulder, inquiring, "Dick, where's your Nightwing suit?" Dick scratched his head sheepishly and replied with a smile, "Haha, I was a bit lazy yesterday and just tossed it in my bedroom." At that moment, Bruce Wayne approached with a teasing tone, "Look at you. Always so careless in your daily life." Dick chuckled, "All right, I'll hurry back to my room and tidy up that suit." Bruce Wayne observed the two and suggested, "Next, let us head to the garage where the Batmobile is parked. There are still a few locations worth examining." With that, the trio proceeded down another corridor within the storage area, which was notably longer than the previous one. Soon, they arrived at a spacious hall where an imposing black vehicle was stationed at the center. This was the Batmobile that Nightwing had driven when Zhao Lei first encountered Batman. The Batmobile's design was striking, resembling both a colossal racing car and an armored vehicle equipped with advanced weaponry. As Zhao Lei approached the front, he noticed a dual-mounted Gatling gun turret that could elevate for a full 360-degree firing range. "I don't recall this turret being here last time," Zhao Lei remarked to Bruce Wayne. "This is a recently installed weapon. It can be quite useful in certain situations. I've also made several modifications to other parts of the Batmobile, which you might want to examine closely," Bruce replied. Wayne remarked, gently caressing the formidable land vehicle before him. Zhao Lei gazed at the Batmobile, fully aware that it likely surpassed the resilience of both the U.S. military's M2 Bradley and the Russian armored vehicles by a significant margin. Previously, Zhao had merely taken a brief seat in the Batmobile, lacking a comprehensive understanding of its capabilities. "What is its maximum defensive capacity? Can it rival that of a tank?" Zhao inquired with curiosity. Bruce Wayne chuckled softly, then explained that while the armor of the Batmobile may not be excessively thick, it was crafted under the supervision of the research department's Marcus. As he spoke, Wayne lightly tapped the exterior of the Batmobile with his fist. This armor material was specifically designed for the U.S. Army's all-terrain tactical vehicles, a project contracted by Wayne Industries that still remained in the experimental phase. The armor on this Batmobile represented the latest prototype developed by the lead engineer, Marcus. Its defensive capabilities were estimated to be no less than 95 of the armor defense of the current U.S. Army's M1 main battle tank. Upon hearing this, Zhao was filled with admiration, realizing that the Batmobile's armor possessed stealth capabilities. The prospect of its defensive strength nearing that of a main battle tank, combined with its exceptional speed, made it akin to a sports car tank. Wayne continued, gesturing towards the vehicle's tires and the tempered glass sections. The tires and the glass of the cockpit were its weaker points. Despite being made from high-strength ballistic fibers, they remained vulnerable to explosive weaponry. Such imperfections are inherent in all things. As Zhao Lei marveled at the impressive and powerful Batmobile, he mused that perhaps he would soon be able to pilot it on an upcoming mission. So, Bruce, Zhao excitedly addressed Wayne, what about that Batwing we flew in yesterday? Does its armor provide similar protection? Understanding Zhao's intent, Bruce Wayne led the way to inspect the Batwing. That aircraft? We utilized it for the first time during yesterday's mission, but I plan to implement further enhancements in the future. Now seems like the perfect opportunity to introduce it to you all. Follow me, Wayne said, waving his hand towards a position near the elevator at the side of the Batcave. Bruce pressed the elevator button and the doors opened, allowing the three of them to step inside. As the elevator doors closed, it began its ascent without any visible floor buttons, clearly designated for transportation solely between the Batcave and the Batmobile garage. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and Dick stepped out first, clapping his hands. Zhao and Bruce followed him into the hangar. Zhao was greeted by the sight of a vast circular takeoff platform within the hangar, upon which rested the imposing Batwing. Beside the platform, there were several robotic arms resembling maintenance drones, evidently designed for loading munitions and performing minor repairs on the aircraft. Bruce Wayne led Zhao Lei and Dick from the ground outside the hangar onto the platform. Zhao Lei approached the nose of the aircraft, the sensation of boarding it the previous night still vivid in his memory. Upon closer inspection, the wingspan of this aircraft reached an impressive 20 meters, clearly surpassing most heavy fighter jets in existence, which typically have a wingspan of just over 10 meters. This Bat jet's larger size could be attributed to its design, which, aside from 3 cockpit seats, included a built-in storage compartment, making its dimensions quite reasonable. Look here, Dick exclaimed, tapping on the underside of the Bat jet while calling out to Zhao Lei. What is it? Have you discovered something? Zhao Lei inquired as he walked over to Dick's side. However, before he could ask further, his gaze fixed on the spot Dick was indicating. There, on the aircraft shell, was a subtle seam, precisely at the location where the Bat jet had deployed its sonic cannons the previous day. As Zhao Lei examined other areas of the Bat jet's underside, he noticed numerous seams, likely the hatches for its various internal weapon compartments. Bruce Wayne approached, observing the two as they examined the concealed armaments. Some of these weapon compartments have yet to be loaded with munitions, he remarked, but I will ensure they are filled in due course. He then pointed to the aircraft's exterior, stating, these shells are made from a specialized titanium steel alloy developed by Marcus, an engineer from Wayne Enterprises Research Division. While their defensive capability may not rival that of the Batmobile, they are still approximately 3 times more resilient than the hull of a standard attack aircraft. Gazing at the formidable jet, Zhao Lei pondered the advanced weaponry and technology concealed within, though he knew they would eventually reveal their purpose. Bruce Wayne, seemingly attuned to Zhao Lei's thoughts, suggested, I believe we can pilot these vehicles together in the future and further understand the criminal elements of Gotham City. I can teach you how to operate both the Batmobile and the Batjet. Their control systems are highly automated, making them significantly easier to maneuver than conventional cars and planes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei felt a surge of joy. The prospect of personally piloting the Batmobile and Batjet was exhilarating. Bruce's words essentially granted him permission to take the controls. I shall dedicate myself to mastering these skills alongside you, Zhao Lei replied enthusiastically, moving closer to Bruce Wayne and shaking his hand firmly. Moreover, it would be essential for them to foster a deeper understanding of one another in order to coordinate effectively. We will likely need several weeks to learn how to better synchronize our actions moving forward, and Zhao Lei, you should also acquire additional tactical skills. Zhao Lei recognized that he would need to acquire abilities in climbing, posturing, and combat in the forthcoming period. Undoubtedly, some challenges would arise. However, his primary goal in Gotham City would be to combat crime. Acquiring these skills would be immensely beneficial, albeit requiring some perseverance. Henceforth, he resolved to learn as much as possible from Mr. Wayne and Dick. Thus began a comprehensive learning journey. Chapter 15. The Trail of Catwoman Unbeknownst to him. A month had passed since Zhao Lei formally partnered with Bruce Wayne, during which he engaged in a series of intensive training sessions. His endeavors included an unceasing array of climbing exercises, swimming, and gliding. Moreover, Zhao Lei had mastered the operation of the Batmobile and other Bat vehicles, thanks to their highly automated systems, making the learning process remarkably effortless. He also became proficient in utilizing various gadgets, such as the grappling gun, which he now adeptly employed for ascension. Much of this training was imparted by Nightwing, Dick Grayson. In addition, Zhao Lei extensively studied martial arts, including Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, fencing, French boxing, and Wing Chun, under the tutelage of Batman and Nightwing. His practice in various fighting styles was thorough, as frequent confrontations with adversaries necessitated considerable training. Within the confines of the Wayne Manor gym, Dick Grayson called out, "Left hook," as he launched a punch towards Zhao Lei's chest. Zhao Lei swiftly responded, blocking the attack with his forearms crossed protectively. Dick retracted his fist, remarking, "That was a bit slow. Remember to be quicker next time." Right hook. With that command, Dick aimed another punch at Zhao Lei's head. Zhao Lei's own fist connected with Dick's arm just as Dick's punch neared Zhao Lei's skull. Impressed, Dick stated, "Well done. Your progress exceeds my expectations." Afterward, he walked over to the water cooler in the gym corner, filling 2 cups. As he drank from one cup, he approached Zhao Lei, offering the second cup. "Thank you, Dick," Zhao Lei replied, accepting the water and taking a sip. Observing Zhao Lei, Dick noted a marked improvement in his physique since their initial meeting. His arms had become significantly more muscular, a testament to their rigorous training regimen. Zhao Lei, noticing Dick's gaze, playfully patted his chest and quipped, "Am I not much stronger than before?" Dick, chuckling, replied while feeling Zhao Lei's arm, "You've certainly bulked up, my friend. I never gained muscle this quickly when I was training." Zhao Lei drained the remaining water from his cup in one gulp, exhaling softly as he continued, "Is that so, my friend? Of course, your contributions have been substantial. My remarkable progress in combat and physical fitness is largely due to your assistance. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough." Dick chuckled lightly, giving Zhao Lei's shoulder a reassuring pat. "That is merely the duty of a partner. There is no need for thanks. We still have much to accomplish together, and at that time, mutual support and collaboration will undoubtedly yield great opportunities." Furthermore, Dick added, "From our recent collaborative efforts, it is evident that you possess a strong sense of responsibility. You have exerted considerable effort in each operation, and both Wayne and I have witnessed your development through these endeavors. If you maintain your dedication, it won't be long before you hone your combat skills to match ours." "Thank you, Dick. I appreciate your encouragement," Zhao Lei replied, gazing at Dick Grayson with gratitude. Indeed, training alongside Batman, Bruce Wayne, and Nightwing, Dick Grayson had facilitated significant improvement. He was no longer the inept individual who had just arrived. He had evolved into a gradually maturing warrior, gaining valuable experience in the fight against crime through his collaboration with Batman and Nightwing. Undoubtedly, Zhao Lei felt immense gratitude for having encountered Superman upon his arrival, as it bestowed upon him a formidable physique that endowed him with exceptional strength. He also secretly contemplated that once he made a name for himself in Gotham City, he would seek out Superman again, perhaps even becoming a bridge between these two world-renowned heroes. Today's practice was commendable. "Let us try something new next time," Dick remarked, as he moved to retrieve his shirt from the locker beside the gym. Observing Dick's impressive physique, Zhao Lei mused that he still had some way to go to match him, while he had made some gains in muscle. Dick Grayson's physique could only be described as that of a bodybuilding champion. Even in a shirt, his well-defined muscles and proportionate build were evident. Among men, particularly young men, he could be considered a world-class bodybuilder. Moreover, with his chiseled features and vibrant countenance, any young woman who laid eyes on him would surely be captivated. Inspired by Dick's flawless physique, Zhao Lei resolved to intensify his training to achieve a similar level of perfection. As Zhao Lei approached the locker, he retrieved a light gray shirt. Next to the locker stood a large fitting mirror, and as he gazed at his reflection, he noted that his physique had indeed become more toned and robust compared to before, with certain areas visibly more defined. "It seems the results are quite apparent." Dick smiled at Zhao Lei. "Indeed, but we should prepare to head to the Batcave. Didn't Bruce ask us to find him?" Zhao Lei replied to Dick. "Indeed. Moments ago, Wayne urged us to swiftly seek him out once our training concluded. It is said that there are new revelations awaiting us." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei felt a sudden spark of curiosity. "Oh, could it be that a formidable new criminal has been uncovered? After our recent encounter with Two-Face, we have been engaged in combat with the Mafia and other factions, yet we have not encountered any particularly formidable adversaries. I had been contemplating that there must surely be some new discoveries on the horizon. Perhaps it is time for us to hurry along," Dick remarked as he donned his coat. Zhao Lei also slipped into a black trench coat and followed Dick out of the gym. They then proceeded towards the basement of Wayne Manor, taking the elevator to the Batcave. The duo soon entered the command center of the Batcave, and as they arrived, they found Bruce Wayne already clad in his Batman attire, deftly maneuvering the equipment. Numerous LCD screens lining the walls were illuminated, displaying various images. "Hey Bruce, we're here," Zhao Lei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Bruce Wayne, engaged with the instruments, turned to face them. Although he was dressed in his Batman suit, he had set aside the bat helmet. "Just in time. Without further ado, let us get straight to the point," Bruce Wayne stated, even without the helmet. His dark suit and cape exuded an aura of the formidable Dark Knight. Zhao Lei and Dick approached Bruce, gazing at the screens. All right, please go ahead. Have you uncovered any new criminal activities? Zhao Lei inquired. As you are aware, following our victory over Two-Face, we have been targeting the Mafia. The Mafia in Gotham has sustained considerable damage, yet recently a peculiar phenomenon has emerged. At this juncture, Bruce Wayne's expression shifted to one of gravitas, tinged with a hint of confusion. What is it? What kind of phenomenon? Zhao Lei pressed on. While we have not been in action, it appears that the Mafia has also been under siege. However, it is not their criminal activities that have been targeted. Rather, their laundered assets and confidential information have been repeatedly pilfered. Really? Is that so? Zhao Lei responded. I have not heard of any other forces combating crime in Gotham. Could it be that a rival of the Mafia has sent someone to retaliate against them? Dick chuckled, feeling a sense of satisfaction upon learning of the Mafia's inexplicable losses. Zhao Lei, observing Bruce Wayne's demeanor, sensed that there was more left unspoken. So, someone is indeed stealing from the Mafia. Zhao Lei concluded. Bruce nodded, affirming, indeed. But this individual is not merely targeting the Mafia's assets. They have also stolen from some of Gotham's prominent businessmen and jewelers. Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that even the world's top-tier security systems within certain banks have been breached by this individual, allowing them to abscond with valuables and jewels. It seems this thief possesses an extraordinary method of stealing, or perhaps they are equipped with formidable high-tech burglary tools. Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, felt a vague understanding wash over him. Yet he remarked, if that is the case, then Gotham City has encountered a mysterious figure. Do you have any information about this person? Bruce Wayne paused for a moment in silence before responding, from various rumors circulating in Gotham City. I have learned that she is referred to as Catwoman. Furthermore, I have possessed some of her information for quite some time. Though her actions had not stirred much commotion back then, Catwoman, Zhao Lei confirmed he had not misheard and recognized that this famed rogue was about to make her entrance. Chapter 16. Tracking Catwoman. Zhao Lei inquired of Bruce Wayne, his tone laced with curiosity. Indeed, Bruce affirmed, the whispers of Gotham City have dubbed this thief as Catwoman. It is said that she possesses agility and flexibility akin to that of a cat, and the rumors suggest she is a woman. Meanwhile, Dick, unable to contain his amusement, interjected, I believe it's quite evident that Catwoman is indeed female. Otherwise, why wouldn't she be called Catman? At Dick's teasing remark, Zhao Lei couldn't help but smile slightly before continuing. So, Bruce, what are your intentions? Have you decided to seek an audience with this individual known as Catwoman? Bruce Wayne redirected his gaze to the electronic screens adorning the walls, contemplating for a moment. In fact, I do intend to make contact with Catwoman. Given the sudden emergence of such a figure amid the black and white power dynamics in Gotham City, I am eager to engage with her. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, stating, I see. In that case, might we persuade her to join our ranks following our encounter? At this juncture, Bruce Wayne's expression deepened, and his brow furrowed slightly. Convincing her to ally with us will prove exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, we must certainly attempt to meet her. Then let us act swiftly, Zhao Lei urged. Batman once again turned to the electronic screens, deftly manipulating several buttons on the control panel. As the largest screen on the wall displayed a dramatic shift in imagery, a satellite image of the city unfolded before them, boasting remarkable resolution that allowed them to discern various streets. Zhao Lei examined the image, feeling a sense of familiarity with certain structures. The towering Gothic-style buildings sparked a realization within him. Is this Gotham City? Zhao Lei inquired of Batman. Indeed, Batman replied, continuing to operate the equipment. I have altered the orbit of the Wayne Enterprises Michigan 3 satellite. It is now slowly hovering over North America. I have primarily adjusted the satellite surveillance area to encompass Gotham City. For the foreseeable future, we can fully utilize the satellite positioning system in our operations. This sounds absolutely fantastic. We are fortunate to have access to your private satellite service. It appears that future missions will be considerably more convenient. Zhao Lei exclaimed with delight upon learning this. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of sentimentality. The Batmobile, the Batplane, and various gadgets seemed trivial in comparison. The fact that Batman possesses a private satellite for his operations is a privilege that few could ever dream of. You've activated the satellite? That is truly formidable, Dick remarked from the side, his expression reflecting a hint of astonishment. Batman continued to manipulate the equipment, and the largest screen displayed a constantly shifting satellite image. The resolution became increasingly detailed, ultimately directing attention to the central edifice of Gotham City, the Wayne Enterprises building. With each press of Batman's buttons, the screen emitted a series of sounds as the images transformed. The resolution escalated, gradually narrowing the observed area to mere tens of meters, then to 10 meters, and eventually to half a meter. The final image focused on a lightning rod atop Wayne Tower. This was the limit of precision, yet it was already more than sufficient for our purposes, Bruce Wayne stated, lightly tapping his chin with his hand. Zhao Lei gazed at the maximally magnified satellite image, feeling a sense of elation at the prospect of utilizing Batman's remarkable satellite. How many individuals have the privilege of employing a private satellite alongside their comrades? Nevertheless, he had several questions to pose to Batman. So, Bruce, do you intend to use it to locate Catwoman this time? Moreover, was this satellite specifically launched for your work? Bruce tilted his head to regard Zhao Lei and replied, of course, the performance of the Michigan 3 satellite is outstanding, and we will strive to utilize it for future operations. Tracking Catwoman will certainly involve its use. As for your question regarding its launch, it was initiated due to the needs of Wayne Enterprises. Michigan 3 was initially an experimental satellite, and Wayne Enterprises demonstrated the success of the Michigan series satellite technology through its launch. However, subsequent clients were hesitant to purchase its usage rights, believing that experimental products performed poorly. I, however, arranged for the usage rights to be granted to me by Wayne Enterprises Research Department. How shall we find her? Zhao Lei continued to inquire. I have a series of plans in place for that, but we must wait until nightfall. I have already estimated where Catwoman is likely to be active based on relevant data, and when evening arrives, we shall devise a way to await the appearance of this enigmatic figure known as Catwoman. Next, I will outline our forthcoming tasks. As time passed, the evening finally arrived. Zhao Lei, fully equipped, followed Batman and Nightwing to the vicinity of the Swift Luxury Private Club in Gotham City. 3 individuals skillfully evaded the intricate layers of security at the Swift Club and arrived at the vicinity of its opulent rooftop. The rooftop, an expansive expanse comprised of a conventional structure and a section of glass, offered a broad view. The trio concealed themselves on the ordinary section of the roof. Before them, the glass rooftop sparkled with a dazzling array of colors, and at its center, a radiant disco ball illuminated the revelers within the club. If one leaned close to the rooftop, the sounds of laughter and merriment from inside could be distinctly heard, emanating from a gathering of affluent patrons indulging in their pleasures. At the edge of the glass rooftop, Batman, Zhao Lei, and others awaited the appearance of the enigmatic thief. Nightwing, Dick Grayson, felt a tinge of boredom and turned his head towards the glass structure, peering into the vibrant scene below. Just look at them. They are truly reveling in their merriment, he remarked to Batman and Zhao Lei. Only Zhao Lei joined Nightwing in observing the spectacle within the club. Through the translucent glass, they beheld a group of corpulent businessmen nestled around lavish red dining tables, embracing voluptuous and wild women. Despite their expensive and extravagant attire, the men appeared grotesque and disheveled, their faces contorted by excess and desire. In the hall, a troupe of slender young women danced wildly to the rhythm of disco, while tables overflowed with exquisite dishes and fine wines. Towering, menacing bodyguards clad in black stood vigil behind the wealthy patrons. Zhao Lei found himself pondering whether Catwoman would truly venture into such a debauched setting for thievery. Indeed, those businessmen below seemed to indulge in every vice imaginable. He withdrew his head and glanced at Batman, who was cloaked in a black cape that shrouded much of his form. The eyes visible through his cowl radiated depth and intensity, as if he were contemplating a profound strategy. With arms crossed, Batman appeared to be waiting steadfastly for something. Bruce, Zhao Lei began, are you certain that Catwoman will come here? Batman's gaze remained resolute and serious as he replied, after a thorough analysis of the information at hand. It is highly probable that Catwoman will make her appearance. Most of the individuals inside are affluent members of the Pikes trading organization from Gotham City, and her recent activities seem to align with their interests. I suspect she intends to target the leading merchants among them, as the heads of the Pikes trading organization carry keys to their secret vaults. Batman's voice was imbued with unwavering conviction. Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings once more, while Nightwing continued to monitor the movements within the hall from the glass rooftop, maintaining a vigilant silence. However, Batman's unwavering determination is grounded in substantial rationale. For his prowess rivals that of the world's foremost detectives. Meanwhile, within the Swift Club, the affluent merchants of the Pixis trading organization indulge in revelry, blissfully unaware that peril is stealthily encroaching upon them. Their attention is solely captivated by the enchanting beauties at their sides and the exquisite wines in their hands, their minds drifting into fantasies of recent fortunes amassed through speculative dealings in Gotham City. In truth, the Pixis trading organization possesses a distinctly nefarious nature, yet they excel at presenting a facade of respectability. Their series of speculative enterprises in Gotham have wreaked havoc on the lives and livelihoods of many vulnerable individuals. Though their transgressions have not yet drawn the ire of Batman, nonetheless, they are far from virtuous. Among the glamorous women accompanying the wealthy patrons, a fair and delicate lady discreetly retrieves a diminutive button from behind her. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the club, Batman and his companions remain vigilant, observing their surroundings without any indication of approaching individuals. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the lights of the club extinguish completely. Batman and Zhao Lei immediately fix their gaze upon the glass ceiling, both swiftly realizing that this cannot possibly be an accident. Chapter 17. Foe or Ally. The lights within the Swift Club extinguish in an instant, the clock striking around 11 o'clock at night, while the Gotham sky looms overcast, offering little celestial illumination. The interior is engulfed in darkness, accompanied by a cacophony of confusion as the abrupt onset of night unsettles the patrons. A wealthy merchant rises from his seat, vociferously questioning the cause of the blackout. What is happening? Has the club lost power? Beneath a dining table in that shrouded darkness, a woman clad in a crimson dress pulls out a handbag, swiftly retrieving a black eye mask, which she promptly dons. This lady is none other than the one who pressed the button moments ago, previously nestled in the embrace of a slick-haired tycoon. Almost instantaneously, she sheds her red garment, replacing it with a form-fitting black leather outfit from her bag. Should anyone behold this transformation, they would undoubtedly be captivated by her striking figure. In a mere heartbeat, she completes her attire, elegantly and swiftly maneuvering from beneath the table. Despite the obscured visibility, her movements are so graceful that those standing nearby perceive only the fleeting presence of a cat slipping into the shadows. This woman is none other than Catwoman. Meanwhile, the bodyguards in dark suits switch on flashlights, illuminating the previously darkened club with erratic beams of light. In the shadows, a figure, akin to a feline, deftly maneuvered through the darkness. Each time a flashlight illuminated her position, she swiftly darted away to a nearby spot. Her movements were both gentle and agile, rendering her presence nearly imperceptible. Meanwhile, a wealthy patron within the establishment suddenly felt a sharp metallic sensation, as if something had grazed his skin. With a startled cry, he realized his face had been scratched, and something had been snatched from him at an alarming speed. The beams of flashlights converged on the assailed man, revealing only the marks on his face, while no other figure was in sight. The injured patron hastily checked himself and shouted, "Be cautious. Someone is attempting to steal our vault keys. Stay alert." Barely had he spoken when a shadowy figure lunged at another affluent guest. With a piercing scream, the shadow struck again. The bodyguards directed their flashlights towards the commotion, yet once more, no figure was discernible. "Draw your weapons. If you see that person, shoot to kill," barked a tall bodyguard to his comrades. The sound of guns being cocked echoed in the air as the guards prepared their firearms. Meanwhile, the elusive Catwoman seemed to discern their every movement, stealthily raising a high-stemmed glass as she lurked in a dark corner. With a sudden crash, the glass was hurled into the depths of the establishment, shattering upon impact. The bodyguards were startled, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted in response, aimed at the spot where the glass had shattered. Amidst the chaos, Catwoman seized the opportunity to strike at the two wealthy patrons, resulting in their anguished cries as she successfully pilfered 2 keys from them. The gunfire, coupled with the shock of the assault, sent the previously dancing women and those accompanying the affluent men into a frenzy, heightening the turmoil within the club. "Do not let her escape. Capture her. She cannot leave the Swift Club." The darkness, however, posed no deterrent to Catwoman. Much of the Swift Club was adorned with transparent glass walls and ceilings, but due to the dilapidated state of nearby streetlights and the overcast Gotham night sky, the club appeared obscured in darkness during the power outage. Although the main entrance was locked, a small explosive was tossed near a glass door at the front of the establishment. With a thunderous boom, a sizable hole was blasted into the glass wall beside the door, and a nimble shadow darted through the breach. Witnessing this, the patrons inside erupted in frenzied shouts. "How did she escape? Quick, pursue her!" A corpulent, balding merchant bellowed in a fit of terror and rage. Thankfully, the club remained shrouded in darkness. Otherwise, anyone who beheld his contorted and flushed visage might have been horrified. Dozens of burly, menacing bodyguards clad in black surged forth through the breach, their weapons aimed menacingly at Catwoman as they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Outside the club lay a relatively open small square, lacking in cover apart from a few parked vehicles and some flower beds. Yet, Catwoman's movements were enigmatic, leaving the black-clad guards confounded. These protectors of the Pixis trading organization were seasoned veterans of both the underworld and the law. Nevertheless, Catwoman deftly evaded their assaults, her speed and timing impeccable. No matter their attempts, they could not land a hit. Not one to passively await their onslaught. Catwoman swiftly concealed herself beside a Chevrolet sedan. Two bodyguards rushed towards her, and as they approached the opposite side of the car with their weapons drawn, she executed two powerful flying kicks, sending them crashing to the ground in agony. Another bodyguard advanced from a different angle. With astonishing agility, Catwoman reached for her waist and produced a long, black whip. She lashed out at the approaching guard, the whip cracking audibly through the air, ensnaring his feet tightly. Before he could comprehend the situation, she yanked the whip back, and he fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Over here came several shouts, prompting the remaining bodyguards to chase after Catwoman once more. She continued to utilize the nearby obstacles to evade them. Meanwhile, Batman, Zhao Lei, and Nightwing pursued the sounds of the skirmish between Catwoman and the bodyguards. However, a question lingered in the minds of the trio: would Catwoman regard them as allies or adversaries? The satellite imagery was crystal clear, displaying Catwoman in the area cluttered with vehicles. Batman held a palm-sized electronic display, showcasing images captured in black and white from the camera's lens. To capture the nocturnal scenes of Gotham City, he had just switched the Michigan 3's camera mode to thermal imaging, allowing the specialized satellite camera to pierce through the clouds overhead. The satellite's resolution had been enhanced to a range of several dozen meters, revealing Catwoman engaged in combat with her foes. Even through the thermal imaging, her movements were distinctly identifiable. Her agility was strikingly evident. They quickly approached the cluster of parked vehicles, where injured bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground. However, Batman and his companions paid them no heed, striding directly toward the cacophony within. The cacophony of shouts grew increasingly pronounced, while the sound of gunfire had ceased. Batman and his companions finally arrived at the scene, where Catwoman confronted the remaining black-clad bodyguards. This confrontation unfolded amidst a cluster of vehicles, with Catwoman cornered. Nearly 10 bodyguards brandished their ominous weapons, all aimed squarely at her. In that moment, Catwoman, her gloved hands adorned with claws, assumed a defiant posture. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she had been shot in the left shoulder, blood oozing from the wound. "You filthy witch. There's nowhere left for you to run. Hand over the goods," one particularly menacing bodyguard bellowed. Yet, Catwoman's agile eyes remained fixed on her adversaries, exuding an air of indomitable spirit. "Why waste breath on her? Just take her down," shouted another bodyguard, his face obscured by a thick beard. Then, the triggers of their weapons began to depress ominously. In that critical moment, several sharp bat-shaped projectiles struck the back of the lead bodyguard, eliciting a howl akin to that of a wounded animal. A dark figure surged forward, his cape billowing behind him, as a flurry of powerful strikes rained down upon the assailants. With her back against the wall, Catwoman also sprang into action, her slender black whip cracking against the bodyguards. Under the combined assault, the remaining bodyguards fell to the ground, howling in defeat. Now, only Batman and Catwoman remained, locked in mutual gaze. Batman had chosen to confront the situation alone, keeping Zhao Lei and Nightwing at bay, maintaining a respectful distance from both himself and Catwoman. Nearby, a street lamp illuminated the pair, casting a spotlight on their intense scrutiny of one another. Catwoman maintained a posture of vigilance, yet Batman broke the silence, stating, "We are likely not adversaries. You are undoubtedly familiar with my reputation, and I have learned much about yours as well. Moreover, given your injury, I genuinely intended to assist you." Gradually, Catwoman's demeanor softened, her combat readiness beginning to wane. Chapter 18: Persuasion of Catwoman. She slowly relinquished her defensive stance, retracting the claws of her black leather gloves. Through her mask, she scrutinized Batman, the enigmatic Dark Knight of Gotham City. Batman continued to regard her with his penetrating gaze, observing that this Catwoman was a remarkably youthful woman. Her chestnut hair cascaded to her shoulders, adorned at the back with metallic embellishments resembling cat ears, evidently a type of equipment. Her angular, fair visage embodied a classical Western beauty, reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, with a pronounced nose and exquisitely defined features. Her full, seductive red lips seemed to beckon to someone with an enticing allure. Gazing upon Catwoman's physique, one is struck by a form that could only belong to a world-class model, a silhouette that embodies feminine standards of symmetry and perfection, with curves that are both pronounced and alluring. Her form-fitting black catsuit accentuates her figure, revealing every contour with exquisite precision. To liken Catwoman to a goddess of seduction would elicit no dissent. Her thigh-high leather boots, styled with high heels, gleam with a silvery metallic sheen that remains radiant even when dusted with dirt. This alluring and vivacious woman continues to fixate on Batman, her gaze both playful and composed. Eventually, her lips part as she addresses him, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Regardless, I must thank you for your help. I am aware of certain rumors surrounding you, Batman. Batman, maintaining his steady demeanor, observes Catwoman, captivated by the enticing movement of her crimson lips, which exude a soft allure yet retain an air of detachment. Any ordinary man might have succumbed to the urge to approach her, yet Batman remains resolute, his eyes betraying a sense of concern as they drift to the wound on her left shoulder. As I mentioned earlier, you need not worry. I merely wish to discuss a few matters, he states. His gaze then shifts to the incapacitated black-clad henchman groaning on the ground. I have also taken the liberty of dispatching them, he continues. Catwoman's expression softens, yet her vigilance remains intact. The pain in her shoulder clearly affects her. Even her once alluring smile falters, revealing her immaculate teeth in a grimace. Nevertheless, she endeavors to maintain her composure as she inquires, given this, you must desire something from me, correct? Batman regards the pained Catwoman and replies, that is not the subject of our discussion right now. Come with me. I can tend to your injury. Please trust me. At that moment, Nightwing and Zhao Lei can no longer contain themselves and approach the pair. Batman turns to them, exclaiming, quickly, summon the Batmobile. I mentioned it should have been closer. Nightwing grumbles as he activates a button on his wrist. With a low rumble, the Batmobile approaches, its engine resonating in the air. The sleek black exterior does not yet engage its cloaking mechanism, reflecting the nearby streetlights and buildings with a brilliant sheen, exuding an enigmatic luster. The Batmobile's autopilot system has synchronized with satellite imagery, guiding it toward Batman and his companions. Moments later, the vehicle arrives before them, its canopy gently lifting to reveal its interior. Hurry inside. I will find a way to tend to your wounds, Batman said, extending his hand towards the Batmobile while gesturing to Catwoman. The pain continued to assail her, and Catwoman felt she could no longer endure. All right, thank you, she replied as she climbed into the Batmobile. Batman followed closely, and Nightwing soon joined them as well. With a roar, the Batmobile roared to life once more. Meanwhile, on the plaza, dozens of defeated bodyguards from the Pixis trade organization lay groaning on the ground. The wealthy merchants, who had been reveling just moments before, now hung their heads in despair, astonished that they had been attacked by Catwoman. According to accounts from some of the bodyguards, Batman was also embroiled in the incident, as he had intervened personally while rescuing Catwoman. The Batmobile activated its cloaking armor and sped towards the suburban outskirts of Gotham City. After a while, the Batmobile entered the Batcave and came to a steady stop in the center of the vehicle bay. Get out, Batman commanded as he opened the hatch and stepped out. When he attempted to assist Catwoman, she gestured in refusal. However, under Batman's guidance, the group made their way into the medical room of the Batcave, where they commenced a procedure to extract the bullet fragments. After a swift and efficient operation, Catwoman gingerly touched her left shoulder, which was now wrapped in bandages. Being a woman, she had allowed the medical robotic arms to perform the procedure. Meanwhile, Batman and the others turned their backs to her. Nevertheless, the medical facilities in the Batcave were of the highest technological standard. Soon, the surgery was successfully completed, and the three returned to Catwoman's side. At that moment, Catwoman sat on the edge of the surgical bed, rubbing her left shoulder, having removed her eye mask. The three men, including Batman, were taken aback by Catwoman's beauty, as her flawless visage was now unobscured before them. Her exquisite features and sharp angles could easily captivate any man, and there was an undeniable elegance and poise about her that made it difficult to reconcile her with the notion of a thief. Nightwing spoke first. Hey, Catwoman, are you feeling better? The medical facilities in the Batcave are always top-notch. Catwoman gently touched her shoulder, which had been treated, and felt the pain had diminished significantly. The anesthetic recently injected had a numbing effect on her nerves. In a calm tone, she replied, I do feel much better now. But surely you have your own motives for helping me? As she spoke, her voice was imbued with a soft, almost plush quality, coupled with a sense of steadiness that made her inquiry feel like a gentle caress to the soul. Batman gazed at Catwoman with a penetrating look, ultimately breaking the silence. Catwoman, I have conducted a thorough investigation into some of your experiences and circumstances. Your actions indeed target a multitude, and many inhabitants of Gotham City have felt the impact of your presence. It is worth noting that the individuals you have pilfered from are predominantly affiliated with organized crime, their wealth accrued through nefarious enterprises. As this thought lingers, Catwoman's alluring and agile gaze fixates on Batman, evoking a sensation akin to being watched by a feline creature. She then slowly opens her mouth to inquire, So, Batman, do you wish to persuade me to amend my ways? Batman, observing the captivating woman before him, recognizes her astute intellect. His intention in tending to her wounds is to exert some influence over her, for Catwoman's actions cannot be deemed righteous, nor do they spring from any noble impulse. Recently, she has merely been appropriating the ill-gotten gains of the criminal underworld or targeting the affluent elite. Yet, in Batman's philosophy, a lack of principled restraint in one's actions inevitably leads to moral decay. Catwoman is no mere rogue. Her ultimate intentions remain shrouded in mystery. After a brief moment of reflection, Batman nods and states, "Indeed, while your targets predominantly consist of those who perpetrate wrongdoing and may deserve retribution, you surely cannot confine your focus to them alone in the future." Upon hearing this, Catwoman's eyes blink subtly, her exquisite lashes creating a captivating interplay of obscurity and reality. Yet, she responds, "Perhaps. To me, there is no clear distinction between heroes and villains. There exists only my desires. Wealth and jewels are my personal treasures." At this juncture, Batman retrieves a tablet the size of a dictionary and presents it to Catwoman, displaying a series of records. He gazes at her and declares, "These are your previous theft records, yet I suspect not all of them involve crime lords. Some middle-class individuals engaged in the jewelry trade or operating small banks have also fallen victim to your endeavors. While they may constitute a minor portion of your heists, these individuals too have families to support." Catwoman remains silent, her striking visage fixated on the screen. Nightwing and Zhao Lei, standing nearby, find themselves at a loss for words. Among the trio, Batman possesses the most seasoned skill in dealing with such eccentric characters, thus it is best for him to take the lead. He understands that taming Catwoman will prove arduous. However, he believes that instilling some degree of restraint in her actions, or even establishing a cooperative relationship under specific circumstances, is not beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, it is imperative to note that you have recently pilfered the assets of Carmine Falcone, the head of Gotham's mafia, who is unlikely to let such an affront go unpunished. The crime lords you have targeted may very well unite against you. Batman's tone becomes deep and reasoned as he articulates this warning. Catwoman shifted her gaze from the monitor to Batman. "Do you have any worthwhile proposals?" she inquired. Batman set aside the display and focused on Catwoman, sensing a flicker of interest in her eyes regarding his suggestions. "I propose we establish a certain level of collaboration that would be mutually beneficial. After all, as Gotham's Dark Knight, I have long been loathed by the criminal underworld, and you, having pilfered their possessions, are undoubtedly their adversary as well." Batman asserted with a resolute tone, his piercing gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Catwoman's legs gently swayed as she sat on the bed, her face illuminating with an expression that suggested both agreement and reluctance. Her red lips parted as she declared, "However, I refuse to be beholden to anyone. I have always been a lone wolf." Batman nodded in acknowledgement, reiterating, "That is precisely why I propose only a certain degree of partnership." His tone conveyed even greater conviction this time. Catwoman's expression flickered slightly, a glimmer of trust emerging in her eyes. "Very well, but I absolutely refuse to be your sidekick," she asserted firmly. Batman's demeanor softened, indicating a measure of success in their dialogue. Nevertheless, Catwoman glanced around before stating, "I should be on my way now. Thank you for treating my gunshot wound." "Indeed. Regardless, we share common interests," Batman replied. Catwoman swiftly donned her mask once more and accompanied Batman toward the Batcave. Chapter 19. The Villains' Alliance. Before long, the Batmobile, with Batman and Catwoman aboard, returned to Gotham's northern district. Catwoman ultimately chose to disembark in this area. The Batmobile came to a halt in a secluded alley lined with quaint residences. As the hatch opened, Catwoman, despite her injuries, gracefully alighted from the vehicle with the agility reminiscent of a feline. "Don't you wish to leave a means of communication?" Batman queried from within the Batmobile. He then produced a bat-shaped communicator, tossing it toward Catwoman, who deftly caught it with her agile wrist. Casting a glance back at Batman, she exclaimed, "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Her alluring smile graced her crimson lips. With nimble and elegant steps, she made her way toward the shadowy homes nearby, her long, slender legs moving in a poised and swift manner, akin to a cat's graceful stride. In no time, she vanished from sight. Batman resumed control of the Batmobile, activating its cloaking armor as he drove off into the distance. Though outwardly composed, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding this encounter. Regardless, Catwoman has at least established a connection with herself. Moreover, through this assistance, she has garnered a modicum of trust from the enigmatic thief of Gotham City. However, Batman senses that a more brutal struggle lies ahead. He perceives that certain factions within Gotham are stirring restlessly, seemingly preparing for significant maneuvers. As the Batmobile traverses the darkened streets of Gotham, The criminal elements, having been subjected to repeated assaults from Batman and the double blow of Catwoman's thievery, are unlikely to relent. For them, an alliance born out of necessity is the only viable means to effectively vanquish their adversaries. One afternoon, following Catwoman's audacious heist of the Pixis trading organization, within the headquarters of the Gotham City mob, a throng of criminals was scheming their next course of action. The relentless pursuit of justice by Batman and his allies has gravely endangered their illicit activities in Gotham, and Catwoman's thefts have inflicted substantial losses upon them. Presiding over this mob meeting was none other than the notorious mob boss, Capone. The 25th floor of the building buzzed with activity, and as a commotion arose, the heavy door swung open, pushed by two burly mobsters. An elderly man, leaning on an exquisite cane, entered the floor. His hair, a striking blend of black and white, along with his slightly darker complexion, signified his Italian heritage. The fine suit and cane bespoke his status. He was indeed the mob boss, Capone. Upon his arrival, the cacophony on the floor quieted somewhat, as representatives from various criminal organizations turned their attention to this formidable figure in Gotham's underworld. Each criminal organization had one or more representatives seated around the round table, flanked by several bodyguards. Capone, his face marked by numerous wrinkles of age, took his place at the side of the table adjacent to the floor-to-ceiling windows, directly facing the entrance to the conference room. "Everyone, please settle down," bellowed Hank, Capone's second-in-command. To the assembly, Capone scanned the attendees, most of whom were members of criminal factions previously targeted by Batman, many of whom had also fallen victim to Catwoman's thievery. Thus, Capone had summoned them to deliberate on how to completely eradicate Batman, while simultaneously dealing with Catwoman. My mob, Peter's stick gang, Ukshaw's drug trafficking organization, Old Shidlow's organ trafficking ring, and that lackluster Pixis trading organization, everyone is here. Today, I call this meeting to order. This issue must find resolution sooner or later, and today, we shall formally decide on our united front against our common enemies, Capone proclaimed, surveying the attendees. The representatives of the gangs and criminal organizations looked at Capone with expressions of uncertainty, lacking complete confidence in their ability to overcome Batman and his allies. The Dark Knight continues to instill a deep-rooted fear within the criminal organizations of Gotham City. Can we truly vanquish Batman? Since you called us for this meeting, Capone, kindly elucidate your proposal, stated a bald African-American gang leader among the attendees. Capone surveyed the faces of the gang representatives, each marked by confusion, and furrowed his brow. He understood all too well that these individuals harbored a mix of hatred and fear towards Batman, yet it was imperative to galvanize them. Ladies and gentlemen, Capone began, adopting a tone both seasoned and calculating. Today, I hope all present can unite to collectively confront our temporary foe, Batman and his associates. This is not mere rhetoric. It is a call to tangible action. Do any of you have objections to consolidating our resources against Batman? Upon finishing, Capone's fierce, seasoned gaze swept across the assembly. In terms of prestige, Capone, the head of Gotham's mafia, was unparalleled among certain factions. However, given that this was a collective endeavor among gangsters, he could not wield absolute control. Then, Capone, even if we unite, what strategy do you propose to strike at Batman? Even with our resources amalgamated, how can you guarantee his defeat? Inquired a drug lord attending the meeting. Capone glanced at the gang leaders, fully aware that many were deeply intimidated by Batman. Numerous concerns lingered regarding the possibility of truly overcoming him. Placing his palms upon the table before him, Capone reassured, "Do not fret over such uncertainties. Since our resources have been consolidated, we shall ensure they are not squandered." He then turned to his second-in-command, Hank, and declared, "It is time." Hank nodded in agreement and shouted towards the grand entrance facing the conference table, "Let our formidable allies make their entrance. Open the door." A cacophony of shouts echoed throughout the conference hall as the grand door was swung open once more. All eyes were fixed upon the threshold, where a short, rotund figure ambled in. Surprisingly, this unassuming individual was clad in a tailcoat and top hat, with a monocle adorning his left eye, a relic of the 1970s. His face bore an exaggeratedly hooked nose, appearing quite portly, with his head disproportionately large compared to his body. Moreover, a striking detail was that he held a meticulously crafted, dark gray umbrella in his right hand, despite the lack of any sign of rain, utilizing it as a makeshift cane. "Welcome, Penguin," Hank bellowed exuberantly. The Penguin surveyed the assembly with an air of haughtiness, then performed a gentlemanly bow to all present. "My true name is Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot. However, if you prefer, you may call me the Penguin." The Penguin addressed the assembly with a leisurely cadence, infused with a hint of gentlemanly charm. Meanwhile, Capone continued, asserting that this individual was merely one of many who would assist us in vanquishing Batman. Next, Hank bellowed for the arrival of the second gentleman. No sooner had the words left his lips than a tall, slender figure entered the hall. At first glance, he resembled a scholar or professor, his refined visage adorned with a pair of scholarly silver spectacles. Under one arm, he carried a book titled Psychology of Metaphor, while in the other hand, he clutched a rather coarse brown burlap mask. "Welcome, Mr. Scarecrow," Hank announced with enthusiasm. The Scarecrow, not yet donning the mask, remarked, "Ah, friends in attendance. If I am not mistaken, you must be quite astonished by my entrance." Capone appeared particularly pleased, contemplating that aside from himself, no other mob in Gotham possessed the clout to summon the Scarecrow. Hank then called for the final gentleman's entrance. A figure clad in a green suit and a matching green bowler hat strode in. Unlike the Penguin and the Scarecrow, this individual possessed a robust physique, exuding an air of both levity and irreverence. His green hat could not conceal a shock of golden hair, and he appeared considerably younger than the previous two. A large question mark adorned his hat. "Welcome, the Riddler," Hank proclaimed. The Riddler flashed a playful grin and inquired, "Greetings, everyone. Might I ask if you are interested in indulging in a little riddle game?" The assembled mob leaders gazed in astonishment at the trio's successive appearances, mouths agape. It is worth noting that the Penguin, the Scarecrow, and the Riddler are all notorious, eccentric criminals of Gotham City. The fact that all three had come to support Capone's endeavors was nothing short of remarkable. Capone, the host of this gathering, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Despite employing various means to entice these three, depleting significant resources in the process, it was all worthwhile if it meant eradicating Batman. Furthermore, by eliminating Batman, he could establish his dominance, compelling Gotham's other gangs to submit to him. The business the Mafia sought would have to be relinquished by others, and at that point, all costs would be recovered. "Therefore, esteemed colleagues," Capone declared, his tone brimming with confidence and menace, "with the addition of these three formidable gentlemen, along with the alliance of Gotham's major gangs, the annihilation of Batman and his cohorts is but a trifling task. Furthermore, we shall eradicate any forces that dare to obstruct our path." As the gang leaders gathered around the round table convened for the meeting, none could dissent from Capone's resolve and actions. The expressions of confusion and discontent that had marked their faces moments prior now transformed entirely into admiration and awe for Capone. With a sense of triumph, Capone proclaimed that the Super Anti-Batman Alliance had officially been formed. Henceforth, they would fight side by side. And soon Batman and his accomplices would become but a footnote in history. Chapter 20. A critical situation. Gotham City seemed to be on the brink of a new calamity, with the weather appearing more ominous than ever. The city's inhabitants, too, seemed to be affected, moving with an urgency previously unseen. Following the Mafia-hosted summit, Gotham's crime had suddenly fallen silent for a time. One fateful afternoon, within the Batcave's command center, Batman sat before a control panel, manipulating an array of electronic screens. These screens displayed various images, with the central monitor showcasing satellite imagery. The remaining screens revealed footage from various camera angles throughout the Batcave, along with some live feeds. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei was inspecting an array of weapons on a glass fiber table, newly developed by Batman, Alfred, and the Wayne Enterprises technicians, some of which were particularly suited for Zhao Lei's use. Nightwing, on the other hand, had opted for a simple cup of coffee. Observing Batman engrossed in the screens, Zhao Lei noted that it had been some time since Batman had last communicated with Catwoman. During this interval, crime in Gotham, once rampant, had inexplicably diminished. In recent days, whenever Batman and Zhao Lei ventured into the field, they encountered only minor gang activities, and at times, they merely dealt with petty street thugs. After all, donning a full array of gear without a proper outlet for action would leave anyone feeling out of sorts. "Bruce," Zhao Lei began, addressing Batman, "don't you find something peculiar about Gotham lately?" Batman, who was currently without his helmet, turned to Zhao Lei, his deep blue eyes assessing. "What is it, Zhao Lei? Do you have a question? Speak freely." "Well, all right," Zhao Lei replied. "I was wondering if the recent decline in criminal activity in Gotham seems too pronounced. What do you think, Bruce?" With a calm gaze, Batman regarded Zhao Lei, contemplating for a moment before responding. "I have been considering this very issue. While our recent efforts have indeed dealt significant blows to the criminal underworld, they alone cannot account for such a drastic reduction in crime. However," Batman's tone suddenly shifted to a more somber and serious note. "It is also possible that this could be a precursor to a more sinister plot. The recent lull among the major crime organizations may suggest that Gotham's gangs are uniting, which is not out of the realm of possibility." "Uniting?" Zhao Lei echoed, his voice tinged with surprise. Young and impetuous, Nightwing couldn't help but interject, How could that possibly happen? The scenario resembles that of gangs, where infighting is commonplace. How could they possibly unite? However, upon hearing this conjecture, Zhao Lei gradually calmed his initial astonishment. Upon reflection, this holds true for anyone. Yet, such alliances undoubtedly arise from shared objectives or common adversaries. I find this to be quite plausible, Zhao Lei remarked to Nightwing and Batman. Much like the previous encounter with Catwoman, who, after being rescued and having inadvertently offended the gangs, formed a temporary alliance with us on a lower level. These criminal factions must be collaborating to confront a mutual enemy or to achieve a specific goal, though their true intentions remain elusive. Batman observed the young Zhao Lei with a sense of admiration, recognizing the significant improvement in his analytical and deductive skills. After spending considerable time fighting alongside himself and Nightwing, Zhao Lei's intellect and combat prowess had indeed advanced remarkably. Indeed, Batman affirmed, his gaze fixed on Zhao Lei and Nightwing. A mature and handsome visage seemed to reveal an inquisitive nature towards the unknown. It was highly likely that these criminal entities were plotting something. They must be preparing for a significant operation at some point, Batman surmised. Zhao Lei and Nightwing fell into silence, realizing that if this were the case, they would soon face more intense and grueling battles. Batman glanced at the bat helmet beside him and donned it once more. With the helmet in place, Batman's demeanor shifted dramatically. His presence grew more profound and infused with an aura of enigma. He turned back to manipulate the various devices and screens. Suddenly, he rose from his seat in front of the LCD screens, as if he had spotted something particularly captivating. Zhao Lei and Nightwing, seated at the nearby table, also took notice. What did you see? Zhao Lei inquired, eager for information. Batman, however, remained silent and instead switched the image from a small screen to the central, larger display. What appeared was a live broadcast from Gotham City's cable news network, captured from a helicopter hovering above. The news footage was accompanied by a scrolling ticker at the bottom. Batman, Zhao Lei, and Nightwing watched intently as the aerial view revealed a shopping district engulfed in thick plumes of smoke. The helicopter's altitude was not particularly high, allowing for a clear view of flames erupting within the mall, while sporadic gunfire echoed from the vicinity. The reporter's voice crackled through. Tinged with urgency, the Walmart in Gotham City's East District has come under attack by a large group of criminals who are spread throughout the surrounding area. Armed with an array of weapons, the assailants have unleashed heavy fire on the police, making it nearly impossible for them to enter the area. Over a dozen officers have been injured, several of them severely. The camera shifted once more, focusing on a journalist stationed behind the police barricade. The officers behind him were valiantly using riot shields to fend off the onslaught of assailants, and the intensity of the conflict could only be described as fierce. The reporter's voice resonated amidst the cacophony of bullets tearing through the air. Here in Gotham City, the police are engaged in a fierce gunfight with armed criminals. Such an occurrence in broad daylight is unprecedented, even in a city notorious for its crime rates. The scene abruptly transitioned to a middle-aged police captain wielding a riot gun, his black uniform adorned with distinctive insignia, signifying his affiliation with Gotham's Special Police Unit. His eyes betrayed a palpable anxiety, as if he were bracing for an impending threat. The voice continued, "The situation in the mall is dire, with surrounding structures also under the criminals' control. Numerous civilians are trapped in the area they dominate, rendering any potential breakthrough exceedingly difficult." The footage shifted again, this time to a reporter situated further from the unfolding events. In light of the escalating crisis, the Gotham Police Department was not only dispatching additional personnel, but also preparing for the imminent arrival of Commissioner Gordon at the scene. Hearing this, Batman appeared increasingly restless, finally severing the communication link with a decisive motion. He turned to Zhao Lei and Nightwing, declaring, "It is time for us to take action." His voice resonated with determination and resolve. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, let us move out." Meanwhile, Nightwing glanced at the electronic clock, which read 12:30, and, with a hint of jest, remarked, "Well, if we're striking by day, we might as well play the role of shining knights." Batman responded with unwavering conviction. "Regardless of the circumstances, crime is the enemy. We must ensure that wrongdoers face justice and instill fear within their ranks." With that, the trio hurried to the armory to equip themselves, each laden with an array of projectile weapons, melee arms, and climbing restraints secured to their tactical belts. Once adequately armed, they proceeded to the Batcave. Suddenly, Batman addressed them in a succinct and grave tone. This time, both the Batwing and the Batmobile will be deployed together. However, the secret weapon in the Batmobile will require one operator. Who will it be? "I will." Zhao Lei volunteered boldly. Batman nodded and turned to Nightwing, saying, "Nightwing, the Batwing is in your hands." "Excellent. I love flying," Nightwing replied succinctly before dashing towards the elevator leading to the hangar. "The ground operation depends on us. Be mentally prepared." The Bat spoke to Zhao Lei as he was the first to take his seat inside the Batmobile. Zhao Lei followed suit, although he harbored the desire to pilot the Batfighter himself. However, based on the information gleaned from the news moments ago, it was clear that the impending battle would be exceedingly arduous, making it most suitable for him to utilize the secret weapon within the Batmobile. Thus, Nightwing took to the skies alone in the Batfighter, while Batman and Zhao Lei drove the Batmobile, which boasted defensive capabilities akin to a main battle tank. As the sounds of the Batcave's hatch opening echoed, the Batfighter, with Nightwing at the helm, ascended into the heavens, heading toward the target area. Simultaneously, the doors of the Batcave slowly parted, allowing the Batmobile to accelerate at full throttle toward the radiant exit. Both Nightwing, piloting the Batfighter, and Batman, alongside Zhao Lei in the speeding Batmobile, were acutely aware that a fierce confrontation awaited them. Yet, this presented a golden opportunity to combat the criminal forces, and victory was imperative. Chapter 21. A sharpened breakthrough in the autumn-tinged Gotham City. Even midday bore an air of gloom. The Batmobile sped swiftly into the urban landscape, advancing toward the designated area. The Batfighter soared through the sky with even greater velocity, with Nightwing navigating it closer to the site of the assault. Inside the Batmobile, Batman occupied the driver's seat on the left, while Zhao Lei sat in the passenger seat, observing the electronic information streaming across the LCD screen. The data displayed the standoff between armed criminals and the police, accompanied by thick plumes of smoke rising from the areas marked by conflict and destruction. Zhao Lei glanced at Batman, whose deep blue eyes reflected a profound seriousness and resolute determination, seemingly infused with an unwavering belief. The finely crafted black batsuit accentuated Batman's robust physique and somber demeanor. Though only half of his face was visible, Batman wore an inscrutable expression, yet Zhao Lei could distinctly sense his fervor. This Dark Knight, concealing his identity, had long safeguarded the justice of Gotham City. "Bruce, do you think this sudden attack is related to the recent silence of the gangs?" Zhao Lei inquired, turning to Batman. Batman maintained his focused expression, scrutinizing the electronic screen above the dashboard. He replied in his signature low and grave tone. "It is highly probable that this incident is orchestrated by the criminal elements of Gotham. Whether these gangs are collaborating remains uncertain. Moreover, it is likely that they have targeted us." Zhao Lei continued to fixate on the electronic screen in the passenger seat, contemplating the adversaries they would soon confront. Regardless of the circumstances, this was destined to be a monumental clash. He examined the weapons at his disposal, including magnetic gauntlets and a new type of anti-riot firearm affixed to his wrist. While it resembled a firearm, it functioned more like two high-tech bracelets, containing not lethal bullets, but rather a similar form of weaponry. Behind Zhao Lei rested a 1-meter-long grenade launcher, now fully loaded with tear gas. Nevertheless, Zhao Lei adhered to a guiding principle with his weaponry, to avoid taking lives whenever possible. Following his victory over Two-Face, Batman formally allied with Zhao Lei, who endeavored to uphold Batman's steadfast commitment to combating crime in Gotham City. Even in confronting criminals, he sought to avoid direct killings, instead instilling terror and striking at the very essence of evil. As the Batmobile raced through the streets of Gotham, the electronic display indicated their approach to the target area. Meanwhile, at the scene of a fierce exchange of gunfire between the police and criminals, a Ford police car slowly came to a halt, drawing near the front line. A robust, seasoned officer, standing nearly 6 feet tall, exited the vehicle. Clad in a tan trench coat, the emblem of the Gotham City Police Department on his shirt confirmed his identity. His tousled brown hair, flecked with hints of gray, was tousled by the brisk wind. Gold-framed glasses perched on his serious countenance, complemented by a neatly trimmed mustache beneath his nose. He was none other than James Gordon, the esteemed and principled commissioner of the Gotham City Police Department. Gordon surveyed the chaotic battleground ahead, his solemn gaze penetrating through the lenses of his glasses as he scanned the surroundings. Officers were assisting injured civilians and fellow officers retreating to safety, the cacophony of cries and the relentless whizzing of bullets threatening to overwhelm anyone present. Yet, Gordon remained unflustered, resolutely advancing toward the police line, seemingly impervious to all obstacles, a testament to his prior service in the U.S. Army Special Forces. Observing the wounded being escorted to safety, a flicker of anger crossed Gordon's stern visage. Under his vigilant guardianship over the past decade, Gotham had witnessed significant improvements in public safety, yet now chaos had erupted once more. Even the typically composed face of Commissioner Gordon betrayed traces of indignation. With steady strides, he approached the front line, soon arriving within mere meters of the gunfire zone. Two officers, spotting his arrival, called out, "Commissioner Gordon, over here." Despite being in his 40s, Gordon's physique remained remarkably fit, enabling him to swiftly reach the officers. Nearby lay an abandoned police riot vehicle, now serving as a barricade against incoming fire, while several other police and civilian cars lay disabled in the wake of the skirmish. Fortunately, this forsaken riot vehicle provided a modicum of protection, as Gordon and his fellow officers occasionally felt the metallic thud of bullets striking its armored exterior. "How many civilians remain in the combat zone?" Gordon inquired with a crisp and decisive tone towards a nearby officer. The officer, visibly exhausted and drenched in sweat from the fierce battle, wiped his forehead with his sleeve despite the chilling autumn breeze. He replied, "There are approximately 100 civilians trapped in the area, scattered across various locations. The mall has the highest concentration, though a significant number can also be found in the surrounding buildings. The situation is extremely chaotic, making any advance into the area nearly impossible." Gordon's gaze sharpened, revealing an even graver expression as he pondered for a moment. He then shouted to several other officers nearby, "Hand me a firearm." Almost immediately, a shotgun was passed to him. Gordon took hold of the weapon, chambered a round with a decisive click, and declared, "We must rescue the civilians at all costs and notify all units. No criminal is to escape." He emphasized that any armed criminals who managed to flee would pose a severe threat to civilians outside the area. Holding the shotgun, Gordon surveyed the nearby cars, riddled with bullet holes. This battle was unprecedented in years, evoking memories of Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman. To some extent, Gordon accepted Batman's methods, and under his influence, even the officers attempted to ignore the presence of the vigilante. However, police officers were bound to fulfill their duties rather than relying on Batman's interventions. Moreover, Gordon could not recall any instances of Batman operating during the day. With this thought in mind, he addressed his officers, "Prepare to follow me." But before he could finish, the roar of engines filled the air, reminiscent of racing cars on a circuit. Gordon and his team turned to the other side of the street, where a sleek, heavily armored vehicle sped towards them. With his experience, Gordon immediately recognized the vehicle's design. It was the Batmobile. "It seems he has changed his style again," Gordon muttered to himself as he observed the approaching vehicle. The last time he had caught a glimpse of Batman in the Batmobile during a previous operation, the vehicle he saw now exhibited a remarkable transformation. Meanwhile, inside the Batmobile, Batman instructed his companion Zhao Lei, "Hold on tight, buddy," as he pressed a button on the control panel. Just as the Batmobile neared Gordon and his team, a circular hatch at the rear released a jet of air with a whoosh. The seemingly heavy vehicle soared into the air, gliding over Gordon's head. After soaring for over 10 meters, the Batmobile landed smoothly on the opposite side. Gordon sighed with a mix of admiration and relief. He has indeed arrived. The Batmobile surged into the territory occupied by criminals, bullets raining down like a torrential storm against its armored exterior, igniting sparks with each impact. Vehicles that obstructed Batman's path were either crushed beneath the Batmobile or forcefully smashed aside. Suddenly, a projectile hurtled towards the Batmobile, a tank-busting rocket, trailing a long plume of smoke. A violent explosion reverberated against the Batmobile's shell, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. As the smoke dissipated, the armed criminals who had launched the attack were dismayed to discover that the struck section of the Batmobile merely bore superficial scars, neither penetrated nor compromised in its entirety. Inside the Batmobile, Batman and Zhao Lei felt only a tremor and a jolt. This was the Batmobile, possessing the speed of a race car and the defense of a main battle tank. It was time to deploy the secret weapon. "It's all up to you," Batman urged Zhao Lei. With a confident smile, Zhao Lei clenched his fist and replied with unwavering determination, "No problem, just watch me." Batman pressed a red button on the dashboard, and immediately, Zhao Lei sank into the passenger seat, leaning forward into the cabin. The Batmobile began to undergo a subtle transformation. With a sound of grinding gears, a massive motorcycle burst forth from the front of the Batmobile. Riding atop, it was none other than Zhao Lei. This motorcycle, known as the Batcycle, was an integrated vehicle capable of detaching from the Batmobile, previously mentioned by Batman and Zhao Lei as the secret weapon. Criminals perched on the buildings lining the streets stared in disbelief. This was the first time they had encountered such a device. Zhao Lei confidently maneuvered the Batcycle, a formidable machine equipped with intimidatingly large tires and heavy firepower, including machine guns mounted on its wings. Clad in an array of weaponry, Zhao Lei wore specialized body armor resembling the plate armor of a knight, diverging from the tight-fitting style favored by Batman and his allies. His attire bore a hint of a special forces aesthetic, yet the high-tech weaponry lent him an air of coolness surpassing that of conventional troops. Gripping the handlebars of the Batcycle, Zhao Lei listened to the cacophony of gunfire surrounding him and thought, "It is time to unleash my might upon you." Chapter 22. The combat prowess of the Batcycle and Batmobile. Zhao Lei piloted the Batcycle, deftly operating its weaponry. "Let me show you what this can do," he exclaimed, as he sped along on the roaring Batcycle, pressing two black buttons with both hands on the handlebars. In response, the grenade launcher beside the machine gun at the front of the Batcycle erupted with a series of deafening booms, firing a barrage of mini grenades. As the grenades trailed wisps of smoke, they were unleashed upon the enemy concealed on the rooftops of the adjacent buildings. The explosions erupted in a cacophony of destruction, enveloping the recently attacked area in a choking shroud of fumes. The armed criminals, who had just prepared to unleash a barrage from their machine guns at the Batcycle, were now left gasping, their faces drenched in tears and mucus. Meanwhile, the Batcycle, accompanied by the Batmobile, continued its relentless assault on the criminals' defensive positions. Bullets whizzed menacingly towards the Batmobile and the Batcycle, yet they pressed forward undeterred, driven by Zhao Lei at the helm of the Batcycle. Occasionally, bullets struck Zhao Lei's body, yet they inflicted no harm. He merely felt the impact, remaining steadfastly focused on the road ahead as he propelled the Batcycle forward. Zhao Lei, perched upon the Batcycle, recognized that this new vehicle was uniquely suited to his capabilities, bolstered by his ironclad physique that could withstand countless projectiles. While the Batcycle boasted agility far surpassing that of the Batmobile, it also left its operator exposed. Despite Batman and Nightwing being clad in high-quality bulletproof vests, their flesh and blood remained vulnerable in such perilous circumstances. When Zhao Lei first learned of this vehicle, he had fervently insisted on piloting it, eager to experience its thrills. Although its firepower paled in comparison to that of the Batmobile and Batwing, its agility and striking appearance were undeniably alluring. Zhao Lei adeptly maneuvered the Batcycle, its imposing tires providing significant stability. After extensive training alongside Batman and Nightwing, he had grown proficient in handling the Batcycle, skillfully weaving through the onslaught of attacks from the streets. From the rooftops, armed criminals aimed coldly at the Batmobile and Batcycle, their malicious laughter echoing as they squeezed the triggers. A volley of bullets tore through the air, trailing smoke as they hurtled towards their targets. However, the Batmobile and Batcycle were equipped with a formidable countermeasure. The alarm systems had long been activated in response to the heavy fire. A proactive defense mechanism known as the Guardian system was deployed, armed with advanced detection radar capable of identifying and tracking incoming threats. Upon activation, interceptors were launched to neutralize any incoming anti-tank missiles or rockets. As the radar of the Batmobile and Batcycle registered the incoming threats, two interceptor launchers sprang from the diamond-shaped armor on either side of the Batmobile, releasing interceptors at astonishing speed. When the two rockets approached within 2 meters of the Batmobile, the interceptors struck with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating the missiles mid-air. As two violent explosions erupted, accompanied only by a burst of flames and billowing smoke, the Batmobile sustained virtually no damage. This exemplifies the prowess of the Guardian's active defense system. The Batbike, piloted by Zhao Lei, was similarly equipped with this defensive technology. However, due to its significantly smaller size compared to the Batmobile, it was fitted with a single unit. Nevertheless, its effectiveness and capabilities were equally formidable. Zhao Lei leaned slightly forward, gripping the motorcycle's handlebars tightly, as the Guardian's defense system activated from the outset, ready to intercept the incoming rocket. A rocket, trailing a fierce tail of fire, hurtled towards the Batbike. At this critical moment, an alarm from the active defense system blared, and a missile interceptor launcher swiftly ascended from the front of the Batbike. The interceptor quickly locked onto the rocket's trajectory, launching a 20 caliber interceptor missile towards the incoming threat. A violent explosion erupted just to the right front of the Batbike, transforming the rocket into a spectacle of flames and dissipating smoke. Bruce's active defense system is quite impressive. Zhao Lei communicated through the Batbike's communicator to Batman in the Batmobile behind him. Against such kinetic warheads, the Guardian system demonstrated remarkable capability. However, he cautioned that if overwhelmed by simultaneous attacks, the system's defenses could be breached, leading to perilous consequences. Batman, situated in the Batmobile, echoed this sentiment through the communication device. Once more, rockets rained down from either side of the street, this time with a ferocity far exceeding the previous assault. A barrage of 7 or 8 rockets surged toward both the Batmobile and the Batbike. Good heavens! Zhao Lei gasped at the sight. The Guardian system in the Batmobile activated once again, intercepting the incoming rockets. 3 missiles were thwarted midair, while several others missed their mark, striking the ground nearby. However, 2 rockets managed to strike the Batmobile's armor, which, despite sustaining some damage to its exterior, continued to function normally. Conversely, Zhao Lei's Batbike faced a greater peril. Although Zhao Lei himself could withstand the impact of a rocket, the consequences of a direct hit on the Batbike remained uncertain. A thunderous boom echoed as a rocket was intercepted just 5 to 4 meters above Zhao Lei's head. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another rocket whizzed past his left side, trailing a searing heat that singed the fabric of his shoulder, leaving an indelible impression of shock that would linger in Zhao Lei's memory for days. As the Batbike swayed from side to side, more rockets narrowly missed their target. The armed criminals seemed tireless, continuously repositioning to unleash further assaults on both the Batmobile and the Batbike, striving to impede their relentless advance. Before Zhao Lei, the motorcycle communicator once again emitted the iconic, deep voice of Batman. "All right, it's time for our weapons to take the stage." Despite the high-speed pursuit, a subtle smirk of pride crept across Zhao Lei's lips as he responded to the communicator. "Understood, we can no longer be on the receiving end." With that, Zhao Lei activated the safety mechanisms of the 2 formidable Gatling guns mounted on the front of the Batcycle. The massive 20mm Gatling guns began to whirl into action. Meanwhile, Batman, seated in the Batmobile, pressed the button to operate the remote-controlled gun turret. The circular turret at the front of the Batmobile ascended, then commenced its 360-degree rotation. "You handle the front, and I'll take care of the sides and rear." Batman's voice echoed through the communicator once more. "All right, no problem," Zhao Lei replied, his hands poised over the Gatling buttons on either side of the motorcycle. "It's time for you to truly experience the repercussions," he thought to himself. In an instant, those lurking behind cover on the streets and rooftops found themselves under fire as the 2 Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of bullets towards them. The armed criminals felt a searing pain coursing through their bodies before collapsing to the ground, scattered among the fallen offenders. The bullets revealed their true nature. They were not conventional bullets, but rather rubber projectiles, newly manufactured by Batman using equipment from the Batcave. These projectiles incapacitated adversaries effectively while being far less lethal than any international ammunition. Batman's unwavering principle of sparing lives was evident in all his arsenal, and the machine guns of both the Batmobile and Batcycle were no exception. The thunderous roar of the Gatling guns filled the air, unleashing a barrage of specially designed rubber bullets upon the enemy ahead. Though composed of rubber, this barrage still delivered a significant impact. The assailants fell to the ground, groaning in pain, but these projectiles ensured that none would meet their demise. Moreover, these custom rubber bullets possessed lower penetration power compared to standard rubber rounds, transferring their kinetic energy throughout the target's body upon impact. Thus, even being struck by dozens would not result in death. However, the inevitable groans of anguish were a certainty. "Let us see how you handle this. You've been arrogant, and now it's time for your just desserts," Zhao Lei proclaimed, joyfully unleashing volleys of rubber bullets. Batman was equally relentless, as the remote-controlled dual-mounted machine gun on the Batmobile fired a relentless stream of rubber bullets towards the enemies on the sides and rear. Although the initial velocity of these rubber projectiles was not particularly high, the firing rate of the machine gun was on par with that of standard military-grade firearms. A barrage of rubber bullets relentlessly suppressed the foes perched on the surrounding streets and rooftops. Any enemy daring to expose themselves in an attempt to assail the Batpod or Batmobile was swiftly brought down by a hail of gunfire. As they drew nearer to the besieged Walmart, a cluster of criminals had erected makeshift barriers from abandoned vehicles and salvaged furniture from nearby residences. Zhao Lei, surveying the obstacles with a sense of triumph, spoke into the communicator mounted on the motorcycle, declaring, "These minor impediments shall not deter us, will they?" He then cranked the Batpod's engine to its maximum power, adjusting the handlebars to their utmost forward position. As the Batpod approached the barriers, it leapt gracefully into the air, soaring over the obstacles in a parabolic arc. Chapter 23. A triumvirate assault as Zhao Lei piloted the Batpod into the air. It landed smoothly on the other side of the barriers, thanks to its broad, robust tires. The Batpod surged ahead, its dual Gatling guns relentlessly firing rubber bullets at the surrounding adversaries. Meanwhile, Batman, ensconced within the Batmobile, realized that these barriers posed a challenge beyond the vehicle's leaping capability. However, this did not thwart him. Utilizing the targeting system displayed on the vehicle's electronic screen, he locked onto the obstacles ahead. With determination, Batman pressed the rocket launcher activation button. Suddenly, 2 rocket launchers emerged from the front of the Batmobile, each equipped with 2 rockets. A total of 4 small rockets were launched towards the barriers, resulting in a series of explosions that obliterated the obstacles. The Batmobile surged through the ensuing flames and smoke. At last, after a concerted effort to breach the enemy's defenses, Zhao Lei on the Batpod and Batman in the Batmobile arrived in the vicinity of the besieged Walmart. Separated only by a street, the Walmart's expanse was considerable, nearly occupying half of the street before them, although it stood only 4 stories tall, resembling a flattened structure. It was likely that many civilians remained trapped within its confines. Zhao Lei carefully assessed the enemy presence around the Walmart, noting that several adversaries were active on the rooftops of the 2 to 3-story buildings encircling the store. Vehicles parked in front of the Walmart had been commandeered by the assailants as makeshift cover. As Zhao Lei continued to unleash rubber bullets from the Batpod's Gatling guns, he communicated with Batman, stating, "We must swiftly penetrate the supermarket under the current circumstances." Batman, maintaining a calm and measured tone, replied, "Understood. I will instruct Nightwing to provide aerial support immediately." With that, Batman switched the communicator channel to contact Nightwing. "Nightwing, engage our nearby adversaries to the best of your abilities. Simultaneously, do what you can to control the flames in the vicinity," commanded Batman through the communicator to Nightwing. At that moment, Nightwing piloted the Batplane above the chaotic scene below, eager to lend his assistance. He responded with enthusiasm over the communicator, "Leave it to me. Focus on rescuing those in peril." As Nightwing descended the altitude of the Batplane significantly, he prepared the array of weaponry equipped on the aircraft, which was not solely designed for combat, but served a variety of purposes. Seated in the cockpit, he adeptly maneuvered the targeting system and readied a specialized missile. With the reticle locked onto a smoke-choked building below, he decisively pressed the launch button, murmuring to himself, "Go get him, buddy." In an instant, 2 internal missile launchers deployed from the belly of the Batplane, unleashing 2 lightweight missiles, each with a diameter of 20 centimeters, as they hurtled toward the smoke-filled target. As the missiles approached the burning structure, they detonated above it with a resounding explosion. However, these missiles were not intended for destruction. Rather, upon explosion, they released a torrent of firefighting foam that enveloped the blazing building. Nightwing smiled slightly as he observed the flames extinguished from the cockpit, declaring, "All done. On to the next." The Batplane once again locked onto another target, continuing its firefighting mission. Meanwhile, on the ground, Batman and Zhao Lei pressed forward with their assault. The Batmobile surged forward, crashing through the vehicles that obstructed their path in front of the besieged Walmart. With Zhao Lei's aid, the adversaries outside the supermarket were swiftly scattered in retreat. The Batmobile accelerated once more, its rear jet thruster propelling it toward the first floor of the supermarket. As the walls and glass of the ground level shattered under the vehicle's force, it barreled inside. Zhao Lei followed closely on the Batcycle, entering the supermarket where several foes remained. However, a glance at the ammunition display on the Gatling guns mounted on his motorcycle revealed a drastic reduction from 1,000 rounds to just a handful. Given the supermarket's complex cover and severely restricted shooting angles, those few rubber bullets would prove ineffective. The optimal choice now was to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Zhao Lei leaped from the Batcycle, firmly grasping his electromagnetic gauntlets, his wrist-mounted weaponry at the ready. At that moment, the Batmobile's hatch opened with a hiss, and a shadow clad in a cape surged forth. It was Batman, equally armed and prepared for battle. "Eliminate them," Batman commanded Zhao Lei, swiftly drawing a batarang from his multifunctional utility belt. The startled criminals within the first floor gradually regained their composure, taking refuge behind cover as they began to retaliate. Bullets once again rained towards Batman and Zhao Lei. Naturally, Batman's capacity for stealth was significantly diminished during the day, necessitating a swift response against the thugs. Batman hurled his bat-shaped darts towards several gangsters concealed behind a few cash registers nearby. Unlike previous versions, this particular dart was equipped with a small, circular tracking device at its center. The dart struck the first thug armed with a shotgun. Then, following a graceful arc, it felled a second adversary, ultimately returning to incapacitate yet another foe. This was the tracking dart, possessing both the ability to strike in a curved trajectory and to return, functioning much like a miniature metallic boomerang, yet with greater kinetic energy to subdue its targets. The tracking dart flew back to Batman's hand along a meticulously calculated path, whereupon he noticed 2 enemies brandishing Uzi submachine guns on Zhao Lei's left side. "Beware of the enemies. To your left, at 9 o'clock, Batman urgently called out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei swiftly pivoted his body to the left. His wrist-mounted devices locked onto the 2 foes, and thanks to the enhancements made to his visor, targeting reticles appeared automatically in his line of sight. This wrist-mounted system operated through binaural sensors, and as Zhao Lei's wrist muscles tightened slightly, He simultaneously launched a total of 4 diminutive steel needles from both wrists, each trailing a fine metallic wire. Upon impact, the two thugs convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground as if struck by electricity. This technique employed 2 slender steel needles that, upon penetrating the target's body, transmitted a powerful electric current through the connected metallic wires, inducing an effect akin to being struck by a police baton. Zhao Lei's specialized variant, crafted by Batman, proved to be even more effective. Following the electric shock, the needles were swiftly retracted back into their launchers for subsequent use. The results are promising. Bring on the next wave, Zhao Lei remarked, observing the 2 incapacitated criminals on the ground. Meanwhile, 2 bullets struck Zhao Lei's chest, though they merely inflicted minor damage to his bulletproof vest, leaving him unharmed. Nevertheless, he felt a jarring sensation in his chest. Undeterred, Zhao Lei pressed his assault against the enemies lurking behind nearby shelves, locking onto one and launching another steel needle. As it struck, a powerful current once again brought the adversary to the ground. Batman, not idle during this exchange, retrieved several standard bat-shaped darts and threw them towards the opponents. With a series of anguished cries, multiple thugs found sharp black metal darts embedded in their arms, their firearms clattering to the ground. Keep going, move to your left. The bats continually reminded Zhao Lei to remain vigilant against their surroundings, while the tracking bats, in tandem with the ordinary bat darts, incessantly signaled to the bandits. The 2 of them launched a fierce assault on the criminals as they advanced towards the second floor, causing the bandits to retreat in disarray before Zhao Lei and Batman's onslaught. Soon, Zhao Lei and Batman breached the second level of the supermarket. The number of enemies on this floor was significantly diminished, and Zhao Lei drew forth a 1-meter-long grenade launcher from behind, using it to fire tear gas grenades at the adversaries. Clouds of smoke began to billow up from the second floor, while Batman, having previously injected himself with an antidote against tear gas effects, remained entirely immune to the smoke produced by these grenades. Zhao Lei's resilience was equally impressive. He not only withstood bullets, but also resisted the irritants of the gas, enduring the tear gas smoke without issue. As Zhao Lei and Batman continued their advance, the grenade launcher proved to be immensely advantageous. Although it lacked lethal capacity, in conjunction with Zhao Lei and Batman's close-quarters combat skills, it demonstrated considerable effectiveness. Initially, the tear gas grenades left the bandits in disarray, their faces awash with tears and mucus. Taking advantage of their incapacitated state, Batman and Zhao Lei proceeded to neutralize them. Thus, they steadily made their way towards the 5th floor of the Walmart supermarket. Chapter 24. The conclusion of the incident. Batman and Zhao Lei grew increasingly emboldened, having fought their way up from the lower levels to near the 5th floor. The bandits on the 5th level were now restless, particularly the Scarecrow, Penguin, and Riddler, who commanded this floor, all of whom were shrouded in anxiety. The trio had assembled a formidable assault team using the resources of Gotham's underworld, supplemented by their own recruits. Yet now, they found themselves cornered once more by Batman and his allies, leading to mutual accusations and a palpable tension among them. The Penguin slammed his hand on the table, furiously berating the other 2 and their armed henchmen. Again, no matter how many of us there are, we cannot eliminate him, he bellowed, his unusually long nose twitching with rage. The Riddler, adorned in green, appeared resigned. What good is it to panic now? He remarked. Meanwhile, the Scarecrow, donning a burlap sack over his head, spoke in a cold, somber tone. Some of the other criminals on the 5th floor hung their heads in despair, clearly demoralized by Batman's relentless assault, while some cynical members of the Riddler's crew suggested playing a riddle game to alleviate the tension. However, before he could finish his thought, the Penguin shot him a fierce glare filled with menace. The Riddler's playful demeanor faltered momentarily before he withdrew the envelope. Yet, the Scarecrow remained eerily calm, betraying no signs of anger or joy. Let us quiet down. If we cannot eliminate Batman, there are still ways to ensure our escape, he stated. The Scarecrow spoke to the others in a grim tone. He then received a spray apparatus resembling a paint can from one of his subordinates. A sinister smile crept across his face as he gazed at the spray can. Approaching the civilians detained in the supermarket, he sprayed the face of an adult man several times with a hissing sound. The man instinctively covered his face, yet the spray infiltrated his throat and nostrils. After a few seconds, he frantically lowered his hands, his expression contorted with a grotesque fear as his mouth and facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. With a shriek, the man rolled on the ground in a state of panic, causing the surrounding civilians, particularly the women, to shrink back in terror. The Scarecrow turned around. Despite the burlap sack covering his face, a sense of pride was unmistakably evident. How do you like that? This is the effect of my fear gas. he declared with a self-satisfied and ominous tone, shaking the spray can in his hand. The Penguin and the Riddler, both taken aback, had previously heard of the Scarecrow's fear gas. This substance, when inhaled, induced a maddening effect, plunging the inhaler into a state of blind terror towards their surroundings. Witnessing its effects firsthand left even these notorious Gotham criminals momentarily stunned. "Release all the gas," the Scarecrow commanded his subordinates. They promptly retrieved numerous spray cans from large trunks and dispensed syringes to all the criminals present. "Inject this to safeguard against the gas's effects," he shouted to the other criminals on the 5th floor. The criminals then raised their spray cans, unleashing fear gas upon the defenseless civilians at gunpoint. The 5th floor of the Walmart supermarket erupted into a cacophony of wails, mingled with insane screams. On the 4th floor, the gunfire gradually ceased, revealing chaos as several criminals lay defeated by Zhao Lei and Batman. "Quick, move up," Zhao Lei shouted as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a barrage of bullets struck him, though he sustained no serious harm. His bulletproof vest was, however, riddled with holes. "Take that, you little brat," he yelled as he retaliated with both wrists, taking down nearby foes. A series of cries echoed, followed by Batman's shurikens striking the remaining criminals on the 5th floor. The duo continued their rapid assault against the lingering enemies, when suddenly, a burst of flames swept towards them. "Watch out!" Zhao Lei hastily pushed the Batman aside with one hand, and the Batman, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly dodged to the side. However, the exquisite Kevlar bulletproof vest worn by Zhao Lei could not withstand the intense heat, resulting in a significant portion being incinerated. Zhao Lei, undeterred, discarded the vest to the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a short, stout man with an elongated hooked nose approximately 20 meters away, glaring at him with a menacing expression, tightly gripping a black umbrella that was unmistakably a flamethrower. The man's voice echoed ominously, "Batman and his accomplice. You are far more formidable than we anticipated. Even with the vast manpower and resources we rarely deploy, we cannot subdue you." The Batman immediately recognized this individual, along with his companions, the Penguin, Scarecrow, and Riddler. The sudden appearance of such a multitude of adversaries caught both Zhao Lei and Batman by surprise. Scarecrow shouted towards Batman and Zhao Lei, "You two cannot hope to stop us. Look at those people." Following Scarecrow's indication, Batman and Zhao Lei turned to witness a group of men and women within the confines of a 5-story building, frantically rolling on the ground and tearing at each other in a frenzy. "Fear gas," Batman uttered in a grave tone to Zhao Lei, who could sense the severity in Batman's voice. "We must rescue them swiftly. If we delay, they may harm one another or even resort to self-harm," Batman proclaimed with urgency. The captured civilians on the 5th floor were in a state of delirium, their agonizing screams reverberating throughout the entire level. "Farewell, Batman," the Penguin cackled as he, along with Scarecrow and Riddler, attempted to escape through another staircase on the 5th floor. They found themselves in a dire predicament. On one hand, they needed to subdue the civilians affected by the fear gas, while on the other, the notorious criminals were making their getaway. Saving lives takes precedence. Batman instructed Zhao Lei, "Quickly deploy the tranquilizer weapons. We must sedate these civilians. If they lose their mobility, they will be shielded from harm." As he spoke, Batman retrieved 3 pocket watch-sized bombs from his utility belt and hurled them above the throng of civilians. Upon detonation, the bombs released a smoke screen that enveloped the individuals below, swiftly rendering them unconscious. Zhao Lei followed suit, extracting several tranquilizer darts from his specially designed utility belt, targeting those not yet covered by the smoke. The smoke soon spread, enveloping the remaining civilians. Batman, unwilling to allow the criminals to escape unscathed, urged Zhao Lei to hasten in pursuit of the Penguin and his cohorts. Zhao Lei, upon witnessing Batman's pursuit, swiftly activated a switch on his wrist device and hurled the entire gadget towards Batman. As he did so, he announced his intentions. Batman adeptly caught it and continued his chase after the retreating Penguin. The Dark Knight's speed was formidable, rendering the remaining thugs utterly helpless against him. The remnants of the gang, attempting to flee downstairs, were systematically defeated by Batman's projectiles and his martial prowess. In no time, they reached the 1st floor, where the trio of villains, Penguin, Scarecrow, and Riddler, had just pried open the floor leading to the sewer, preparing to leap into the depths below. "Batman, block him," cried Penguin, spotting Batman rushing back to the 1st floor, addressing his few remaining henchmen. Bullets from Uzi submachine guns began to rain towards Batman's position. Batman skillfully maneuvered around the shelves and containers, evading the onslaught of fire while accurately throwing his batarangs, each finding its target as adversaries fell one after another. "You shall not escape." he declared, launching a tracking batarang towards Penguin and his accomplices. However, while Penguin evaded capture, 2 of his henchmen and the Riddler were struck down. In the current predicament, Penguin and Scarecrow commanded their remaining 5 or 6 henchmen to obstruct Batman, while they hastily descended into the sewer. A resounding thud echoed as the remaining thugs were decisively taken down by Batman. Upon glancing at the now exposed opening leading to the sewer, it was evident that Penguin and Scarecrow had successfully fled. Nevertheless, Batman turned his attention to the incapacitated Riddler. He charged forward and delivered 2 powerful punches to Riddler's head. With a thud, Riddler lay dazed on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei had completed his tasks on the 5th floor and returned to the 1st. Observing Batman and the fallen Riddler, he announced, "I've incapacitated those affected by the fear gas on the 5th floor with tranquilizer darts." The wailing of police sirens could be heard from outside the Walmart, as Commissioner Gordon and the Gotham City police had subdued the outer thugs and arrived at the scene. Batman glanced at Zhao Lei and urged, "We must retreat swiftly." Together, they made their way to the Batmobile and Batpod parked on the 1st floor. With the roar of engines, the Batmobile and Batpod sped away, maintaining a safe distance from the police. In the sky, Nightwing piloted the Batwing, having received Batman's command, also making his exit from the ravaged area. Chapter 25. Unimaginable aftermath. The fierce battle concluded, and the subdued Riddler was apprehended by the arriving Gotham City police. However, this incident sparked a series of unforeseen repercussions that many could scarcely fathom. The battle waged by Batman and his allies against the Gotham City mob alliance fortuitously occurred on a Friday, leading the media to dub it Black Friday. Over the subsequent days, the multitude of narratives surrounding the events was fervently disseminated by the press, with exaggerated reports even likening Gotham to a city under siege by terrorists. Predominantly, the stories centered around the enigmatic figure of Batman engaging in combat with the criminal underworld. The newspapers published extensive articles detailing the shocking attack that reverberated across the nation. Although it was initially a mere assault instigated by criminals, the confrontation escalated into a fierce exchange of heavy artillery, drawing in Batman, the Gotham mob, and even law enforcement. Ultimately, the chaos resulted in numerous casualties, with close to 200 armed assailants apprehended. Across the United States, the tumultuous scenes from the battleground, alongside images of the Batmobile, Batpod, and Batplane, left an indelible impact on the public, increasing awareness of Batman. However, many held him accountable for igniting the conflict with the mob, with certain media outlets directing their ire primarily at him. Even President Obama found himself troubled by the situation, and after a series of discussions with his national security advisor, he heeded his subordinate's counsel, a rarely employed strategy, even by the President of the United States. This involved enlisting a remarkable individual from the civilian populace. Approximately 1 week following the events of Black Friday in Gotham City, on the White House lawn, General Swanwick of the U.S. military, clad in his uniform, awaited the arrival of his counterpart, Richard Paulson, the national security advisor, who was dressed in a gray suit. General Swanwick glanced at his wristwatch, noting the time as 11:55, just 5 minutes before the scheduled meeting with the president. A hint of perplexity crossed the typically stern visage of the general, who appeared somewhat bewildered by the necessity of this discussion. He turned to Paulson and inquired, "Mr. Paulson, do you truly believe that resolving a terrorist attack warrants such elaborate measures?" Paulson, seemingly anticipating this question, adjusted his glasses and replied, "This meeting is imperative. After thorough research and discussions with the president, we resolved to engage with that extraterrestrial entity." General Swanwick maintained his serious demeanor and, in a calm tone, asked, "So we are actually inviting that so-called Superman to assist us. Do you and the president believe he will acquiesce?" Paulson, exuding confidence, smiled and replied, "General Swanwick, I must assert that Superman will undoubtedly agree. His strength, his abilities, and his origins from Krypton have led many to harbor skepticism towards him, particularly within the American government. Superman undoubtedly comprehends that collaborating with us to assist the president in safeguarding the nation's security will significantly alleviate the distrust many hold towards him." As he spoke, Paulson's gaze and expression seemed to take on a hint of smugness, though he was careful not to display it overtly in such a formal setting. Upon hearing this, Swanwick nodded slightly, internally acknowledging the validity of this assertion. In truth, skepticism towards Superman is not confined to the realm of politics. The American military also harbors considerable doubts. The controversy surrounding Superman in the United States began 2 years prior during a major crisis. That incident involved General Zod's forces from the now-destroyed Krypton, who sought to transform Earth into a second Krypton. Superman, due to the Kryptonian code within him, became Zod's target. leading to Zod activating two colossal world engines in an attempt to alter Earth's environment. However, with the assistance of the American military, Superman managed to obliterate the world engines and ultimately had to eliminate General Zod. While this grave crisis was averted, the fear it incited led many, who were unaware of the full circumstances, to believe that Superman had attracted Krypton's malevolent forces. Furthermore, during the crisis, numerous individuals, particularly among the upper echelons of American military and politics, regarded Superman as a potential threat. To those politicians and generals, who could say when Superman might develop an interest in attacking America? Of course, in the 2 years following the crisis, Superman endeavored to right wrongs and combat formidable villains, earning some respect among the populace, which temporarily quelled opposition and fear towards him. Nevertheless, a significant number of individuals continued to harbor doubts and fears regarding Superman, and the awareness of anti-Superman sentiment persisted within the upper ranks of the United States. At last, the hour struck 12. General Swanwick, alongside Paulson, gazed skyward as an object descended from the heights of 10,000 meters towards them. As the object neared, slowing its speed at approximately 300 meters above, those below recognized it as a person, and that person was none other than Superman. In an instant, Superman descended to a height of over 10 meters above the two men, surveying them from the air. His imposing red cape billowed in the wind, exuding an aura of authority. General Swanwick, I have arrived punctually, Superman declared, his expression earnest as he regarded Swanwick below. Excellent. Let us proceed with the meeting, Swanwick replied, unfolding his arms which had been crossed over his chest. Beside him, Advisor Paulson gestured towards the entrance of the White House, saying, Please, step inside. Superman gracefully descended to the ground and, following Paulson and Swanwick, made his way into the White House. Before long, 3 individuals arrived at the entrance of the presidential office within the White House. 2 imposing and well-built security guards proactively opened the door for them. Please come in, said Paulson, casting a slight smile towards Superman. With a steady gait, Superman entered the presidential office, which exuded an air of grandeur and dignity. The entire office was elegantly oval in shape, adorned with a soft and moderate palette of pale yellow and coffee brown, meticulously arranged throughout the space. The classical Baroque style was evident in the neatly decorated stripes across the office, while 2 rows of exquisitely crafted sofas faced the entrance. At the center of the room's floor lay a large emblem of the American bald eagle, strikingly depicted grasping an olive branch and arrows in its talons. However, none of this captured Superman's attention. Seated behind a grand oak desk, with his back to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, was the president of the most powerful nation in the world. Superman approached the oak desk with a measured pace, while the president, engrossed in a newspaper, The Post, appeared to be reading an article about the Black Friday incident in Gotham City. Behind Superman, Swanwick and Paulson stood on either side of him. Mr. President, as per our agreement, Superman has arrived, Paulson announced to the president, who was still reading the newspaper. Upon hearing this, the newspaper was lowered, and President Barack Obama looked up at Superman and the 2 individuals accompanying him. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Mr. President, Superman said, his voice warm and friendly. Obama responded with a broad smile, his gaze towards Superman filled with both trust and scrutiny. I too am delighted to meet you, the hero of Metropolis, he replied. Following the initial pleasantries, it was clear that the discussion needed to proceed directly to the matter at hand. Paulson, stepping in to facilitate, suggested, perhaps the president could outline the key points of our discussion. Obama glanced once more at the newspaper spread across the desk and continued to regard Superman with a steady gaze. I believe you have heard about the terror attack in Gotham City that has captured national attention, he began. Superman nodded. Clark Kent, as a journalist for the Daily Planet, had already been aware of this sensational news during his leisure time. Of course, neither Obama nor the military were privy to his true identity. Obama continued in a serious and measured tone. The specifics of how the Gotham City terror attack unfolded remain somewhat uncertain. However, current sentiments from both the public and the media lean towards the belief that it was instigated by a figure known as Batman, embroiled in a feud with the mob. Superman had long been prepared for this meeting, fully aware of the formidable power he possessed, which had astonished the entire nation. His proposal for discussion seemed largely intended to invite his intervention. Previously, through a clandestine communication channel established with the military, he had learned of the president's desire to confer with him. It was now evident that the crux of the discussion had begun to reveal itself. Maintaining a polite yet composed demeanor, Superman addressed the president, saying, So, Mr. President, what would you have me do? Should I take charge of this matter? Upon hearing this, Obama inclined his head slightly. He then clasped his hands over his chest and replied, this is not solely my request. Numerous legislators in Congress are exerting pressure on the White House, particularly Representative Brad Call from Michigan. Not only is he a congressman from Michigan, but he also hails from Gotham City itself. He has been vocally asserting in Congress that the recent terrorist attack in Gotham was incited by Batman's personal vendetta against the city's criminal underworld, insisting that the U.S. government must intervene forcefully against Batman and his associates. Observing President Obama as he narrated the circumstances, Superman perceived a political undertone to this operation. Then, Mr. President, he continued after Obama had finished, the figure known as Batman is rumored to be an outlaw combating crime. And the nature of the terrorist attack in Gotham remains to be defined. Could it be a conflict among malevolent forces? You cannot possibly be suggesting that I should take action against Batman. At this point, a hint of gravity flickered in Obama's warm gaze. He opened his mouth to elaborate. Currently, Congress is nearly unanimous in its belief that the animosity between Batman and the gangs has led to this attack. And Representative Call is adamant in demanding punishment for Batman. As a congressman from Gotham City, his persuasive power in this matter is unmatched, naturally garnering significant support in Congress. Batman's identity is not widely recognized favorably. Meanwhile, Paulson felt compelled to assist the president in persuading Superman. Adjusting his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, he remarked, "Superman, you must understand that the so-called Batman is merely an illegal armed entity operating without governmental approval. Regardless of the circumstances, he remains an unlawful individual." Swanwick, observing the dynamics of the discussion, added, "I trust you are aware of your current predicament. Despite your immense strength, countless individuals in the military and political spheres harbor doubts about you. If you could find a way to curtail Batman's activities, the skepticism surrounding you in Congress, public opinion, and the military would significantly diminish, possibly leading to your full acceptance across various sectors in America." Paulson continued to elaborate on the potential ramifications. Superman, gazing into Obama's stern yet accommodating eyes, ultimately arrived at a conclusion. "Very well, I shall endeavor to restrain Batman to a limited extent. However, I will require some time to investigate him." Upon hearing this, Obama appeared to exhale in relief. Subsequently, he remarked, "That Batman raises some questions for me as well. Therefore, it is not a matter of confinement or arrest, but rather a call for him to cease certain extreme behaviors to prevent further turmoil in Gotham City. Your task is to curtail his peculiar actions." "Very well, Mr. President." Superman responded in a resolute tone. "I wish you success in your mission," Obama said with a tone of trust and friendliness, extending his hand towards Superman. As their hands clasped firmly, no one could have anticipated that Batman would forge an unbreakable bond with Zhao Lei and Superman in the days to come. Chapter 26. Wayne Tower. Over 10 days had passed since the horrific attack in Gotham City, and the lives of its residents had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Zhao Lei, clad in a sleek black suit, sat alongside Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson on a monorail heading toward Wayne Tower. This visit was initiated by Bruce Wayne, as the recent intense battles had left everyone somewhat fatigued, and Zhao Lei had collaborated with him for 2 months without having formally visited Wayne Tower. Having avoided the peak hours of the workday, the monorail was not crowded. Zhao Lei and Dick occupied seats on the train, with Bruce Wayne seated opposite them. The view of Gotham City from the elevated train was quite captivating, despite the pervasive crime and potential danger of the night. The core area of the city radiated an air of mystery, allure, and stark elegance during the day. After days of fierce confrontations with criminal forces, it was time to explore the city anew. Zhao Lei gazed at Bruce Wayne, who was clad in a finely tailored French overcoat, complemented by a dignified Italian suit underneath. With a visage that embodied sophistication, poise, maturity, and striking handsomeness, Bruce exuded the aura of a cultured entrepreneur or affluent magnate. While Zhao Lei and Dick possessed a youthful demeanor characteristic of men in their 20s, Bruce's presence, being in his 30s, was distinctly different. Nevertheless, they radiated the vitality of youth. Zhao Lei, dressed in a polished black suit and shining black shoes, bore an expression of confidence and vigor. Clearly, after 2 months of battling alongside Batman, he had shed the remnants of his previous self, replaced by a more competent, confident, and responsible persona. Beside him, Dick remained true to his casual style, favoring relaxed trousers and a jacket. The air of nonchalance seemed inseparable from the name Dick Grayson. Observing Gotham City from here during the day is quite a delightful experience, don't you agree, Bruce? As Zhao Lei gazed out at the scenery, he spoke to Bruce Wayne. Bruce smiled faintly, and his composed visage seemed to reveal a hint of nostalgia. Gotham City, the cradle of the Wayne family's ascent, has nurtured countless talents and enterprises, bound together by the spirit of its residents. To me, it will always be beautiful. Regardless of its circumstances, I shall continue to protect it. As Bruce uttered these words, a sense of sentimentality enveloped him. He then resumed his narration, observing the train they were on. The very train we are currently riding was constructed by my father for this city. At that time, a nationwide economic crisis struck Gotham particularly hard. My father took it upon himself to create this affordable and convenient public transportation system to unite the residents. Zhao Lei, seated across with hands clasped, listened intently, harboring a deep admiration for Bruce Wayne and the Wayne family. As Gotham's illustrious scion, Bruce has long borne a significant responsibility towards the city. The scenery outside the train window shifted dramatically, with towering and dense buildings becoming increasingly prominent. Gradually guiding the train to its destination, Wayne Tower, Zhao Lei peered through the glass at the looming edifice, where a massive metallic sign stood out prominently atop the 600-meter structure. This was the central building of Gotham, the headquarters of the renowned Wayne Group, a titan in the realms of military, machinery, electronics, and aerospace. Prepare yourselves, we have arrived, Bruce Wayne announced to Zhao Lei and Dick, rising from his seat. The train came to a gentle halt at the terminal, and the doors opened. Bruce led Zhao Lei and Dick out of the train. As they were on an elevated track, they directly reached the 5th floor of Wayne Tower. Good day, Mr. Wayne, greeted a slightly stout middle-aged man seated at the control desk as Bruce entered the building. Bruce returned the greeting with a polite smile and gestured towards Zhao Lei and Dick, saying, "No need for formality. These two are my friends." The trio strolled effortlessly into Wayne Tower, with Zhao Lei's curious and eager gaze absorbing the surroundings. The interior was meticulously arranged and exuded an air of sophistication, characteristic of a premier modern corporation. The floors and walls were immaculate, with workers occasionally maneuvering small cleaning robots to maintain the pristine environment. The equipment in the building operated with remarkable quietness, allowing the soft sound of footsteps to resonate throughout the vast space as they walked alongside Bruce Wayne. Observing the layout of the floors, in the corridor, spaced at intervals, there were remarkably clear wall-mounted ultra-thin LCD screens displaying a series of research endeavors and advertisements by Wayne Enterprises. The air within the building was remarkably fresh, evoking a sensation akin to being in a vast prairie. However, small vents resembling air circulation devices on the rooftop elucidated the reason for this phenomenon. Quite impressive, Bruce. You command such a formidable enterprise, Zhao Lei remarked to Bruce while observing his surroundings. Bruce turned his head to glance at Zhao Lei, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Wayne Enterprises is indeed powerful, yet it is not solely mine. A portion of it belongs to other shareholders as well." Zhao Lei rubbed his hands together and responded, "Nevertheless, that is quite commendable. It is not easy for an ordinary person to become the chairman of such a grand corporation." Meanwhile, Dick slightly puffed his cheeks and suggested, "Let us proceed to tour the technology department." Bruce pressed his lips together and concurred, "Very well. Let us take our new partner to see that area." He then patted Zhao Lei on the shoulder, saying, "Follow me." Under Bruce Wayne's guidance, the group re-entered the elevator and shortly arrived at the 120th floor of Wayne Tower. As Bruce explained, this floor was the core area where Marcus of the technology department resided. Upon exiting the elevator, the three men observed that this floor appeared no different from the others at first glance. However, a closer inspection of the doors leading to the various rooms revealed a stark contrast. While the doors on other floors were elegant office entrances, those on this floor resembled the heavily fortified doors of a National Archives facility. "Follow me," Bruce instructed Zhao Lei and Dick. The two men trailed behind Bruce as he approached several rooms, ultimately arriving at the door of a room situated in the center of the corridor. Bruce reached for the door lock, and a gentle female voice emanated from it, stating, "Please identify your fingerprint and retina." A rectangular aperture then opened in the door lock, revealing a diminutive camera lens accompanied by a button panel suitable for a thumb's size. Bruce pressed his left thumb against the button while aligning his eyes with the camera lens, following a series of beeps and the sound of a mechanical lock disengaging. The sturdy metal door swung open automatically. "Please enter," Bruce invited. Zhao Lei and Dick followed Bruce Wayne into the room, where they beheld an array of sophisticated experimental apparatus and various diagnostic instruments displaying a multitude of indices. In the midst of the room stood a middle-aged gentleman with a beard, clad in a white research coat, engrossed in his work. "Hello, Marcus," Bruce greeted the man. "Oh, Mr. Wayne, you have arrived," Marcus responded. As Marcus continued to gaze intently at the research materials before him, his seriousness was palpable. After a moment, he exhaled softly and gradually lifted his head, noticing Bruce Wayne alongside Zhao Lei and Dick. "Oh, sir, you've brought friends along? Is that not Dick? And is the other your new acquaintance?" Marcus inquired in a measured tone, despite the presence of his beard and wrinkles, which somewhat obscured his facial expressions. Yet, traces of the meticulous and upright demeanor characteristic of a scientist were still discernible on his face. At this, Bruce Wayne chuckled lightly before responding. I brought him to tour Wayne Enterprises. This is Zhao Lei, my new friend. Hello, Mr. Marcus. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to be in your good graces, Zhao Lei said to the middle-aged scientist, who exuded a demeanor of seriousness. Greetings, Mr. Zhao. Likewise, Marcus replied in a tranquil manner. Dick, on the other hand, required no introduction. He had previously met Marcus during his years alongside Batman at Wayne Enterprises. However, for Zhao Lei, this was indeed his first encounter with the chief engineer of Wayne Industries. Bruce had previously explained that many crucial pieces of equipment found in the Batcave originated from this skilled engineer. Of course, Bruce himself possessed some technical know-how. Otherwise, he would have to visit Marcus daily. Bruce Wayne continued, in addition to showing my new friend around. I also wanted to inquire about the progress of the latest equipment development. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride flickered across Marcus's face as he responded, Mr. Wayne, the equipment you specified is nearing completion. Chapter 27. Conspiracy. As Marcus spoke, he picked up a piece of metal from the research apparatus before him and handed it to Bruce Wayne. Bruce accepted the piece, which was roughly the size of his palm and appeared to be a component of the equipment. Marcus added, this is merely a small part of the device, but the metal's strength and hardness have certainly met the required standards. I have processed it using various metallurgical techniques, and its strength surpasses that of diamond. Bruce Wayne weighed the component in his hand, noting its considerable heft. Observing the sheen of the gray metal, his interest piqued as he remarked, Marcus, this appears to be excellent. However, could you render it in black? Marcus pondered for a moment before replying, the batch of materials I used, combined with the specific processing techniques, has resulted in this color. However, if you wish to have it and the other parts in black, you can assemble the equipment and then apply a black coating. Bruce continued to weigh the metallic component in his hand before declaring, all right, this will do. He observed Marcus, who was attentively engaged with the specialized experimental apparatus nearby, a custom-built device designed to assess the strength of various ultra-high-strength alloys. The gray metal he held was indeed a material developed through this very equipment. However, Marcus's current progress regarding the apparatus and materials was quite impressive. There was no immediate need for the equipment, allowing ample time for Marcus to perfect its development. Very well, proceed with the plan I entrusted you with. In a few days, I may find it useful, Bruce instructed Marcus. Turning his gaze, Bruce noticed Zhao Lei, who was meticulously examining the array of advanced technological devices within the room. For Zhao Lei, this was his first encounter with such an extensive collection of cutting-edge research equipment. Even the arsenal in the Batcave paled in comparison to the comprehensiveness of this setup. It almost feels like a tour. Allow me to introduce you to the general layout of the equipment here, Bruce remarked to Zhao Lei. Meanwhile, Marcus, with his rugged beard framing his mouth, interjected, Mr. Wayne, I have some technical challenges to tackle at the moment, so please feel free to explore on your own. He then returned to the equipment, adjusting the data displayed on the screen. Bruce patted Marcus's sturdy shoulder and, in a cheerful and amiable tone, said, all right, carry on, old friend. Bruce then beckoned Zhao Lei and Dick to continue their exploration of the research department, steering clear of the apparatus that Marcus needed to use. As they moved about, Bruce introduced them to various devices, such as the Schumacher Collider, the Volt electrode tester, and the X-ray apparatus. Zhao Lei listened with delight as Bruce described these advanced instruments, while Dick remained composed, having visited this place numerous times over the years alongside Bruce. The group soon arrived at a peculiar white metallic device. Bruce examined it, his voice tinged with excitement as he stated, this instrument is a particle research device designed with the personal involvement of Nobel laureate Dr. Yang Jining. It took considerable effort to acquire, and it stands as a prized possession even among the technology department's inventory. Upon hearing Dr. Yang Jining's name, Zhao Lei could not help but softly exclaim, the very Dr. Yang Jining participated in its design. Despite the passage of time and his extensive understanding of this world, Zhao Lei was still taken aback by the fact that this device bore the influence of a Chinese Nobel laureate. The parallels between this universe and his original one, aside from some fantastical elements, were remarkably similar in terms of historical events and the structure of human society. Nevertheless, the involvement of such an esteemed figure in the design of this equipment left him in a state of admiration. A few individuals continued to explore the wonders of the Department of Technology, while Zhao Lei harbored a lingering curiosity about the new equipment that Bruce Wayne had mentioned in conjunction with Marcus. Gathering his resolve, Zhao Lei inquired, have you prepared any new equipment recently? Bruce Wayne, understanding the essence of Zhao Lei's question, responded with a knowing smile. Indeed. I have enlisted Marcus's assistance in further developing some components and materials for new devices. However, they are not yet completed. Rest assured, when the time arrives for their unveiling, it will surely be a delightful surprise for you. Zhao Lei nodded in response, realizing that Bruce was not inclined to showcase the equipment he had just referred to. Of course, the incompleteness was a significant factor. Nevertheless, the anticipation was a pleasant prospect for Zhao Lei, where all the advanced weaponry laid bare before him. The experience would undoubtedly lose its charm. Well then, I shall eagerly await your surprise. Zhao Lei jested with a smile. Meanwhile, Dick, rubbing his neck, suggested to Bruce. After we finish touring the Department of Technology, let us explore a bit more. After a while, under Bruce's guidance, the group toured Marcus's studio within the technology department. Subsequently, they ventured through various sections of the building, ultimately arriving at Bruce Wayne's private office situated on the top floor. This office, located on the 150th floor, was centrally positioned within Wayne Tower. As the group entered the office, they were greeted by a harmonious blend of classical elegance and modern technological marvels. Zhao Lei ambled about the expansive office, which resembled a small conference room, spanning nearly 200 square meters. This spacious area included a private restroom and a cozy sleeping quarter. Opposite the entrance loomed tall, orderly floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a striking view of Gotham City, steeped in a somber aura. To the left, two large, ultra-thin LCD wall-mounted televisions adorned the space, while the right wall showcased several artfully crafted oil paintings. A refined yet unpretentious carpet enveloped the floor, imparting a sense of tranquility. On Bruce Wayne's desk rested a sleek, foldable notebook, a product of Wayne Enterprises. Please, take a seat. After such a lengthy tour, we should find a moment to rest. I'll fetch you some water, Bruce Wayne announced to Zhao Lei and Dick. Zhao Lei and Dick settled onto a nearby white sofa, as Bruce handed them 2 cups filled with water. Following this, Bruce activated one of the wall-mounted televisions, revealing a crisp image as a news program began to play. This building is truly remarkable, Bruce. It has been incredibly fascinating to explore with you, Zhao Lei remarked, sipping his water as he addressed Bruce Wayne. Bruce settled onto the opposing sofa, a freshly poured glass of water in hand. With a relaxed smile, he remarked, "Ah, my friend. It is merely a matter of turning the tides. In the future, we can partake in more festivities and celebrations during times of peace." Zhao Lei, however, redirected his gaze to the LCD television mounted on the wall, where a program was currently airing. Although it merely reported on the happenings in Gotham City, the emblem in the lower right corner of the screen inadvertently reminded Zhao Lei of the large-scale conflict that had transpired nearly 2 weeks prior. "Is something troubling you? You seem lost in thought," Bruce Wayne observed, his deep blue eyes fixed on Zhao Lei, his tone laced with curiosity. Zhao Lei shifted his glance from the wall-mounted television and, with a contemplative expression, replied, "It's nothing, really. Yet, I can't help but recall our previous operation." Dick, seated nearby, playfully placed a hand on Zhao Lei's shoulder, teasing, "Oh, are you still pondering that incident?" Zhao Lei exhaled softly, his demeanor growing considerably more serious. "In truth, I have harbored an odd feeling regarding that battle. It will not simply fade away," he stated. Bruce Wayne, seated across from him, blinked thoughtfully before asking, "What are your suspicions? Please, do share." Zhao Lei glanced at the paper cup cradled in his hands, half consumed, as he reflected on his hypotheses regarding the confrontation that had been reported as the Black Friday attack. "I firmly believe that this incident will not be easily quelled. Just look at the uproar it has caused across the nation. Even the United States Congress was stirred into discussion about it. The media nationwide has dubbed it Black Friday, and numerous prominent newspapers have extensively covered it. Furthermore, unsettling rumors about us have surfaced." Bruce and Dick's expressions turned grave. Their attentiveness heightened as they continued to listen to Zhao Lei's insights regarding the event. "Many have misconstrued our actions as a clash with the mob," Zhao Lei continued. "Some media outlets even juxtaposed us with organized crime, directing public scrutiny towards us. Naturally, our use of conspicuous black armored motorcycles and military-grade vehicles only fueled such perceptions. After repeated coverage, it is only logical that some individuals would harbor doubts and even fear regarding our capabilities. Those unaware of the truth may come to view us as disruptors of social order or as illegal armed factions." As he concluded, Zhao Lei's tone grew increasingly somber. "Thus, I suspect that certain forces, possibly even political entities, may seek to intervene in our affairs. There is a strong possibility that a conspiracy is afoot to undermine us." After Zhao Lei earnestly shared his speculations and viewpoints, a moment of silence enveloped the group. After a brief pause, Bruce resumed the conversation. "Your conjectures indeed possess considerable merit. And when it comes to conspiracies, I have pondered whether there are individuals who might seek to undermine us, perhaps even dispatching agents to confront us. Yet, these remain mere speculations on my part. Nonetheless, tranquility is unlikely to persist in the future. A group of individuals continued their deliberations in Bruce Wayne's private office within Wayne Tower. Unbeknownst to them, on the very same day, a figure clad in a brown jacket and jeans, adorned with reporter's glasses, had arrived in Gotham City to conduct his investigation. Clark Kent. Chapter 28. The encounter with Superman. A young journalist, dressed in a brown jacket and jeans and sporting stylish black frame glasses, traversed the streets of Gotham City. In such a guise, no one would suspect his true identity. However, beneath this seemingly ordinary exterior lay an extraordinary hero of unimaginable strength. As the last son of Krypton, endowed with formidable powers, Clark Kent embarked on a journey of self-discovery. The persona of Superman presented him not only an opportunity to wield his strength, but also a formidable challenge. At present, he was tasked by President Obama and the White House with efforts to curtail the mysterious vigilante known as Batman's extra-legal activities. Yet, driven by his sense of justice as Superman, coupled with the responsibility of his role as Clark Kent, he felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation in Gotham before determining his course of action. As Clark Kent strolled along Malfa Street in Gotham, despite having spent many years in the bustling metropolis of Metropolis, he remained intrigued by the enigmatic character of Gotham City. Walking alongside the verdant strips bordering the streets, he admired the architectural marvels that graced the skyline. These towering edifices, imbued with a classical Gothic essence, evoked a sense of solemnity, with some walls bearing the marks of time's passage. Yet, modern structures also punctuated the landscape, harmoniously blending with their older counterparts, creating a seamless fusion of classical and contemporary styles throughout the city. Gazing upon these majestic yet timeless buildings, Clark reached for his bag and retrieved his camera, a trusty companion for capturing newsworthy moments. Click, click. He snapped photographs of the towering structures that lined the street, intending to preserve these memories. As afternoon descended, the autumn skies over Gotham appeared markedly gloomier than those of Metropolis. The latter, being a coastal city adjacent to the North Atlantic, benefited from sea breezes that often dispelled clouds. In contrast, Gotham, situated merely north of Lake Michigan, one of the Great Lakes, was predominantly an inland city, making overcast weather an unfortunate inevitability. Continuing towards the location indicated by Google Earth on his phone, Clark was eager to witness the iconic Wayne Tower, the centerpiece of Gotham City. At this moment, Clark had no inkling that Wayne Tower bore a connection to Gotham City's Dark Knight. Possessing the extraordinary strength of Superman, he felt no fatigue even after prolonged exertion. In fact, physical activity invigorated him further. Throughout his journey, he had refrained from hailing any taxis or using public transport. Eventually, he arrived at the base of Wayne Tower, the central edifice of Gotham City. Clark gazed upward at the towering structure, which soared a staggering 600 meters into the sky. The imposing metallic emblem atop the skyscraper outshone even the surrounding high-rises. As Clark continued to admire the building, he took the opportunity to capture some photographs. At that very moment, three individuals emerged from the ground floor entrance of the tower, none other than Bruce Wayne, along with Zhao Lei and Dick. After spending half the day exploring Wayne Tower, they had opted to disembark from the monorail and take a stroll on the ground. Regardless, I still find the outdoor environment to be far more refreshing, Dick remarked casually as he stretched his chest. Although the autumn breeze was brisk, Zhao Lei also felt that the exterior was more inviting than the sterile atmosphere indoors. Despite the comfort of the artificially purified air, nothing could compare to the authenticity of the natural world outside. Bruce Wayne turned to Zhao Lei and Dick, suggesting, "It's only around 4 in the afternoon. Shall we find a place for afternoon tea? There's a delightful CAF just beside the tower." "Oh, that sounds great," Zhao Lei responded, his spirits lifted. Dick, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Let us hurry there." With that, the group made their way towards the CAF named Welsh, situated about 100 meters from the tower. Clad in a black suit, Zhao Lei walked leisurely, taking in the sights around him. The streets were relatively quiet, as it was still before the end of the workday. However, a figure in the distance, wielding a camera and photographing the tower, caught Zhao Lei's attention. The individual was dressed in a brown jacket and jeans, with a black leather bag slung across their shoulder. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Lei's previously relaxed demeanor froze in place. The face before him was one he could never forget. It was Clark Kent, the Superman he had encountered upon arriving in this world. What is he doing here? Zhao Lei's mind raced with confusion. Meanwhile, Bruce, noticing Zhao Lei's sudden change in demeanor, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and inquired, "What's wrong, buddy? Don't you want to grab a coffee or some tea?" Zhao Lei quickly replaced his stiff expression with a smile and replied, "It's nothing. You all go ahead to the CAF. I'll catch up with you in a moment." With that, he darted towards the direction where he had spotted Clark Kent, swiftly closing the distance to the man who was absorbed in taking photographs. "Mr. Kent." As Zhao Lei ceased his running, he spoke. The moment his words fell, his companion appeared slightly taken aback. Subsequently, he lowered his camera and turned to Zhao Lei, who had already approached. "Oh, I believe I have seen you before, sir." Clark Kent scrutinized Zhao Lei as if a sudden memory had struck him. Observing the recognition in his companion's eyes, Zhao Lei exclaimed with excitement, "Yes. We coincidentally met in Cleveland. My name is Zhao Lei, and I even asked you for directions." It seemed that Clark Kent had fully recalled their serendipitous encounter, his expression reflecting a slight epiphany. After all, the fact that Zhao Lei had easily discerned his identity as Superman surely left a profound impression. "Oh, Mr. Zhao, what brings you here?" Clark Kent's face now bore a hint of joy, despite their brief acquaintance. At that moment, an idea struck Zhao Lei. Should he facilitate a meeting between Batman and Superman in their civilian identities? This seemingly fortuitous opportunity was indeed rare. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Lei resolved to take advantage of this chance to introduce the two. With a smile, he inquired, "Well, it's a long story. Are you busy right now? Perhaps we could find a place to discuss this properly. There's a CAF nearby. Shall we go?" Clark surveyed Zhao Lei from head to toe, sensing that this individual, who knew his secret identity, possessed an unusual air about him. Nevertheless, he deemed it acceptable to engage in conversation, as Zhao Lei might have an extraordinary background. "Very well, I happen to be free at the moment," Clark agreed. He then followed Zhao Lei to the Welsh CAF. Upon entering, Zhao Lei immediately spotted Bruce Wayne and Dick sitting at a table, waving at him. He led Clark to the table and took a seat. Zhao Lei smiled and gestured towards Clark Kent, introducing him. "This is my friend, Mr. Clark Kent." He then turned to Bruce Wayne, saying, "And this is Mr. Bruce Wayne." The group exchanged smiles and polite greetings, such as "Hello. Nice to meet you." Of course, Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne were unfamiliar with each other's identities. Remarkably, it was Zhao Lei's unintended orchestration that brought them together this day. At that moment, Zhao Lei felt a surge of excitement, realizing that by mere chance, he had seated Batman and Superman at the same table. Although neither was aware of the other's true identity, it was still a delightful encounter. Perhaps, under Zhao Lei's mediation, they could one day form the most formidable league of superheroes in the world. Meanwhile, a waitress approached the table with several cups of coffee and tea. As Bruce and Clark began to reach for their wallets, Zhao Lei swiftly pulled out some bills and declared, "Allow me to cover the expenses for everyone." Since Zhao Lei began collaborating with Batman, most of his living expenses have been reimbursed by him. The $50,000 he earned from saving lives can now be entirely allocated for various gratuities. Zhao Lei raised a cup of red tea and, addressing Clark Kent, remarked, I've spent quite some time in Gotham City. However, during this period, I have also become acquainted with my good friend, Mr. Bruce Wayne." Clark Kent listened intently to Zhao Lei while glancing at Bruce Wayne, who was seated at the same table. For Clark, it was not only Zhao Lei, who was aware of his Superman identity, but also Bruce Wayne, who seemed to harbor some extraordinary secret. Yet, for Clark, that was not the primary concern. He aimed to gather information related to Batman in Gotham City, and now he had the perfect opportunity, as the individuals around him were quite familiar with the city and could provide insights. "Today, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you all. May I inquire if you possess any information regarding Batman or his companions?" As soon as Clark finished his query, the group fell momentarily silent. Zhao Lei was somewhat unfazed. He had anticipated that Batman would eventually be linked to Superman and was merely surprised by the swiftness of Clark's inquiry. However, both Bruce and Dick felt a twinge of astonishment. Why would Zhao Lei's friend wish to explore such matters? Moreover, the question pertained directly to their identities. Clark soon noticed their altered expressions and promptly clarified, "Oh, I am a reporter for the Daily Planet, specifically here in search of news related to Batman and his associates." Upon hearing this, the group's demeanor returned to normal. It was merely a journalistic endeavor, which explained the promptness of the inquiry from someone newly acquainted. Zhao Lei smiled and said, "Mr. Kent, what questions do you wish to ask concerning Batman? Is it for your interview?" At this moment, Zhao Lei recalled that Clark Kent's usual identity was that of a reporter, making his inquiries entirely reasonable. Clark chuckled and replied, "No need for such formality. Just call me Clark." Chapter 29. The retriggering of transformation. After Clark made this statement, the atmosphere among the group lightened considerably. Nevertheless, Bruce Wayne, being adept at handling crises and social interactions, managed to dissipate his initial surprise. He scrutinized the reporter-clad Clark Kent. If he was indeed investigating news related to Batman, It made sense, yet Bruce felt an inexplicable sense of coincidence. With a polite and calm demeanor, Bruce inquired, "Oh, are you also interested in Batman, my friend? Did the recent Black Friday events pique your curiosity?" Clark smiled slightly and responded courteously, "Yes, the Daily Planet covers a myriad of stories beyond Metropolis. National and even international news often involves interviews and information gathering. The editor-in-chief instructed me to compose an article regarding the enigmatic figure of Batman in Gotham City. Thus, I decided to travel directly to Gotham, seeking to delve deeper into the lore surrounding Batman, for first-hand interviews can yield more pertinent information." Clark meticulously recounted the reasons for his quest to find Batman. In truth, Clark was not fabricating excuses. Perry White, the editor of the Daily Planet, had indeed requested that Clark and other journalists write articles related to Batman, especially in light of the recent sensational clash between Batman and the mob that had captivated the attention of the nation. Coincidentally, a meeting with Obama had occurred just days prior, allowing for the convergence of both tasks. Ultimately, the priority remained to fulfill the assignment bestowed by President Obama. Meanwhile, Bruce, sipping his coffee and listening to Clark's narrative, nodded in agreement, finding the explanations quite reasonable. As a seasoned journalist, Clark was adept at articulating the rationale behind his information gathering. Zhao Lei, sitting nearby, glanced at Clark and inquired about Batman's notoriety in Gotham, describing him as a rumored vigilante who operates in the shadows to combat crime. Indeed, the recent incident had significantly heightened Batman's visibility, with news of him permeating not just the nation, but also reaching foreign shores. Bruce observed Clark and Zhao Lei, then set down his coffee cup. He stroked his chin thoughtfully before addressing Clark. "Mr. Kent, or shall I say Clark, since you seek to gather further information about Batman, based on your current impressions, do you find yourself in support of him or against him?" Taken aback by this incisive question, Clark paused momentarily, surprised that he was being queried in such a manner. Typically, it is the journalist who poses the questions, yet he found himself on the receiving end of one. Nevertheless, Clark managed to smile. "Regarding this enigmatic figure, I do not possess sufficient confidence in my knowledge to render a judgment. Evaluating a person is inherently challenging, and individuals are often swayed by public opinion. As a media professional, I believe it is imperative to form opinions only after conducting thorough investigations. Once I have gathered ample information, I will certainly provide an objective assessment grounded in reality," Clark responded, reflecting his steadfast approach as a journalist. Bruce Wayne, meanwhile, was keen to gauge the public's perception of Batman through Clark's perspective. However, Clark's meticulous response left Bruce with little to add. In Clark's eyes, the man before him, dapperly dressed, with profound eyes and an imposing presence, was undoubtedly someone not to be underestimated. Clark continued, "So, do you and your companions possess further insights regarding Batman? If so, I would appreciate it if you could share them. Information about his allies would also be welcomed." Seated around the CAF table, Dick exhibited a clear desire to speak. He lightly scratched his neck and remarked, "Batman? He roams Gotham City alongside several valiant allies, wielding advanced weaponry to combat crime. Of course, they adhere to a steadfast principle. They never take a life. It is not merely my assertion. A significant portion of Gotham echoes this sentiment." Haha. Although Dick's words were not particularly groundbreaking, his light-hearted tone infused the conversation with a sense of ease among those present. One point Dick indeed articulated accurately was the growing recognition of Batman within Gotham City, with a majority of its citizens increasingly sympathetic to his cause. The emergence of Batman, coupled with Commissioner Gordon's efforts, has transformed Gotham from a city plagued by rampant crime a decade ago to one that enjoys a measure of stability today. This has naturally led to a rising number of supporters for the Dark Knight. Yet the skewed and sensationalist reports from external sources, particularly from media outlets like the Post, have fostered significant misunderstandings regarding Batman. Furthermore, the series of anti-Batman campaigns led by Michigan State Senator Brad Cale, a native of Gotham, has generated considerable opposition against him. Zhao Lei continued to share his thoughts, stating, "As for Batman and his companions, I believe Gotham has long been afflicted by criminal elements. In light of the government's limited capacity to maintain law and order, these few vigilantes may indeed play a crucial role. I do not intend to praise their actions, but they have undeniably instilled hope in many citizens of Gotham." Clark listened attentively to Zhao Lei's earnest discourse, his lips pursed slightly, indicating a semblance of agreement. In fact, prior to the events of Black Friday, some media outlets outside Gotham had also explored Batman's exploits. The Daily Planet, where Clark worked, had reported on several occasions about the mysterious Batman and tales of a giant bat combating criminals in Gotham. Despite collaborating with President Obama on this matter, Clark harbored reservations about Batman deep within his heart. As the conversation progressed, the group continued to discuss various aspects surrounding Batman. Eventually, as the clock approached 6 in the evening, they had nearly exhausted the topics at hand. With a flurry of farewells, Clark and the other three prepared to part ways. Regardless, it has been a genuine pleasure to meet all of you. Clark smiled warmly at his companions. If we cross paths again, we can certainly regard each other as friends. Bruce replied in his calm, yet courteous manner. Zhao Lei observed the group. Although he had contemplated revealing their true identities earlier, he decided to hold off, recognizing that Batman and Superman might not yet fully understand each other. He resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to unveil their identities. Gazing at Clark Kent, who perpetually wore a smile, Zhao Lei found him to be more affable and casual compared to the more solemn Bruce Wayne, making him the kind of person one could easily engage with. In truth, from another perspective, Zhao Lei felt a degree of gratitude towards Clark. Had he not encountered him upon arriving in this world and received the gift of invulnerability, his very survival would have been in question. However, as this realization struck Zhao Lei, he was suddenly taken aback. The moment he received his extraordinary physique, yes, a look of enlightenment crossed his face. Meanwhile, those around him were preoccupied with farewells, hardly paying Zhao Lei any attention. It dawned on him that it was precisely his encounter with the superhuman Clark Kent that triggered his transformation into a being of extraordinary abilities. Yet, since their recent reunion, there had been no physical contact between them. Since acquiring his invulnerable form, Zhao Lei had fought alongside Batman in Gotham, who, lacking superpowers, could not facilitate any transformation. From another perspective, this presented a splendid opportunity to reignite his extraordinary transformation. Zhao Lei quickly shifted his gaze towards Clark, who was still engaged in goodbyes. Urgently, he dashed to the CAF's entrance, extending both hands towards Clark's right hand in a gesture of greeting. Clark Kent, with his left hand occupied by a satchel, could only extend his right. Observing Zhao Lei's sincere expression, Clark extended his right hand in return. "Friend," Zhao Lei exclaimed, his tone a delightful mix of excitement and sincerity as he firmly grasped Clark's outstretched hand. In that fleeting moment, a cascade of text flooded Zhao Lei's mind. The transformation into extraordinary powers is commencing. The following abilities are available: super strength, super speed, invulnerability, super hearing, vision, regeneration, heat vision, flight. You may select only one ability. Please decide promptly. Zhao Lei realized he had to make a swift choice, as the message seemed to indicate that he could select only one power. He understood that if he chose poorly, his invulnerability might vanish. Without further ado, he focused his thoughts and selected super speed. Immediately, he felt an unusual tremor within his body, followed by the sensation of transformation dissipating. Zhao Lei recognized that. In his nervousness, he had even closed his eyes. Slowly, he reopened his eyes to find Clark Kent observing him with a hint of curiosity, as if he had just witnessed something peculiar. "What's the matter? Friend, what do you wish to say?" Clark inquired. Zhao Lei released his grip and, lightly tapping his head, exclaimed, "I am truly delighted to have crossed paths with a friend like you. I was simply too ecstatic a moment ago. My emotions got the better of me." Clark smiled, seemingly understanding Zhao Lei, and continued, "I feel the same way. We shall have another opportunity to meet." Following a chorus of farewells, Clark exited the CAF. At that moment, Zhao Lei was overwhelmed with excitement, having once again triggered his extraordinary ability transformation. Meanwhile, Bruce and Dick approached, observing Zhao Lei's peculiar actions and expressions with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, Zhao Lei raised his fist and struck the adjacent wall with great force. The sound echoed, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. Bruce and Dick's expressions reflected even greater bewilderment, while Zhao Lei, despite the throbbing in his hand, was acutely aware that, indeed, in the scenario of choosing only one ability, the iron body had vanished due to his selection. Regardless, he had now acquired super speed. A fascinating journey awaited him. Chapter 30. A new mission. Approximately 2 days had elapsed since Zhao Lei's encounter with Superman, during which he diligently practiced his newfound super speed. He had concluded that any superpower requires substantial practice post-acquisition to be effectively utilized. The Wayne Manor, situated in the western outskirts of Gotham City, was surrounded by ample meadows and woods, providing Zhao Lei an ideal locale for his training, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. With a sudden whoosh, Zhao Lei sprinted to the side of a towering pine tree, glancing back at the spot from which he had launched himself, approximately 30 meters away. The results were promising. He mused. Over the past 2 days, he had frequently ventured to the nearby pine forest and fields to hone his skills. His various sprints and movements had become considerably refined. Moreover, the training he had undergone with Batman and Nightwing had significantly enhanced his agility. allowing him to better harness his super speed. As Zhao Lei clapped his hands, preparing to dash towards another tree, he caught sight of Dick approaching from the eastern side of the pine grove and decided to greet him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he relaxed and lunged towards Dick with a swift motion. In an instant, Dick perceived a blur racing towards him, and before he knew it, Zhao Lei stood right before him. Wow, that move is quite impressive. You've certainly become formidable, unexpectedly acquiring a new skill, Dick remarked to Zhao Lei with casual ease. In the past 2 days, Zhao Lei had showcased his super speed. However, he had yet to explain his ability transformation to Bruce and Dick, as Batman remained preoccupied with matters of crime fighting. Given Zhao Lei's reliability demonstrated over the past 2 months, Bruce Wayne refrained from pressing him further about the origins of his newfound power. Despite Dick's lingering curiosity regarding Zhao Lei's capabilities, Zhao Lei had always treated it as a secret, choosing not to disclose it to others until the opportune moment. As Dick observed Zhao Lei rushing towards him, he raised his wrist and remarked, "Did you not ask me to bring it after I finished my tasks? It is here now. How do you intend to use it?" Seeing the device on Dick's wrist, Zhao Lei joyfully patted Dick's shoulder and replied, "All right, Dick, let us create some distance. You will use it to attack me, but remember, do not aim deliberately off target." Dick, momentarily taken aback, questioned Zhao Lei in a tone of disbelief. "You want me to attack you?" Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively and reiterated, "Indeed, I want you to attack me. Just focus on delivering your strikes. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Aim for any part of my body, but particularly for the vital areas." Initially astonished, Dick ultimately resolved to comply upon observing Zhao Lei's self-assured demeanor. After all, if Zhao Lei was so composed, he had no reason to hesitate. "All right, prepare yourself," Zhao Lei said as he retreated a few steps. Dick raised his wrist-mounted device towards him. Following their previous battle, Bruce had enhanced it further. In addition to boosting the click mechanism, the internal metal wires pull on the steel needles had been strengthened, allowing for a firing range of up to 50 meters without issue. "Come on, partner," Zhao Lei called out to Dick, now several dozen meters apart, maintaining his composure as he awaited the impending strike. This was precisely Zhao Lei's strategy, to utilize this quasi-combat exercise to test his ability to evade enemy fire. Prior to arriving at the pine forest, Zhao Lei had informed Dick to seek him out once he had completed his tasks. Now, stripped of his iron physique, Zhao Lei relied solely on his agile super speed for self-preservation, making the mastery of evading ranged attacks a crucial skill. Zhao Lei noticed a faint blue light shimmering from Dick's right wrist as 2 slender, yet razor-sharp steel needles hurtled towards him. Thanks to his super speed, he was able to perceive this attack, as it significantly enhanced both his sensory and reaction capabilities. Without such abilities, an ordinary person would be incapable of effectively detecting the incoming needles. Zhao Lei swiftly dodged to the left, evading the strike, while the metal wires retracted at a remarkable speed. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, they returned within a second after the miss. Observing the renewed blue light signaling another launch from Dick's wrist, Zhao Lei reacted with even greater swiftness, sidestepping once again. From Dick's perspective, the entire exchange transpired in approximately 1 second. Once again, Zhao Lei deftly evaded the incoming attack with remarkable speed, while Dick merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhao Lei's figure quivering momentarily at the instant of his wrist's release, before Zhao Lei vanished to the base of another pine tree 20 meters away. Nonetheless, Dick continued his relentless assault, while Zhao Lei nimbly dodged each strike. In this flurry of evasion, Zhao Lei experienced an exhilarating rush, though his steel-like physique endowed him with formidable defensive capabilities. It often rendered him feeling like an awkward tin man during combat. In stark contrast, the agility of Batman and Nightwing was strikingly apparent. However, with the newfound gift of super speed, everything had transformed. He felt as if he were the swiftest being on the planet. Dick, on the other hand, could only repeatedly launch futile attacks at Zhao Lei, who would swiftly blink and reappear elsewhere. Zhao Lei sensed the moment for counterattack had arrived. With a series of rapid sprints, Dick felt a sudden tightness at his right wrist. Turning to the side, he found Zhao Lei had dashed to his side, gripping his wrist firmly. Under such circumstances, a foe would have already seized the opportunity to forcibly disarm him. Dick glanced at Zhao Lei, who promptly released his grip. With a playful whistle, Dick remarked, "Your new ability is quite impressive, my friend." At this speed, even Bruce would have to concede defeat. Zhao Lei chuckled and patted Dick on the shoulder, responding, "Thank you for the compliment, Dick. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude for all your training these days." Dick smiled in return, saying, "Oh, there's no need for gratitude. I don't have much on my plate usually, and when missions arise, you, Bruce, and I typically operate together." Assisting you during my downtime is a simple pleasure that doesn't require much of my energy. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Lei and Dick resumed their speed training, continuing for over an hour before returning to Wayne Manor. As they entered the basement of Wayne Manor, they took the small elevator down as per their usual routine. Upon approaching the command center within the Batcave, they were surprised to find Bruce Wayne seated in a chair, engrossed in a book on criminal psychology. Before Zhao Lei and Dick could greet him, Bruce Wayne spoke first. "You two are here. I happen to have a few matters to discuss." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei's immediate thought was that they were likely being assigned another mission, though for him, such tasks would serve as an opportunity to test his super speed in combat. Dick, however, was more casual, urging, "Just go ahead and tell us." Yet, Bruce Wayne's demeanor appeared more serious than usual, his arms crossed over the glass fiber table before him. This time, Bruce did not don his bat suit, but instead opted for a tailored suit. According to his usual custom, he would typically wear his bat attire upon entering the Batcave. "Do you recall the last fierce battle?" Zhao Lei nodded, stepping into Bruce Wayne's presence, and remarked, "That is a memory I shall never forget. It was undoubtedly our most grueling collaboration." However, he pondered, had they discovered something in the wake of that conflict? Bruce nodded gravely, his expression shifting to one of intense seriousness and meticulousness. He continued, "Since that battle, I have been piecing together the clues, all of which point to the insidious influence of the Mafia in Gotham City. The simultaneous emergence of the Penguin, Scarecrow, and Riddler is evidently connected to the criminal syndicates. If I am not mistaken, based on the recent intel I have gathered, they will not rest until they have obliterated us." Zhao Lei observed Bruce Wayne's somber demeanor, sensing a fervor for action brewing within him. A thought crossed Zhao Lei's mind. Could it be that he was suggesting they strike first against their adversaries? Upon hearing this, Bruce Wayne took a deep breath, nodded, and affirmed, "Precisely, to confront criminal forces. We must extinguish them in their infancy. Last time, they ensnared numerous innocents in their attempts to annihilate us, resulting in tragic casualties. We cannot afford to grant them a second chance. We must take the initiative." Zhao Lei could distinctly perceive that Bruce Wayne's tone was resolutely more determined than usual. Indeed, the previous urban conflict arose from the criminal syndicate's trap laid to eliminate Batman, which inevitably led to the loss of numerous police officers and civilians. This incident undoubtedly deepened Bruce's animosity toward his foes. It was clear that their preemptive strike aimed to thwart any further traps from being set. "When shall we act?" Zhao Lei inquired of Bruce. Bruce Wayne's gaze softened somewhat, yet remained steadfast. He replied, "Tonight, without a doubt." He then added, "Let us deliberate on the details of our new mission." Chapter 31. The intervention of Superman. After a period of preparation, evening finally descended, heralding the commencement of their preemptive operation. The group convened in the Batcave, where they decided to embark on this mission aboard the Batwing. As their objective was a surprise assault, and the Batwing was undoubtedly the optimal choice for such an endeavor. Furthermore, given that this operation was proactive, there was no necessity for the Batcycle or Batmobile to enhance their combat capabilities. Now, it was imperative that everyone muster their resolve, for they needed to deliver a decisive blow to their adversaries. They could not allow the criminal syndicate to further poison the innocent populace of Gotham City. The formidable figure of Batman, clad in his imposing black armor, addressed Zhao Lei and Nightwing, his tone brimming with unwavering determination. "No problem." Zhao Lei, echoing Nightwing's resolute tone, declared with unwavering determination. The three of them simultaneously extended their fists, clenching them together in a gesture of mutual encouragement. Subsequently, they boarded the Batplane. With Zhao Lei at the helm, he had long aspired to pilot the Batplane, and this opportunity arose after discussing it with Batman, granting him the privilege to command the formidable aircraft. His recent training sessions alongside Batman and Nightwing had equipped him with the skills necessary to navigate this powerful heavy fighter. As the hangar's massive hatch creaked open with a thunderous metallic groan, the Batplane's thrusters propelled the imposing craft into the sky. Gradually, it ascended to several hundred meters above Gotham City, where Zhao Lei, seated in the cockpit, pressed a black button to adjust the flight mode. The Batplane transitioned to its rear thrusters, embarking on its flight towards the eastern part of Gotham. The nocturnal skyline of Gotham remained shrouded in ominous clouds, the vast metropolis adjacent to Lake Michigan exuding an air of somberness on this autumn evening. Towering Gothic structures pierced the sky, while searchlights intermittently illuminated the heavens, with the most striking being the immense bat signal. The colossal silhouette of a bat loomed over the city, casting the illusion of a giant guardian surveying Gotham below. Zhao Lei, brimming with excitement, yet embodying a sense of poise, gripped the controls firmly. His hands clutched the dual control handles, the left for steering the Batplane and the right for the critical weapon systems. In front of him, An advanced LCD display provided vital information. According to Batman's briefings, the Batplane's navigation and weaponry systems boasted reliability and sophistication that rivaled any active U.S. military aircraft, if not surpassing them in performance. The Batplane's control mechanisms featured considerable autonomy and were equipped with an automatic alert system, making piloting considerably more manageable. Should a collision risk present itself, the Batplane systems would issue a timely warning. As the Batplane glided through Gotham's night sky, they were headed towards an old factory district in Gotham's East End, as indicated by Batman. This area was rumored to be a stronghold for various gangs, particularly the Mafia, hoarding supplies and weapons, and also serving as a site for gang consolidations. Zhao Lei glanced at the LCD screen, which displayed not only aerial and ground scans, but also linked with the imagery from Michigan Satellite 3. Given the Batplane's current position and speed, they would reach the factory in approximately 20 minutes. Zhao Lei continued to steer steadily, guiding the Batplane towards their predetermined destination. Meanwhile, at a significant stronghold of the Mafia, the Penguin, alongside the Scarecrow, was engaged in discussions with various Mafia members and other adversaries of Batman. Among them were Hank, the second-in-command of the Mafia, and other notable figures from the underworld. In this desolate area of abandoned factories, the Gotham City police had little capacity to exert control, rendering it a crucial depot for the Mafia supplies. Following the formation of the anti-Batman gang alliance, the Mafia had transformed this location into a base for conspiring against the Dark Knight. It was brimming with supplies and an array of weaponry, not to mention other illicit goods such as narcotics. A drug dealer named Dazen addressed the group, asserting that their stockpile of drugs was ample, urging them to devise a swift plan to eliminate Batman so they could resume normal transactions. "I refuse to live perpetually in Batman's shadow," he exclaimed. Hank and the others echoed their frustrations regarding the previous mission's failure, contemplating how to orchestrate another attack to eradicate Batman once and for all. The Penguin, after a violent cough, spoke with a tone laced with menace. "The resources we squandered last time were nearly in vain. Not a single one of Batman's allies perished, while we suffered significant losses. Even the Riddler was captured. Furthermore, the Gotham police have heightened their vigilance since that incident, making it even more challenging to evade their scrutiny alongside facing Batman." Typically, the Penguin exuded a veneer of politeness, but now his stout frame radiated an intensity of rage and murderous intent. The others understood that any news related to Batman could provoke the Penguin's wrath and hatred, for in his eyes, Batman was a primary source of his animosity. In contrast, the Scarecrow, adorned with his burlap mask, appeared remarkably composed, unlike the agitated Mafia members. As a former psychology professor at Gotham University, he maintained a rational demeanor. To him, the notion of frenzy held no value. Only calmness and strategic thinking could truly vanquish an opponent. "Silence, everyone. Listen to me." The Scarecrow spoke with a chilling calmness, his voice imbued with a rationality that sent shivers through the room. "Our supplies and weapons are ready. Soon, Batman shall be eliminated. This time, we have prepared an arsenal of powerful weaponry specifically designed to target him. We merely need to exercise greater caution in our ambush arrangements." After delivering his message, the Scarecrow gestured towards several boxes nearby, which were neatly stacked with an array of heavy sniper rifles. Although they were not Barrett M821 sniper rifles, the formidable barrels signaled their lethal potential. The Scarecrow's tone, once cold, now brimmed with a sense of pride as he proclaimed that these heavy sniper rifles could penetrate all known Kevlar body armor. Even Batman's suit would falter under their assault. He suggested that during their next ambush, they should deploy more snipers. Should Batman be compelled to dismount from his vehicle amidst battle, it would signal his doom. The Scarecrow continued to prattle on, detailing how they would finally eradicate Batman. As they gazed upon these formidable weapons, coupled with the Scarecrow's persuasive rhetoric, some individuals felt a surge of confidence, preparing for an imminent confrontation with Batman. Little did they know, the Batmobile was stealthily approaching. Moreover, an extraordinary and powerful entity had also arrived above the factory, locking its sights on the very location. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the factory's roof was breached. Inside the factory, the Scarecrow and his cohorts were momentarily stunned and bewildered. A figure stood amidst the debris, having shattered the concrete floor beneath him. In the dim yellow light of the old factory, several criminals stood frozen in shock as they beheld a man clad in a peculiar blue suit, draped in a dark red cape, gazing intently at them. Despite the poor lighting obscuring his features, every criminal present could sense the profound strength and aura emanating from him. He was none other than Superman. Although Superman had garnered fame in Metropolis, the criminals of Gotham, preoccupied with their nefarious activities, had paid little attention to him. despite coverage from various media outlets across the nation. Now, however, it was time for these wrongdoers to witness what unimaginable power truly entailed. Who are you? Hank stammered, rising from beside a table, his gaze fixed on Superman, a mixture of astonishment and fear coursing through him. He could hardly fathom that he was in the presence of the Man of Steel. A youthful yet composed voice resonated, tinged with a hint of a Kansas accent. There are two individuals resembling penguins and one donning a linen hood here. I intend to take them for questioning. The rest of you, disregard this matter. The penguin, though startled by Superman's sudden entrance, felt his fury ignite upon hearing the words resembling penguins. What did you say? What? Resembling penguins. Say that again if you dare. The penguin brandished a black umbrella, charging forth from the crowd of criminals. To him, being called the penguin was bearable, as it was a title he wore with pride, but being likened to a penguin was a stinging affront to his malformed physique. Indeed, Superman had merely gleaned the general characteristics of the two individuals from the accounts of civilians trapped in the Walmart during the previous Black Friday incident, and he had not anticipated the ferocity of their response. The penguin charged towards Superman, the tip of his black umbrella aimed directly at him. Chapter 32. Effortlessly in an instant, the penguin's black umbrella unfurled, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Superman. Yet, Superman remained utterly still. A mask of fury etched upon his face, radiating an aura of wrath. The penguin, seething with rage, unleashed a fierce stream of fire upon Superman, who exhibited no sign of alarm. Only a hint of resignation flickered in his gaze. To Superman, clad in his steel physique and fortified by his Kryptonian nanosuit, the flames that surged toward him felt akin to a mere warm breeze brushing against an ordinary person. The enraged penguin appeared before him as nothing more than a petulant child. The penguin exclaimed with a malevolent glee, his furious eyes betraying a desire for vengeance. However, his expression quickly froze into a mask of disbelief as he beheld Superman, undeterred by the inferno, standing resolutely and unharmed. You would do well not to resist any further. It is now my turn, Superman declared with unwavering resolve. In a flash, he surged forward, reaching the penguin before the latter could register the shock. With a swift motion, Superman cleaved the penguin's black umbrella in two. The penguin, eyes wide with a mix of terror and fury, stared at Superman, who effortlessly lifted him and suspended him from a rusted iron frame within the factory. What are you still doing? If you wish to survive, dispose of him at once. Scarecrow commanded the stunned gangsters nearby. These criminals, accustomed to gunfights and brawls, were taken aback by the sudden emergence of such a formidable figure possessing mysterious powers. Yet, instinctively, the presence of a threatening adversary ignited a fierce will to resist. The gangsters drew their handguns and seized submachine guns and heavy sniper rifles from nearby crates, launching a relentless barrage at Superman. At that moment, Superman hovered in mid-air within the factory, as countless bullets rained down upon him like hail. Armed thugs stationed outside the factory, alerted by the commotion within, stormed inside to join the fray against Superman. Under normal circumstances, such a deluge of bullets would leave marks even on armor, yet Superman remained unscathed, his exposed head, the nanosuit encasing his body, and the cape draping his back bore no signs of damage whatsoever. The sound of bullets striking Superman's body resonated as if they were ricocheting off an impenetrable fortress, merely resulting in sparks erupting from the surface. Superman observed the futile assaults of these miscreants with a sense of boredom. For him, they were but a trivial nuisance compared to the countless formidable adversaries he had encountered before. Engaging them felt like a waste of his formidable strength. Nevertheless, it was imperative to instill a measure of fear or perhaps impart a lesson to them. In an instant, a brilliant red light ignited in Superman's eyes, unleashing two scorching beams that surged forth with a brilliance surpassing the most powerful laser cutter, akin to the fiery surface of the sun. The gangsters within the factory, armed with heavy sniper rifles, were startled to see their gun barrels severed in an instant by the crimson beams, leaving the cut edges glowing as if forged in a steel mill, accompanied by billowing white smoke and waves of heat. This was the heat vision of Superman, a technique that allowed him to emit high-temperature rays generated from the solar energies stored within his being. He could adjust the intensity and range of the beams, utilizing them not only for offensive purposes, but also for cleansing and suturing wounds during surgical procedures. Furthermore, he could emit microwave rays imperceptible to the naked eye. Superman's recent demonstration of his heat vision, aimed at dismantling the sniper rifles, was intended to intimidate these ruthless criminals, and it certainly bore fruit. Some of the assailants, who had been fervently attacking moments before, were now aghast at the sight of Superman unleashing such beams from his eyes. The consequences of being struck by such rays were all too evident. One could only imagine the devastation. Panic ensued as several gangsters abandoned their weapons and fled towards the factory's exit, though a few hardened individuals remained defiant. The seriousness reflected in Superman's striking blue eyes indicated his growing impatience. It seemed further lessons were necessary for the remaining foes. However, his heat vision was not limited to lethal beams alone. It also possessed an alternate mode, microwave attack. With a piercing gaze, Superman targeted several assailants wielding Uzi submachine guns, focusing not on their bodies but on the weapons they held. His eyes flickered with red light, yet no beams were emitted at that moment. What transpired next was beyond imagination. As his eyes continued to emit a red glow for merely 2 seconds, a sizzling sound akin to metal being heated resonated through the air. The gangsters suddenly found their firearms searing hot, as if they had been placed in a furnace. Cries of pain erupted alongside the clattering of metal as they instinctively discarded the scalding weapons onto the ground. Shifting his gaze, Superman directed the microwave rays towards another group of gang members who were still resisting, demonstrating the microwave mode of his heat vision capability. By applying microwaves to heat designated objects, Superman effectively compelled the assailants to relinquish their weapons. Thus, without direct confrontation, he utilized 2 modes of thermal rays to incapacitate a multitude of adversaries, forcing them either to flee or to lose their combat efficacy. Remarkably, apart from the Penguin, who was ensnared by Superman onto a metal framework, none of the criminals had laid a finger on him. With bare hands, Superman triumphed over throngs of enemies, an extraordinary feat achievable by few in this world. The Scarecrow, in sheer terror, had long since vanished, despite his background as a psychology professor. The sight of Superman's prowess was enough to send him scurrying for cover. To add to his distress, Superman had specifically aimed to capture him. The factory, cluttered with numerous cargo boxes and sprawling in size, did not deter Superman in his quest. Ultimately, he employed the microwave mode of his thermal rays to compel the last batch of foes to cease their resistance. Turning his attention to the factory itself, Superman, in a moment of self-reflection, remarked on its considerable size. He then focused on the cargo boxes, his gaze transforming from calm to one imbued with an almost penetrating intensity. While he appeared like any ordinary individual from a distance, those nearby would discern that his eyes possessed an uncanny ability to see through objects. His striking blue eyes exuded an inexhaustible penetrating power. This was yet another of Superman's remarkable abilities, his vision, which emitted an invisible ray of immense strength, allowing him to perceive the majority of objects, albeit with less clarity than direct sight. At that moment, Superman's gaze pierced through the cargo boxes, gradually honing in on a furtive figure hiding among them, whose head was vaguely obscured by a burlap sack, almost certainly the target he sought. Superman began to move towards this individual, while the Scarecrow cowered among several boxes, stripped of his usual cold, remorseless demeanor as a top-tier criminal. Trembling, he clasped his hands over his heart, praying to the heavens not to be discovered. Despite his history of malevolence, he had never encountered someone as formidable as Superman. Why? He pondered. Was he so unfortunate today to be targeted alongside the Penguin? Just as the Scarecrow's anxiety peaked, he sensed an inexplicable absence beside him. Raising his gaze, he beheld 2 of the cargo boxes being effortlessly lifted, each weighing several tons, by none other than the man in the red cape, who appeared to be handling them as if they were mere lightweight plastic toys. The Scarecrow gazed upward with eyes filled with terror at the suspended figure of Superman. Despite the distorted burlap sack covering his head, the eyeholes emanated an expression of astonishment and fear. Superman, wearing a look of resignation intertwined with seriousness, addressed the Scarecrow directly, urging him, "You need not hide any longer. I only wish to take you and the one who resembles a penguin." With that, Superman hurled 2 cargo boxes aside and grasped the Scarecrow, lifting him effortlessly into the air, ascending towards the iron framework where the penguin-like figure hung. Superman also seized the Penguin, holding both of Gotham's most notorious criminals aloft without any means of resistance. At this moment, Clark Kent, the Man of Steel, felt little triumph. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The apprehension of these 2 felons transpired in little over 10 minutes, much of which was consumed by their confrontation and dialogue. Meanwhile, other criminals had not even been afforded the opportunity to approach, having been either frightened away or rendered incapable of resistance. This entire operation was executed with remarkable ease.